Chapter 1582. Oomph. You want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. On the main street of the West Market, the bamboo hat man was enraged when the leader of the Eastern Palace Guards, Wu San, hugged his legs. He snorted coldly and circulated his qi to his legs. A powerful surge of Jin qi suddenly erupted, causing Wu San to spit out a mouthful of blood. Help me! Quick, help me! Wu Sanji felt a surge at his chest. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were about to shift. However, his powerful will allowed Wu San to hold on tightly to the bamboo hat man's legs. He used all of his strength to shout to the other soldiers around him. Go! Protect His Highness! The dozen or so Eastern Palace guards who had fallen to the ground stood up again and ran toward the man in the bamboo hat with all their might. Seeing this, the man in the bamboo hat panicked. He channeled true qi into his legs again and released it, trying to shake Wu San off completely. Puffed, puffed. This time, Wu San spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The joints in his arms were completely broken, and he was sent flying far away. It was not that he did not want to continue holding on to the man in the bamboo hat, but his arms were completely powerless now. Wu San, Commander Wu, Li Chengxian, and the group of Eastern Palace guards were all shocked. Wu San was clearly heavily injured and looked like he was about to die. Who knew that the man in the bamboo hat would not give up? He took 2 steps forward like lightning and kicked Wu San in the abdomen. Wu San was instantly kicked into the air and smashed into the Eastern Palace guards who were rushing over. Oof. You overestimate yourself. After breaking free of Wu San's restraints, the man in the bamboo hat snorted coldly. Then, like an eagle catching chicks, he picked up Li Chengxian and Changle and prepared to leave. But bam! Protect His Highness. Protect Her Highness. Just as the man in the bamboo hat was about to leave and the Eastern Palace guards were smashed to the ground, a burly man in coarse clothes suddenly slid toward the man in the bamboo hat. When he slid to the feet of the man in the bamboo hat, the burly man did not hesitate to imitate Wu San and hug the man in the bamboo hat's legs tightly. After witnessing that brief exchange with the burly man on the ground as a demonstration, the surrounding commoners all followed suit and swarmed toward the man in the bamboo hat. Even if they knew that they were no match for the man in martial arts, what could they do? This was the capital, under the emperor's feet, kidnapping the crown prince and princess right under the emperor's nose. How was that just lawless? This was simply treason. The Tangs worshipped martial arts, especially the people of Chang'an. Their customs were more valiant than those of other places. Someone wanted to kidnap the crown prince and the princess right under the emperor's nose. As Tangs under the emperor's nose, they would not allow such a thing to happen. His Highness, His Highness, His Highness, His Highness. After a while, dozens of people from Chang'an City surrounded the man. They not only surrounded him, but also hugged his legs tightly. The reason why the citizens were so fearless was that the Li Tang royal family had won the hearts of the people. Li Chengxian had also done a lot of good deeds before, so the citizens had a very good impression of Li Chengxian. But now that the man in the bamboo hat wanted to capture their crown prince, these citizens would definitely not agree. You're all courting death. The man in the bamboo hat was furious, especially when he felt the ground tremble slightly and knew that it was very likely that the patrolling Marquis of Chang was about to rush over. His heart was filled with rage and panic. With an angry snort, many of the people around him were sent flying or vomited blood from the shock. The crown prince and princess are under attack in Shi City. Soldiers in the city, go to support them. The crown prince and princess are under attack in Shi City. Soldiers in the city, go to support them. On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Li Zexuan and Xianqing were chatting as they walked. Suddenly, a soldier appeared in their field of vision, and that soldier was running while panting. What? Chengxian and Changle were under attack? Hearing that, Li Zexuan and Xianqing looked at each other and were shocked. He hurriedly urged Big White to come in front of the soldier and asked anxiously, You said the crown prince and princess were under attack. Who attacked them? How are the crown prince and princess now? Marquis Yong'an. The soldier looked up and saw that the person who asked was Li Zexuan. He immediately became excited and grabbed Li Zishuan's arm, saying excitedly, Marquis, quickly go to Shi City and save the crown prince and princess. There is a thief wearing a bamboo hat and is extremely skilled in martial arts who wants to do something bad. Li Zishuan took back the Academy's information from Wu Jia at the Longmen Pass and became famous in the world. Now, who did not know that Li Zishuan could fight a great Grandmaster Master alone? Therefore, after seeing Li Zishuan, the soldier who sent the message felt like he had seen his savior. Shi City, extremely skilled in martial arts. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he turned his horse around and said to Xianqing, Young Uncle Master, I will go save the crown prince and princess. You go back to Yinshan first. Then, without waiting for Xianqing's reply, he kicked Big White's stomach and rushed to the west side of the city with his horse. Little Xian, Uncle Master will go with you. Xianqing quickly made a decision and chased after Li Zishuan's back. He was not interested in fighting and killing at all. However, since the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain had chosen to enter the world, now that he knew something had happened to Li Changxian, he had to help. Seeing that, the soldier who sent the message could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that with the help of the two masters, Li Zishuan and Xianqing, it was basically settled. Even if the man in the bamboo hat was skilled in martial arts, he would definitely not be a match for Li Zishuan and Xianqing. Chapter 1583. Clang! Just as the man in the bamboo hat was about to hit Changle's head with his right palm, a loud and clear sound of a sword suddenly came from the street of Shi Market. The man in the bamboo hat instantly felt a sense of extreme danger. If this palm hit, Changle would undoubtedly die, but he would also be seriously injured by this sword. Humph! Of course, the man in the bamboo hat didn't want to die like this. He snorted coldly and directly turned his palm into a claw. He directly grabbed Changle's right shoulder and pulled her in front of him. He wanted to use Changle to block this sudden and peerless sword. You're courting death. This sword was the fifth move of the 9 Taishian swords, leaving dust, which was used by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan rode all the way to the entrance of Shi Market. As soon as he arrived, he saw that the man in the bamboo hat was about to hit Changle's head with his palm. Li Zishuan was so shocked and angry that he directly used the fastest move of the 9 Taishian swords to save Changle. However, the man in the bamboo hat's reaction was both unexpected and reasonable. In order to avoid hurting Changle, Li Zishuan could only forcibly change the direction of the sword to avoid the man in the bamboo hat and Changle. However, the man in the bamboo hat's action had also thoroughly angered Li Zishuan. Today's matter was destined to be irreconcilable. Grandmaster Late Stage. The man in the bamboo hat, who had dodged a bullet, couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he felt the momentum from Li Zishuan. He had never expected to meet a master at the Grandmaster Late Stage here, let alone a teenager of 15 or 16 years old. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and couldn't help but say in a low voice, You're Li Zishuan. In the whole world, Li Zishuan was probably the only person who could reach such a high level of martial arts at such a young age. Changle, who had thought that she was doomed, closed her eyes and waited for her death. However, after waiting for a long time, the bamboo hat man's palm did not land. Instead, she heard the words Li Zishuan. She hurriedly opened her eyes and saw Li Zishuan brushing past her with the wind chasing sword in hand. At this moment, Changle couldn't help but feel a little dazed. When she was at her most dangerous and desperate moment, the man she respected and admired the most finally appeared. Was this fate, or was it a coincidence? How could a Grandmaster commit such a despicable act? He really deserves to die. Just when a man in the bamboo hat was shocked by Li Zishuan's arrival, a cold snort came from his left. Then he felt a sharp light locking onto him. The fifth sword of the 9 Taishian swords, leaving dust. A sword leaving dust and desolation. A handsome man in a Taoist robe, holding a long sword, was stabbing towards him at an even faster speed. Powerful. In the face of such a powerful swordsman, the man in the bamboo hat couldn't even think of resisting. He knew that he couldn't hide or resist, so he could only run. As for using the same trick again and pulling Changle to his left as a shield, there was no time at all, because this swordsman's speed was more than 30% faster than Li Zishuan's. When did so many demons appear in Chang'an City, and each one was more powerful than the other? This was the most depressing thing for the man in the bamboo hat at this moment. Venerable, be careful. The burly man who had been standing beside the bamboo hat man flew over at this critical moment. With a chi sound, the long sword pierced his body in the next moment. The bamboo hat man took the opportunity to retreat quickly and directly retreated more than 5 feet away. Venerable, leave quickly. The big man spat out blood, but before he died, he still worriedly said these 4 words. The man in the bamboo hat didn't stop. He directly jumped up and flew away over the heads of the onlookers. There were 2 guru masters, and one of them was a super sword master who was about to break through the great grandmaster realm. In the face of such a lineup, he didn't even have the courage to stay for a moment, let alone care about the 2 hostages, Li Chengxian and Changle. Xiao Xian, you stay here. I'll chase after him. The last sword master, who was wearing a Taoist robe, was Xianqing. Seeing the man in the bamboo hat jump away, Xianqing moved his feet slightly and used all his strength to perform the cloud-piercing steps. In a flash, he had already disappeared, leaving only these 4 words in the air. Uncle, be careful. Li Zishuan also wanted to chase after him, but he was worried that there would be an ambush here, so he had to stay and shouted in the direction where Xianqing disappeared. Changle, Changle, are you all right? The exchange of blows just now seemed to take a long time to describe, but to an ordinary person, it was only a matter of an instant. It was absolutely not more than 10 breaths of time from beginning to end. Only now did Li Chengxian finally return to his senses. He hurriedly rushed to Chang Li's side and asked with an anxious and concerned expression. At this time, Changle's face was already wet, and her mouth was full of blood. It was the blood flowing from the arm of the man in the bamboo hat. The blood, coupled with her weeping face, not only didn't make people feel fear, but also made people feel a kind of affection and pity for her. Because just now, if this weak little girl hadn't stood out bravely and bit the arm of the man in the bamboo hat, Li Chengxian would probably be a cold corpse now. In order to protect her brother, even if the enemy was a powerful and invincible guru master, Changle stood out fearlessly. Thinking of this, Li Chengxian's heart was filled with sorrow, pity, and self-blame. He hurriedly wiped the blood from Changle's mouth with his sleeve and kept murmuring, Changle, it's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. I shouldn't have brought you out. Changle shook her head. Although there were still tears in her eyes, she smiled and said, Brother Crown Prince, don't say that. It's fine as long as you're all right. Changle is also fine. This is the blood of that thief, not Changle's. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Hearing Changle say that she was all right, Li Chengxian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. A smile of relief appeared on his face. Quickly call the imperial physician. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess are injured. At this time, the surrounding marquises had already surrounded them, and the Marquis in the lead loudly ordered. Li Chengxian stood up, and his gentle face became dignified again. He said in a deep voice, And the princess are all right. Quickly send these injured commoners and guards to the Imperial Physician Department. The rest of you, quickly track down the assassin's whereabouts. Yes, the Marquis in the lead loudly accepted the order. At this time, Li Chengxian walked towards Li Zishuan. He very solemnly cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, Little Xian, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the 2 of us would have met with misfortune. Li Chengxian was very clear in his heart that the bamboo hat man's goal was nothing more than to hold the 2 of them hostage to achieve an unspeakable goal. However, in order to escape the encirclement, the bamboo hat man could only choose to kill one of the 2 of them as a deterrent. The person who should have died was him, but because of Changle's excessive actions, the bamboo hat man changed his target. If Li Zishuan had arrived a moment later, Changle would have died, and he, Li Chengxian, would have become the bamboo hat man's hostage. In order to prevent Li Er from being threatened by the Bamboo Hat Man, he could only sacrifice himself. Finished speaking, Li Chengxian sincerely bowed towards Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan jumped in fright. He quickly moved to the side and helped Li Chengxian up, saying, "Chengxian, what are you doing? Aren't you torturing me like this? You said before that we are all good brothers. When a brother is in trouble, I, Li Zixuan, should come to help. Isn't that what I should do? If you continue to be like this, next time I won't save you." In the end, Li Zixuan couldn't help but crack a joke. Hearing this, Li Chengxian couldn't help but smile, saying, "That's good. I won't say any polite words. This friendship, I will always remember it in my heart." The friendship between men was like this. "Perhaps I'm not good with words, but as long as you need help, I will appear. I won't ask too much, and I won't be embarrassed." Some seemingly careless details and small matters are all moments of true feelings between men. As long as you can understand it, there's no need to say anything more. Chapter 1584. Bastard. In the land of Chang, and at the foot of the imperial city, there are assassins who dare harm our crown prince and princess. In the future, will there be people who will break into the imperial palace and chop at our head? In the sweet dew hall of the imperial palace, Li Er's furious roar resounded through the entire hall. The palace maids and eunuchs outside the hall could hear the roar from far away. Thus, everyone in the imperial palace fell silent. No one dared to make the slightest mistake at a time like this. And in the hall, Lu Dui of the Court of Judicial Review and Hua Wenjie of the governor's office were in charge of the trials of the Great Tang's prisons, while the other was in charge of the security of the capital. Now that assassins had appeared in Chang, and to openly kidnap Li Chengxian and Changle, it was reasonable to say that the two of them should be held accountable. Thus, when they learned of what had happened in Shi City, Lu Dui and Hua Wenjie sent people to deal with it, while personally coming to the imperial palace to ask for forgiveness. This old subject is terrified. This old subject is guilty. At this moment, hearing Li Er's harsh words, the two old subjects hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Terrified? Do we say something wrong? Everyone says that the capital is an important and heavily guarded place. But our crown prince and princess only took a trip out of the imperial palace and were attacked by assassins. When did the security of Chang and fall into such chaos? Li Er slapped the table, his face ashen. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The two old subjects looked at each other and could only say this. At this time, Li Chengxian and Changle's life and death were unknown. Whatever the two of them said was superfluous. If something happened to Li Chengxian and Changle, the two of them would definitely lose their positions. Only if Li Chengxian and Changle were lucky enough to be safe would they be able to make up for their mistakes. "Your Majesty, good news. The Marquis of Yong and Taoist Master Xianqing came to the rescue in time. His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess are both safe." At this moment, a young eunuch ran in from outside the hall and happily bowed to Li Er. Hearing this, Li Er, Lu Dui, and Hua Wenjie's gazes all gathered on the little eunuch. "What? Chengxian and Changle are both fine? What about the assassin? Did Li Zixuan catch the assassin?" Li Er leaned forward, unable to conceal the excitement in his voice. At this moment, old Li was extremely glad that he had left Li Zixuan behind for questioning after morning court. Otherwise, Li Zixuan would have already returned to Cloud Mountain. How would he have the time to save Li Chengxian and Changle? Reporting to Your Majesty, when head steward Zhao brought people to Shi City, Marquis Yong and Taoist Xianqing had already rescued His Highness the Crown Prince and Her Highness the Princess from the hands of the assassin. However, that assassin took advantage of the chaos to escape under the cover of his accomplices. Now, all the city gates of Chang have been sealed. Taoist Master Xianqing and Manager Zhao are searching for the assassin's whereabouts. The young eunuch hurriedly bowed and answered. Li Er's expression turned cold as he said, "Immediately summon Chengxian and Changle back to the palace. Order Niu Jinda to lead 5,000 right guard soldiers to assist Zhao Song in searching for Zhao Song's whereabouts in the west of Chang'an. Official Liu, Official Hua, the two of you will lead your men to track down the assassin. Before tomorrow's morning court, you must give me an explanation. I want to see who is so bold as to openly assassinate the princess and crown prince of the Tang Empire. In Chang'an, your servant obeys the decree. The young eunuch bowed and accepted the order. Then, he quickly left the hall to deliver the decree. Lu Dui and Hua Wenji's expressions turned solemn. They cupped their hands and said to Lier, "Your servant obeys the decree." Speaking of which, the task that Lier gave them could not be said to be light. One had to know that Chang'an was vast and had a large population. It had 108 districts and millions of people. To find an assassin in this place was almost like finding a needle in a haystack. However, even so, they had no choice but to accept this task. This was because if they could not find the assassin when the crown prince of a country was assassinated, then they, as the minister of the Supreme Court and the governor of the capital, had seriously neglected their duties. "Go." Lier waved his hand and said lightly, "Your servant will take his leave." The two of them looked at each other and cupped their hands to take their leave. After the two of them left the hall, Lier walked up and down the hall alone with his hands behind his back. After a while, a gentle female voice came from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, how are Changxian and Changle?" Before the person arrived, the voice came first. A moment later, Empress Zhongsun appeared in the hall. Lier hurriedly turned to greet her. Holding her hand, he said with a comforting smile, "Don't worry, Guanyin. I just received news that Changxian and Changle are fine. They are on their way back to the palace. You will see them in a while." "Fine." Empress Zhongsun opened her mouth in shock, somewhat in disbelief. Lier nodded affirmatively and said, "They are fine." It was Li Zishuan and Taoist Master Xianqing who rushed over in time after hearing the news and saved Changxian and Changle from the hands of the assassin. "That's great." Empress Zhongsun patted the Yuxiang Pu, greatly relieved. She then said, "When I heard that Changxian and Changle had been attacked by an assassin, I was nearly scared half to death. Who would have thought that this time? It was all thanks to the Marquis of Yong'an's intervention. Otherwise, if something were to happen to these two children, how would I live? Your Majesty, has the assassin been captured? Otherwise, if he continues to hide in the city, once Changxian and Changle leave the palace, they will still be in danger." Hearing this, Lier's expression froze. After a moment of hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, "This assassin." Not long after, the news that the Crown Prince and Princess Changle had been attacked by an assassin in the Western Market spread. There were those who were shocked, those who were furious, and those who were indifferent. However, soon after, the common people learned that the various city gates had already been sealed. Soon after, large numbers of soldiers appeared on the various streets of Chang'an. They each held a portrait and went from house to house, interrogating the whereabouts of the man in the bamboo hat. In a short period of time, the people of Chang'an were in a state of panic. Those ruffians who usually bullied men and women were all extremely careful and well-behaved. None of them wanted to be captured at such a crucial time. This was because this was a major case involving the assassination of the crown prince and princess. If they were caught at such a critical juncture, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Therefore, regardless of whether this large-scale manhunt in the city could catch the assassin or not, the public security in Chang'an city had improved by several levels because of this large-scale manhunt. Many hooligans were arrested and sent to the Supreme Court's prison. Li Zishuan rode Big White, quickly galloping in the direction of the imperial palace. Suddenly, a delicate and pretty young girl wearing a shabby white dress appeared in the middle of the road. Li Zishuan promptly reined in Big White. "Stop!" Big White finally stopped the horse's hooves when it was a foot away from the young girl. However, there was no fear on the young girl's face. It was as if she was completely confident that Li Zishuan could control the horse. "Hey, young girl, you." Li Zishuan was just about to ask the young girl why she was standing alone in the middle of the road. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, the young girl opposite him interrupted. "You must be the Marquis of Yong'an?" Li Zishuan was instantly puzzled. "Young girl, how do you know my identity?" Although Li Zixuan often appeared in Chang and city, and there were many citizens who knew him, the young girl in front of him didn't sound like a local from Chang'an. Yes, that's right. Not only did dialects exist in modern society, they also existed in ancient times. This young girl's accent was a bit like that of the Jiangnan region. Therefore, how could Li Zixuan not be surprised that such an outsider actually knew his identity? The young girl smiled slightly, a glint flashing across her eyes. She said, "Just now, when the Marquis of Yong'an rescued the Crown Prince and Her Royal Highness in Shi City, I was also present. Naturally, I knew of Marquis's identity." Li Zixuan was slightly taken aback. Realization dawned on him. "I see. Then what's your name? Why are you blocking my path?" Hearing this, the little girl hurriedly and carefully took out a folded piece of paper from her waist pouch and said, "Marquis, this little girl's name is not worth mentioning. Someone asked me to pass something to you." "Oh, what is it?" Li Zixuan's gaze froze. He hurriedly jumped down from Big White's back. In 3 steps, he arrived in front of the young girl and took the folded piece of paper from her hands. Without waiting for him to unfold the paper, the young girl smiled sweetly and said, "Since Marquis has received the letter, then I will take my leave. Marquis, don't worry, I have never opened this letter. Oh, right, I found this on the tail of the mad cow in Shi City. It should be useful for you, Marquis." After saying this, without waiting for Li Zixuan's reply, she placed a piece of burnt black bamboo pipe in Li Zixuan's hands. Then, she turned around and left. Very quickly, she disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 1585. Li Chengxian and Chang'e, who had almost been kidnapped by the assassin, quickly returned to the palace under the escort of a group of imperial guards. Empress Zhang's son, who had been worried for a long time, looked up and down at her son and daughter to see if they were missing any parts. After seeing the bruise on Li Chengxian's neck, Empress Zhang's son was naturally very distressed. She, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but be angry. That was the anger of a female eagle protecting her young. "Your Majesty, no matter what, you must find out the whereabouts of this assassin. No matter where he comes from, no matter what his intentions are, you must capture him. Otherwise, Chengxian, Chang'e, and even Qingke may encounter danger at any time in the future." Emperor Zhangsuin's tone was murderous, which was very rare for her, who had always been generous and benevolent. Lier didn't feel strange about this. On the contrary, he understood Emperor Zhangsuin's feelings because he wanted to capture the assassin more than anyone else and then cut him into pieces. "Maid Guanyin, don't worry. That assassin dared to harm my children. No matter where he hides, I will find him. At this time, all the gates of Chang and city have been sealed. That assassin can't escape. After we capture him, we will cut him into 1,000 pieces." Lier's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, "Father, Chang has a population of 1 million. If the city gates are closed for a long time, it will have a great impact on the people's livelihood. Moreover, many people in Chang and city are merchants or farmers outside the city. If Father can't catch the assassin, will the city gates be closed for a day? Then if the merchants and farmers outside the city can't leave the city, won't they be unable to return home and cut off their livelihood? I think that the assassin should be caught, but I still hope that Father won't affect the livelihood of the ordinary people just to catch the assassin. Otherwise, Ways-watching will impeach Imperial Father and make him angry again." When Lier was full of anger, Chang'e took a step forward and looked at Lier seriously. She was kind-hearted and always thought more than others. Moreover, what she said was indeed the truth. The city gates of Chang and city were closed around 9 o'clock in the morning. At this time, many merchants and farmers outside the city had just entered the city. However, when the city gates of Chang and city were suddenly closed, they couldn't go back even if they wanted to. Lier was first stunned, then immediately smiled knowingly and said, "Haha, Chang'e knows how to care for me. But Chang'e, you don't have to worry. If we really can't find the assassin today, we won't keep the city gates locked. At the latest, I will have people open the gates of Chang and city again before noon tomorrow. I will not let Wei Xuanqing find an excuse to remonstrate. As for that assassin, Even if we can't find him today, we don't believe that we can't find him in a month, or even a year. And in, Father is wise. Changle nodded happily. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience. Just as old Li's family was enjoying themselves, a young eunuch quickly walked in and bowed to Li'er. Li'er's expression turned solemn, and he said in a solemn voice, "Let him come in." Here. The eunuch accepted the order and left. At this moment, Emperor Zhongsun stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and must have something important to discuss with you. I, Chengxian, and Changle will take our leave first." But this time, Chengxian and Changle were in danger, and it was thanks to the Marquis of Yong, and that they saved us. Your Majesty, don't forget to reward me. Emperor Zhongsun was grateful to Li Zishuan from the bottom of her heart. Without Li Zishuan, Li Chengxian and Li Tai might have fallen out because of fighting for favor. Changle's illness definitely wouldn't have been completely cured, and today, Li Chengxian and Changle would have been kidnapped by the assassin. Emperor Zhongsun even felt that Li Zishuan was like Qin Xiong, a noble of the Li family. Back then, Qin Xiong had saved the lives of Li Yuan's family many times. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him the noble of Li Yuan's family. If not for this, Emperor Zhongsun wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask for a reward for an official no matter what. This was because she understood better than anyone the principle that the harem could not interfere in politics. Hee, we know what to do. Li'er nodded. Emperor Zhongsun left with Li Chengxian and Changle from the back of the hall. Official Li Zishuan pays his respects to your Majesty. After the three left, Li Zishuan stepped into the hall and bowed to Li'er. Speaking of which, he had just left an hour ago. Who would have thought that he would return at this time? Rise. Li'er waved his hand. After Li Zishuan stood still, he said, Chengxian and Changle were attacked by an assassin in Shi City. It was thanks to you and Daoist Xianqing that you arrived in time and saved them. What reward do you want? If it's reasonable, we will definitely grant it to you. In the morning court more than 2 hours ago, Li Zishuan had just received a reward, directly increasing his fief by a county. However, just over 2 hours later, Li'er wanted to reward Li Zishuan again. It had to be said that Li Zishuan's imperial favor was probably something that few people could match. However, when Li Zishuan heard this, he did not show any joy on his face. Instead, he said with a serious expression, Your Majesty, I am not here to ask for a reward. I have an extremely urgent matter to report to your Majesty. Li'er asked curiously, What is it? From his point of view, Li Zishuan was a little strange today. In the court, he had hinted in every possible way, but this guy just wanted to decline the reward. Now, he did not even care about what the reward was. Was this still the same person who would not act until he saw a rabbit? Li Zishuan took out a small piece of paper from the pouch at his waist and raised it above his head with both hands. Then he said, I accidentally received a secret letter. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Secret letter? All of you leave. Li'er was slightly shocked. He first dismissed his attendants, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Show it to me. As Zhao Song was currently outside the palace with the imperial guards, looking for the assassin's whereabouts, he naturally could not be in the main hall. Li Zishuan had also dismissed the rest of the people in the main hall, so the task of presenting the secret letter naturally fell on Li Zishuan's shoulders. Guards, quickly summoned Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Li Jing into the palace for a discussion. Li'er expressionlessly took the secret letter from Li Zishuan's hands. When he opened it, his expression changed with a schwa. After a moment, Li'er first shouted out of the hall, then looked at Li Zishuan and said with a pale face, Where did you get this secret letter? Yes, Your Majesty. A series of replies came from outside the hall, and then someone went to deliver the decree. When Li Zishuan heard Li'er's question, he clasped his hands and asked, Your Majesty, is the handwriting on this letter from General Li Junxian? Li'er lowered his head to take another look before nodding. Is indeed Junxian's handwriting? Li Zishuan asked again, Your Majesty, may I ask where General Li is now? Li'er replied, Several days ago, in order to investigate the origins of the Dragon King sect, Junxian specially infiltrated the Dragon King sect. Right now, wherever the Dragon King sect is, he should be there as well. Li Zixuan's heart trembled. He had guessed correctly. Li Junxian had really infiltrated the enemy camp, or else he would not have so much information on the Dragon King sect. If that's the case, the matter is very clear. Li Zixuan stepped forward and clasped his hands. The people of the Dragon King sect are currently hiding in the Serpent Spirit Mountain. They are preparing to attack Chang and tomorrow. The words attack Chang and immediately caused the atmosphere in the hall to turn somber. Lier's face was grim. After a long silence, he couldn't help but sneer. A mere Dragon King sect dares to dream of attacking Chang, and they came at the right time. We wanted to find them, but they delivered themselves to our doorstep. Your Majesty, you must not underestimate the enemy. Li Zixuan hurriedly clasped his hands. Your Majesty, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. If they want to know how many soldiers Chang has and how many provisions we have, they will definitely be able to find out. On the other hand, the Imperial Court knows nothing about their situation. Since the Dragon King sect dares to attack Chang, and their leader must be very confident. If we underestimate the enemy, the consequences will be unimaginable. Your Majesty, Duke Zhao, Prime Minister Fong, and Duke Wei request an audience. At this moment, a eunuch ran in and bowed. Lier hurriedly said, "Summon." Yes. After a while, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fong Xianling, and Li Jing, who had just finished the morning court, walked into Taiji Palace once again. Your subjects greet your Majesty. After Zhang Sun Wuji, Fong Xianling, and Li Jing entered the hall, they hurriedly clasped their hands and bowed to Lier. Lier waved his hand. My three beloved subjects, there is no need to be so courteous. Without waiting for Lier to explain why he summoned them here, Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, I heard that the Crown Prince and Changle were attacked by an assassin in Shi City. I wonder if the assassin, Zhang Sun Wuji, was a staunch member of the Crown Prince party. After hearing that Li Changqian was attacked by an assassin, he was more furious than anyone else. At this moment, he had already sent out all of the Zhang Sun family's guards to assist Wu Ho in finding the assassin. Lier waved his hand. Assistant, we have already sealed off all the city gates and sent the Imperial Army and Wu Ho to find the assassin. However, we have not summoned you here for this matter. Marquis Yong and show this secret letter to the three beloved subjects. Yes, your Majesty. Li Zixuan clasped his hands and bowed. Then, he stepped forward and took the secret letter from Lier before passing it to Zhang Sun Wuji. After the three of them read the letter, their faces turned grim. As you can see, Junxian mentioned in the secret letter that the Dragon Sect plans to attack Chang and City tomorrow. The Marquis of Yong An's opinion that the Imperial Court cannot underestimate the enemy under the cover of the enemy. I agree with him. At this time, Lier spoke up, but he immediately changed the topic. But now that we know where the Dragon Sect is hiding, why not take the initiative to send troops to Snake Spirit Mountain before they descend the mountain to cause trouble and catch them off guard? What do my beloved subjects think? Zhang Sun Wuji, Fong Xianling, and Li Jing frowned. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment before stepping forward and clasping his hands. Your Majesty, I think it is inappropriate. Why? Lier was puzzled. Li Zixuan clasped his hands and said, Firstly, Snake Spirit Mountain's terrain is steep. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. When the Imperial Court sent an army to encircle the Seven Cultivators sect, they suffered heavy losses on Snake Spirit Mountain. Now that the Dragon Sect has the guts to attack Chang and City, they must have at least 30 to 50,000 soldiers. Just based on this point, their strength is 100 times stronger than the Seven Cultivators sect. If we attack Snake Spirit Mountain rashly, the Imperial Court will suffer heavy losses. The gains will not make up for the losses. Chapter 1586. Plot? What kind of plot does the Heavenly Dragon sect have in Chang'an? In the Sweet Dew Hall, the moment Zhang Sun Wuji finished speaking, Lier, who was seated at the head seat, could not help but frown. The Heavenly Dragon sect is plotting something. The capital might be in danger. This was the first sentence in Li Junxian's letter. From this, one could see that Li Junxian believed that the most important matter for the imperial court was to investigate the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot and resolve it. But the problem lay in what the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot was. It wasn't written in the letter, and no one knew about it, much less resolve it. Thus, the three old officials and Li Zishuan all frowned as they tried to figure out what the Heavenly Dragon sect's secret plan was. After a long while, Feng Xianling stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject believes that the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot is to allow them to succeed tomorrow. They might have tens of thousands of soldiers outside the city and hundreds of spies inside the city. When the time comes, they might really be able to break through the gates of Chang'an. Thus, this old subject believes that although we don't know what the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot is, the imperial court must prepare a response in advance. We must prevent the Heavenly Dragon sect from dividing Chang, and from within." Hearing this, Li Jing nodded secretly. It was obvious that he approved of Old Feng's words. Li Er thought for a few moments before turning to Li Zishuan and asking, "Marquis Owen, what do you think?" "It's here again." Di Renge's classic line is here again. Even though this was an extremely solemn occasion, Li Zishuan couldn't help but grumble in his mind when he heard Li Er ask, "What do you think?" But grumbling was grumbling. The problem still had to be solved. "Your Majesty, this subject agrees with Feng Xuanling's words." Li Zishuan, who was well-versed in emotional quotient, first affirmed Old Feng's analysis. Then, in order to avoid disappointing Li Er, he began to speak of his own opinion. General Li didn't mention anything about the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot in Chang, and so he probably doesn't know either. This meant that this plot was the Heavenly Dragon sect's top secret. However, I believe that other than planting spies in Chang'an City, there's also a possibility that the Dragon sect is using the followers that the Dragon sect had previously developed in Chang'an City to plot something that would cause the imperial court to lose its prestige and His Majesty to lose face. By belittling the imperial court and praising themselves, not only would they be able to easily conquer Chang'an City, but they would also be able to quickly win the hearts of the people after conquering Chang'an City and then control the entire world. Today, the Crown Prince and Princess Changle were nearly robbed in the Western market. It is very likely that this was done by members of the Heavenly Dragon sect. They wanted to kidnap the Crown Prince and Princess Changle to threaten His Imperial Majesty and even strike at His Imperial Majesty's prestige. What? Marquis Yong, and you're saying that the assassinations in Changqian and Changle today were done by the Heavenly Dragon sect? Hearing Li Zishuan's last sentence, Li Eru's eyes narrowed and his face suddenly turned cold. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Imperial Majesty, what this subject has said is only a conjecture. It is a reasonable conjecture based on the evidence that we currently possess." Previously, when the assassin escaped from the Western market, this subject's martial uncle immediately pursued the assassin. However, in the end, he was unable to catch up. However, according to martial uncle, the assassin's martial arts originated from the Buddhist sect. Perhaps it is related to Buddhism. In addition, that assassin had many accomplices in Chang'an City. If not for those accomplices, the assassin would not have been able to escape from martial uncle's eyes. Buddhist sect. Accomplices. Hearing this, Li Eru's eyes flickered. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Li Zishuan and asked, "You mean to say that the assassin could be the Heavenly Dragon sect Shakyamuni, Dui?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "This subject has just returned from the north. Previously, this subject has not met the Venerable Dui of the Heavenly Dragon sect. However, this subject has heard of Dui. This person originated from the Tantric sect of the Western regions. Not only is he proficient in martial arts, he is also proficient in magic. Today, this subject believes that Shakyamuni Dui is a major suspect in the assassination of the Crown Prince and Princess Changle in the Western market. Not only is he a suspect, he also has sufficient motive. This is because as long as either the Crown Prince or Princess Changle fall into his hands, when the Heavenly Dragon sect rises tomorrow, They will have the capital to threaten the court and your imperial majesty. At the same time, they will be able to strike a blow at the court's prestige among the common people. Bang! Oomph! What a heavenly dragon sect! Truly preposterous. Li Eru had originally suspected the heavenly dragon sect, but that was only a suspicion. There was no evidence, nor was there any logical reasoning. Now, after hearing Li Zexuan's logical analysis, Li Eru slapped the table, unable to restrain his anger. Li Zexuan hurriedly said, "Your Imperial Majesty, please calm your anger. In reality, this is only this subject's conjecture. There is no sufficient evidence to prove that Shakyamuni Dui is at that moment. In addition, even if Shakyamuni Dui is the assassin, he is currently hiding in the shadows. It will be very difficult for your Imperial Majesty to dispatch people to find him. In addition, General Li also mentioned in the secret letter that tomorrow, not only will the heavenly dragon sect rise, but that the weather will change and thunder will roll. Does your Imperial Majesty not feel strange because of these words?" Li Eru frowned, doubtfully asking, "These words, could it be that they foretell tomorrow's weather?" Li Zexuan nodded. "This subject believes that this is very likely." Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. "But today the sky is clear and boundless. How can there be thunder tomorrow? In addition, this old man has never heard of General Li having the ability to predict the weather." Li Zexuan shook his head. "General Li does not have this ability. What about the Heavenly Dragon Sect? I have heard that the Heavenly Dragon Sect has not only recruited many disciples in Chang, but has also operated in Qingzhou for many years, with tens of thousands of disciples. In this way, there are definitely some capable people among the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Being able to predict the weather is not surprising." Hearing this, Feng Xianling was puzzled. The weather changes unpredictably. How can mortals accurately predict it? Li Zexuan explained, "Everything in the world is fated. Even the weather has its own rules to follow. In fact, if you want to know if tomorrow's weather will change and thunder will roll as the secret letter said, it is very simple. You only need to ask one person." "You mean Li Chunfeng?" Li Eru's eyes flashed. Li Chunfeng was not only good at mathematics and astrology, he was also good at predicting the weather. It was because of his comprehensive ability that Li Eru relied heavily on him. "Your Imperial Majesty is wise." Li Zexuan clasped his hands and said, "The palace and Yanhuang College both have telegraph machines. Your Imperial Majesty can send a telegram directly from Chang'an. I believe Master Li will be able to send tomorrow's weather to the palace through the telegraph machine." Li Eru pondered for a moment, then nodded and ordered outside the hall, "Men, bring me the telegraph machine." "Yes, sir." After a while, a soldier in silver armor walked into the hall with a big black box. Li Eru signaled Li Zexuan to operate the telegraph machine and sent a telegram to Yinshan. Among the 5 people present, only Li Zexuan knew how to operate the telegraph machine. After a series of beeping sounds, Li Eru's order was delivered to Yinshan. The next step was to wait for Li Chunfeng's reply from Yinshan. Speaking of which, Li Chunfeng used to visit his home in Chang and every now and then. However, because of the astronomical telescope in the academy, Li Chunfeng had completely embarked on a path of no return. He wished that he could live in the academy all day long. If the dragon sect really has someone who can predict the weather, why would the dragon head of the sect choose to attack Chang, and in such bad weather? Li Jing could not help but wonder while waiting for Li Chunfeng's reply. Generally speaking, weather with strong winds, heavy rain, and heavy snow was not suitable for marching and fighting. However, there was nothing that could be done about it if they were forced to fight in bad weather. However, when they knew that the weather was bad, they still planned to launch a military attack on that day. This was very puzzling. It was obviously not in line with military logic. Li Zexuan thought for a moment and said, "Firstly, the dragon head of the dragon sect thinks that attacking in such weather can catch the enemy off guard. Secondly, he might think that such weather is more conducive for the dragon sect members in the city to carry out their secret plans." Li Jing shook his head. It's true that attacking a city in thunderstorm weather can take the enemy by surprise, but the impact of the heavy rain on the attacking side is obviously greater than the defending side. Dragon Sect choosing to attack in such weather is definitely not worth the loss. So, comparatively speaking, the second reason you spoke of is extremely likely. Li Jing was known as the Tang Empire's god of war. He was very experienced in marching and fighting. If even he said so, Li Zishuan had no reason to refute. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the unique DDD sound of the telegraph rang in the Sweet Nectar Hall. Li Zishuan quickly walked to the telegraph and listened attentively. Well, the way he used the telegraph was different from everyone else. With his super memory, not only did he not need to record the code manually, he also did not need to hold a password book to translate the code one by one. His brain was like a humanoid computer, able to record and translate the code in real time. Mo Huai was the one controlling the telegraph at Yinshan. At this moment, the academy was in the middle of the final examination. Li Tai did not have time to send a telegram, so Mo Huai, as the leader of the physics department, had to do it himself. Not long after, the DDD sound gradually stopped. Li Zishuan walked up to Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, news from Yinshan has come. According to Priest Li's prediction, there will be thunderstorms in the vicinity of Chang, and starting from tomorrow morning." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. At this point, Li Er, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others had no choice but to believe that there would be thunderstorms tomorrow. Of course, this also proved that the Dragon Sect was indeed full of capable people. Li Er's face was solemn. After a moment of silence, he said, "No matter what, the Dragon Sect's plot in Chang and must be thoroughly investigated by tomorrow. Marquis Yong, and since Li Junxian has given you the secret letter, it means that he believes that you can solve the Dragon Sect's plot. Thus, we will leave this matter to you. We will do our best to satisfy your needs." Chapter 1587. Brother Xiao Xian, Changle is here to thank you. Thank you for saving me and Brother Crown Prince in Shi City. Changle has been learning needlework from Li and the others recently. I've embroidered a pair of mandarin duck pouches for Brother Xiao Xian and Sister Yushi. Don't think that Changle's embroidery isn't pretty. There's mint, cloves, mugwort leaves, and patchouli in it. It can get rid of dampness and heat, and it can also refresh the mind and benefit the brain. Outside Taiji Palace, beside the arch bridge near the Gate of Heaven Influence, Changle hesitated for a moment after seeing Li Jing leave. Then, she took out 2 white pouches embroidered with patterns from her waist and handed them to Li Zishuan. She said with some embarrassment, Changle, I saved you and Chengxian out of friendship. Why do you need to spend so much effort to embroider these things?" Li Zishuan felt that he couldn't accept these 2 pouches. They were too ambiguous and could easily be misunderstood by others. It was fine to misunderstand him, but if it involved Changle, this matter would be serious. After all, Changle was a princess of the Tang Empire. If she was misunderstood to have an unclear relationship with an official, Li Zishuan was sure that old Li would definitely take a sword and chase him all over Chang, and to kill him. Changle said with a determined expression, "That's right. It's because Brother Xiao Xian treats Changle and Brother Crown Prince as friends that Changle has to take out my heart to thank you after being saved by you. Also, these 2 pouches weren't sewn by me on the spot. They were already sewn a few days ago. Brother Xiao Xian, quickly accept them. Also, let Sister Yushi help me see if there's anything wrong with my embroidery. Sigh, when will Changle's embroidery be half as good as Sister Yushi's?" After saying that, the little girl sighed regretfully. Her face didn't reveal any strange expression. This made Li Zishuan wonder if he had been thinking too much. It was just 2 pouches. How could the pure Changle have those groundless feelings between a man and a woman? He was thinking too much. He was definitely thinking too much. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. Li Zishuan convinced himself in his heart. Seeing that Changle had been holding out her hands for a long time, he hurriedly stepped forward and took the pouch from Changle's hands. He put it in front of his eyes and glanced at it. Although the mandarin ducks on the pouch couldn't be said to be lifelike, At least they looked like real ones. This was quite difficult for an 8 or 9-year-old girl. Therefore, he couldn't help but say, "Haha, Changle, you are still young. You don't have to compete with others. When you grow up, no one can compare with your embroidery skills." When Changle heard that, he immediately lit up with joy and said, "Really? Brother Xiaoxian, could it be that Changle's embroidery is ugly? So you deliberately said nice things to comfort Changle?" Lisa Xuan said with a straight face, "How is that possible? Changle, it's rare for you to have such excellent embroidery at such a young age. At your age, Yushi is probably not as good as you in embroidery. But then again, Changle, you are the princess of the Tang Empire and the pearl in His Majesty's palm. You don't have to study embroidery too deeply." Changle was happy at first, but then she couldn't help but secretly say in her heart, "The princess of the Tang Empire is also a woman. She also has to take care of her husband and children." She only dared to say these words in her heart. In reality, even if she had twice the courage, she wouldn't dare to say it to Lisa Xuan face to face. "All right, I've accepted the gift. I have to go do my work. Just now, His Majesty gave me a task. If I don't do it well, your brother Xiaoxian will be punished." Looking at the position of the sun in the sky, Lisa Xuan estimated that it was almost noon. He hurriedly put away the 2 pouches and said. Changle's eyes flashed with reluctance. Then she nodded and said, "Yes." "Then, Brother Xiaoxian, you go to your work." "Well, how about I send Brother Xiaoxian out of the palace?" Lisa Xuan waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. It's not the first time I've come to the palace. I'm very familiar with it. I won't get lost. Changle, go back quickly." What a joke. If the beloved daughter of Li Er was to be his guide, how bad would it be if it reached old Li's ears? Changle pouted slightly and said with some reluctance, "Brother Xiaoxian, let Changle send you off again. If it weren't for you today, at least one of us would have died. If I don't do something for you, Changle won't be at peace." Seeing Changle's pleading face, Lisa Xuan couldn't bear to say, all right. Then Brother Xiaoxian will have the honor of letting Changle be your tour guide today and tour the palace." "Brother Xiaoxian, what's a tour guide?" "A tour guide, the so-called tour guide, is someone who guides tourists to enjoy the beautiful scenery." "Oh, okay. Then Changle will be Brother Xiaoxian's tour guide today." "Brother Xiaoxian, look, when we leave the Gate of Heaven Influence, on the left are the Minxia Outer Province, the Dianzhong Province, and the Zuqiania Guard. On the right are the Zhongshu Outer Province, the Square Building, and the Zuqiania Guard. The Imperial City in the middle of Chang, and which was most of the southwest area within the walls of the Ming Dynasty, with the Gate of Heaven Influence as the boundary, could be divided into the Inner Imperial City and the Outer Imperial City. The Inner Imperial City was where Li Er worked and lived. In layman's terms, the Inner Imperial City was what people often referred to as the palace. The Outer Imperial City housed the core administrative organization of the Li Tang dynasty. It included the 9 temples, which had evolved from the 3 ministers and 9 ministers during the Northern Qi dynasty. Grand Secretary, Guanglu Sun, Wei Wei, Grand Servant, Minister of Justice, the Honglu, Zhongzheng, Minister of Agriculture, and Minister of Finance. There were also the 3 provinces, Zhongshu Inner Province, Minxia Inner Province, and Shangshu Inner Province. There were also the 6 ministries, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, and Ministry of Works. In addition to these, there were also the offices of the 12 guards of the capital. Of course, these 12 guards would slowly develop into the 16 guards. Speaking of which, if Changle hadn't introduced all the offices here today, Lisa Xuan wouldn't have been able to recognize many of them. The main reason was that this fellow rarely interacted with the various departments of the imperial court, so naturally, he wasn't familiar with the specific locations of these offices. Isn't this the Imperial Ancestral Temple? Were they moving inside? If one went right from the Gate of Heaven Influence and then went south, they would be able to leave the Imperial City through the Gate of Peace. At this time, Lisa Xuan happened to see a group of eunuchs carrying sacks of something into the Imperial Ancestral Temple. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xiaoxian, you don't know. Previously, Imperial Father ordered the 6 ministries of the Imperial Court to prepare to attack the Turks. Imperial Father plans to offer sacrifices to the Imperial Ancestral Temple the day before the army departs, praying for the ancestors to bless the army's triumphant return. The eunuchs in the palace will buy incense and sacrificial offerings in advance to prepare for later needs. Changle looked in the direction of the voice. A moment later, she turned to Lisa Schwan and replied. Chapter 1588. How are the preparations on Venerable Du Yi's side? In a secret chamber on Snake Spirit Mountain, the dragon head of the dragon sect stood with his hands behind his back. He was still wearing his iron mask. Reporting to Dragon Head, the Venerable sent a message through a pigeon saying that the deployment in Chong and City has been completed. Once the auspicious hour arrives tomorrow, the Venerable will give Li Shimin a big surprise. At that time, our sect members in Chong and City will lead the rioting Chong and citizens to attack together. Chong and City will fall in the blink of an eye. Standing behind the Dragon Head was Zhang Liang, the finger judge of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Hearing the iron-masked man's question, Zhang Liang hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully. Good. The iron-masked man laughed, then turned to look at Zhang Liang and asked, How are the preparations on General Luo's side? Zhang Liang bowed slightly and replied, Dragon Chief, General Luo has already transferred 30,000 people who are loyal to the Dragon sect into the Heavenly Dragon Army. When we attack the city tomorrow, these 30,000 people will be the vanguard while the 20,000 main force of the Dragon sect will support them from the side. Once the city gates of Chong and City are open from the inside, the 20,000 elites will immediately charge into the city and lead the followers into the Imperial City. Good, good, good. The iron-masked man cheered loudly. It was obvious that he was extremely excited at this moment. He then smiled and said, Now everything is ready except for the east wind. Tomorrow, when the weather changes and thunder rolls, it will be the day when the dragon sect ascends to the top of this world. Zhang Liang congratulates the dragon head on obtaining the dragon throne. Zhang Liang bowed with an excited expression. The iron-masked man walked to Zhang Liang and patted him on the shoulder. Say, ha. After this is done, this seat will not forget your contributions. Du Yi will become the national preceptor of the Great Tang, and you, Zhang Liang, will become the right servant of the Great Tang. The right servant of the Great Tang was the Prime Minister, the head of the civil officials. However, the Great Tang abolished the position of Prime Minister and changed it to the left and right servant of the Great Tang. Zhang Liang's breathing quickened when he heard this. He quickly knelt on the ground and cupped his hands to the iron-masked man, saying, Subordinate Zhang Liang is willing to die for the Dragon Head and help the Dragon Head accomplish your great cause. Ha. My beloved minister, please rise. The iron-masked man nodded. He knew better than anyone else that the closer they were to success, the more unstable their hearts would be, and the easier it would be for them to make mistakes. In order to avoid any accidents, he could only draw a grand blueprint and a beautiful future for his subordinates, letting them work together for his goal. In the end, these were just some methods to win over people's hearts. It couldn't be said to be brilliant, but at this time, it was extremely useful. Zhang Liang's current performance was the best proof. I heard that Li Junjian performed very well in the Earth Emanations group. Is that true? After a moment of silence, the iron-masked man suddenly asked. It was said that not long after Li Junjian had joined the Heavenly Dragon sect, the Dragon Head had made an exception and promoted him to the Earth Fiend group due to his outstanding performance. The other ordinary members of the Heavenly Dragon sect were all envious of him. Zhang Liang's face instantly turned unnatural. The iron-masked man had ordered his finger cut off precisely because Li Junxian, had brought back the Heavenly Dragon sect's account books, causing others to privately call him the finger-chopping judge. Thus, Zhang Liang had always harbored a grudge against Li Junjian. But the iron-masked man clearly admired Li Junjian. How could Zhang Liang, with his normal emotional intelligence, choose to speak ill of Li Junjian at a time like this? Fortunately, he was bent over and had his head lowered. The iron-masked man looked down from above and couldn't see his expression. Otherwise, the iron-masked man would have been able to see through his thoughts. Replying to the dragon head, "Your subordinate has also heard that Li Junjian has been diligent in his training in the Earth Fiend group and has never been lazy. He has always been one of the best in all the examinations, and even General Luo has praised him. He truly is a good seedling. Your subordinate truly admires the dragon head's discerning eye for talent." Zhang Liang raised his head, the unnatural expression on his face gone, replaced by sincerity and admiration. "Ha! Good. The dragon sect should have more brave and fearless youths like Li Junjian." The iron-masked man laughed loudly, pausing for a moment before giving another order. "Since the deployment in Chang and city has been completed, let Du Yi return to the Snake Spirit Mountain quickly. When the army attacks the city tomorrow, we still need him to boost the morale of the dragon sect members." Zhang Liang nodded and replied, "Yes, Dragonhead." Zhang Liang turned and left, while the iron-masked man turned and sat on the tiger skin couch, fantasizing that after tomorrow, he would rule the world, and Li Shimin would become his prisoner. The iron-masked man could not help but let out a burst of wild laughter. "Hee, Li Shimin, tomorrow I will make you pay for this blood debt with blood. Hee." For a moment, the room was filled with the iron-masked man's sinister laughter. In the valley to the north of the Snake Spirit Mountain, countless burly men in black held Modeo and hacked at the wooden stakes in front of them again and again. Sweat rolled down their foreheads, but no one dared to wipe it off. Their clothes were already drenched in sweat. This was an elite force of disciplined soldiers. Li Junxian was among them, and at his level of martial arts, this sort of training was naturally easy and casual for him. But he was a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and his public identity was that of a hunter. He naturally didn't dare to reveal all his martial arts, so he could only act like the others, using all his strength to wield the Mo saber. I finally heard that the Marquis of Yong and had returned to Chang'an, but I'm now in prison. I wonder if that little girl delivered my letter to the Marquis of Yong. And I wonder if the Marquis of Yong and will be able to investigate the dragon sect scheme in Chang'an." Li Junxian thought to himself as he continued to wield the Modeo and pretend that it was very strenuous for him. One could say that he was doing 3 things at once. Right now, he had no place to use his martial prowess. He could only place his hopes on that little girl who had accidentally come to the base of the Snake Spirit Mountain to pick herbs. "Little girl, who told you to come here to pick herbs? What's wrong? I can't pick herbs here? I see that there are many herbs here that can be sold for a lot of money. Wow, there's a Lingji up there. Wow, I'm rich. Oh, it's too high. I can't climb up. Big brother, can you help me pick the Lingji up?" "Little girl, there are many bandits on this mountain. If you still want to live, you should leave as soon as possible." "Oh, but this Lingji can be sold for a lot of money. With this money, I can buy my little sister a portion of the chicken from the Drunken Immortal restaurant." "Little girl, I'm afraid that you won't have the life to spend some money." I don't care. Isn't it because the bandits didn't notice me? Big brother, I beg of you, please help me pick that stock." "Little girl, you really want money more than your life. I can help you, but you have to help me deliver a letter to Chang'an." Okay. I've come to Chang and to participate in the Yanwang College's entrance examination. I'm very familiar with this place, so I'll definitely be able to deliver the letter." Li Junxian couldn't help but bitterly smile as he recalled the scene from this morning. How could he have so easily trusted a little girl that he had never met? If he didn't deliver the letter, he would have to die 10,000 times. "Marquis, what do you think? Should we just forget about it? These incense sticks were all transported from the great Xingshan temple, so there shouldn't be any problems. After all, we were there with them. Outer Imperial City, Imperial Ancestral Temple." The old eunuch couldn't help but reveal a difficult expression after hearing Shaoan's words. He turned around and clasped his hands toward Li Zishuan. "Big brother, little Xian." Changle's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. She tugged on Li Zishuan's sleeves, indicating that Li Zishuan shouldn't clash with the old eunuch. Li Zixuan's eyes narrowed. It seems like this old eunuch's status in the palace isn't low. Even Changle had to give him some face. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Zixuan chose to take a step back for now. Since Stewart can vouch for me, this marquis can be at ease. Chang'an's city has been very chaotic recently, so this marquis was a little suspicious. Stewarden, please don't take it to heart. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The old eunuch's eyes narrowed into slits, and he smiled like a Mithra Buddha. The Marquis of Yong, and is wholeheartedly devoted to the country. He is loyal to the emperor, and his spirit is commendable. I only have admiration and respect for you. I will never, nor will I dare to, blame you for anything. Fine. If that's the case, then this marquis will take his leave. Li Zixuan nodded and said lightly. Then he left with Changle. Suddenly, he felt as if his eyes were blinded by something. Looking in the direction of a light, Li Zixuan could only see that the young eunuch had his hands tucked into his sleeves. On such a hot day, it was very strange. Li Zixuan pretended not to see it, and quietly walked towards the Vermilion Bird Gate with Changle. Brother Xiao Xian, don't you want to know Steward Anne's identity? After walking a distance, Changle couldn't help but ask. Li Zixuan nodded and said, I want to. Then why don't you ask me? I'm the most familiar with the matters in the palace. Changle said doubtfully. Li Zixuan smiled and said, haha, because I know that even if I don't ask, someone will definitely say it. Brother Xiao Xian, you. Changle was speechless, but after hesitating for a moment, she still said, Steward Anne's name isn't Dajong. He's an old man who previously served by Imperial Grandfather's side. He has a very good relationship with eldest uncle. After Imperial Father ascended the throne, Steward An was arranged to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to guard the memorial tablets of Emperor Taizu and Emperor Shizu. Although it's like this, Steward An relies on his previous connections and has quite a bit of prestige in the palace. Moreover, due to Imperial Grandfather's relationship, Imperial Father also can't be too harsh on Steward An. Therefore, Changle didn't want Brother Xiao Xian to have a conflict with Steward An. After Li Yuan ascended the throne, his father Li Gui was posthumously awarded the title of Emperor Yuan, and the temple was named Shizu. His grandfather Li, who was posthumously awarded the title of Emperor Jing, and the temple was named Emperor Taizu. Both memorial tablets were enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple to receive the incense of future generations. So this is Li Yuan's steward eunuch. No wonder he's so arrogant. Li Zixuan heard this and suddenly understood. He muttered in his heart, and then looked at Changle and said gently, I understand. Thank you, Changle, for the reminder. Changle smiled sweetly and said, Brother Xiao Xian, you're welcome. Li Zixuan smiled and said, haha, all right. We're already at Vermilion Bird Gate. Changle, as a tour guide, you should return to the palace. Brother Xiao Xian still has important matters to attend to and can't stay in the imperial city any longer. Oh, Changle looked at Li Zixuan reluctantly, but she didn't want to show it too obviously. The reluctance in her eyes only flashed for a moment. She nodded and said softly, then Brother Xiao Xian, I'll return to the palace first. Take care. Also, don't worry if you can't complete the mission that Imperial Father gave you. When the time comes, Changle will plead for mercy for you. Li Zixuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself, saying, haha, then I'll thank Changle in advance for her kindness. All right, these 2 days, Chang'an's city isn't peaceful. Changle, you and Changxian try not to leave the palace. Just stay in the palace and don't go anywhere. Understand? He thought about how the dragon sect would attack Chang'an and city tomorrow and detonate the hidden bombs buried in the city. He couldn't help but want to remind Changle. Changle's heart warmed as she nodded heavily and said, I'll listen to Brother Xiao Xian and stay in the palace with Brother Crown Prince these 2 days. We won't go anywhere. Go back quickly. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Brother Xiao Xian, take care. Changle waved her hand and turned to leave. Gradually, Changle disappeared from sight. The smile on Li Zixuan's face also disappeared. He didn't directly leave Vermilion Bird Gate. but turned right and walked towards the imperial ancestral temple again. The dragon sect, the true dragon son of heaven. Does the dragon sect want to be the true dragon son of heaven, or is it related to the true dragon son of heaven? Listen to Zhong. I'm afraid there's something wrong with him. After knowing the identity of the old eunuch, Li Zishuan did not feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt a sense of danger. First, there was the assassination in Shi City, and then there was the strange smell that he smelled in front of the imperial ancestral temple. Then, there was the light that flashed on the little eunuch's sleeve before he left. Combined with the old eunuch's identity, these seemingly unrelated events seemed to have some kind of connection when he thought about it carefully. It was extremely frightening. Therefore, Li Zishuan didn't plan to leave the imperial city. He had to thoroughly investigate the abnormality in the imperial ancestral temple. As for why he wanted to send Changle away, it was mainly because he saw a flash of cold light on the little eunuch's sleeve in front of the imperial ancestral temple. That was obviously a sharp dagger. Li Zishuan was very confident in his martial arts. As long as the little eunuch dared to make a move, he was 100% sure that he could subdue him in an instant. However, Li Zishuan wasn't clear about the old eunuch's position and depth. He wasn't sure if Dezhong would make a move on Changle while he was subduing the little eunuch. Therefore, for Changle's safety, Li Zishuan could only think of a way to send the little girl away first. Chapter 1589. Quickly sweep this place clean. Yes, Stewardin. When Li Zishuan returned to the imperial ancestral temple, the wooden boxes in front of the temple had all disappeared, and Dezhong was instructing a group of eunuchs to clean up the empty space. Seeing Li Zishuan return, and Dezhong's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly went up to greet him, cupping his hands. "Oh, Marquis Yong, and didn't you just leave with Her Highness? Why are you back?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Is Steward not welcoming me?" And Dezhong hurriedly cupped his hands and apologized. "I wouldn't dare. AI, look at my mouth. I've said the wrong thing again. Marquis, I definitely didn't mean that. I was just thinking, Marquis, you've always been busy with official business, so why are you so free to come to the Imperial Ancestral Temple today?" Li Zishuan's expression suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "When I left the Imperial Ancestral Temple, I seemed to have heard the call of Emperor Taizu. At that time, I thought I had heard wrongly, but when I reached the Vermilion Bird Gate, I clearly heard an old man shouting, 'I am Emperor Taizu Li Hu. Marquion, why aren't you entering the Imperial Ancestral Temple to pay your respects?' At that time, I knew that Emperor Taizu had appeared. I hurriedly turned back and wanted to enter the Imperial Ancestral Temple to pay my respects to Emperor Taizu and listen to his teachings." When Dezhong heard this, he suddenly felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten feces, and his face turned green. Although he knew that Li Zishuan was talking nonsense, he couldn't refute it directly. After all, he didn't have any real evidence to prove that Emperor Taizu didn't show up. Marquis, the Imperial Ancestral Temple is an important place for the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Without His Majesty's Imperial Edict, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to enter like this. Seeing that Li Zishuan was about to walk towards the Imperial Ancestral Temple, and Dezhong's expression changed, and he hurriedly blocked Li Zishuan's path and said in a strict tone. Although his tone had become harsh, and Dezhong still had a harmless smile on his face. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. This kind of smile made it difficult for ordinary people to get angry. Li Zishuan stood with his hands behind his back and said faintly, "Stewardin, this Marquis also told you just now that Emperor Taizu appeared and wanted to summon this Marquis to listen to the teachings of the Emperor. If you don't let this Marquis in, Emperor Taizu will blame me and will appear in your dreams at night." And Dezhong couldn't help but shudder as he felt a chill in his heart. But after hesitating for a moment, he still shook his head and said, "Marquis, even so, I can't let you in. Unless there is an imperial edict from His Majesty, no one is allowed to enter the Imperial Ancestral Temple." After saying that, and Dezhong bowed slightly, but his body stood still in front of Li Zishuan. Obviously, unless Li Zishuan stepped over him, he would definitely not move aside. The situation suddenly became a stalemate. The eunuchs near the imperial ancestral temple also came over and stood behind Indijong. Their intentions were self-evident. As for the imperial guards near the south gate of the imperial ancestral temple, although they also noticed the commotion, no one took the initiative to come closer. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes. If he had only suspected that there was something wrong with the imperial ancestral temple, now he was almost certain that there was something wrong with the imperial ancestral temple. Otherwise, Indijong wouldn't have racked his brains to stop him from entering the imperial ancestral temple. Unfortunately, I do have an imperial edict with me. Li Zishuan suddenly smiled, and then took out a bright yellow imperial edict from his sleeve. He waved it and said, "But I can't tell you the contents of the imperial edict. However, I have a gold medallion bestowed by His Majesty. Seeing the gold medallion is like seeing His Majesty. What else do you have to say?" Silence. The moment Li Zishuan showed the gold medallion, everyone in front of the imperial ancestral temple couldn't help but look at the gold medallion in Li Zishuan's hand. Indijong's cheeks twitched violently. After being stunned for a moment, he took the lead and bowed to the gold medallion. "Greetings, Your Majesty! Greetings, Your Majesty!" The eunuchs behind Indijong all bowed in unison. Li Zishuan had long since moved to the side. He was very clear in his heart that he was not blessed to enjoy these people's great salutes. At this time, he looked at Indijong with a slight playfulness and said indifferently, "Chieftain, can this marquis go in now?" Indijong's expression was unnatural. He forced a smile and said, "Of course. Marquis, please." Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. He then put away the imperial edict and gold medallion. With his hands behind his back, he walked directly to the steps in front of the imperial ancestral temple. In fact, he could have taken out the imperial edict and gold medallion and forced his way in. However, if he did that, he wouldn't have the chance to test Indijong's reaction and attitude. Indijong, who was following behind, secretly gave a look to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch nodded and quickly followed Li Zishuan. The imperial ancestral temple was very big. If it was calculated in square meters, Li Zishuan roughly estimated that the entire temple's floor area was at least 2,000 square meters. In the core area of the capital, there was actually someone who used a house of more than 2,000 square meters as an ancestral hall. It was estimated that only the ancient royal families could do such a rich thing. "Marquis, the memorial tablet of Emperor Taizu is here." After entering the imperial ancestral temple, the eunuch who was following Li Zishuan the closest hurriedly came to Li Zishuan's side and led the way. Li Zishuan glanced at the eunuch indifferently. With his excellent memory, he naturally recognized the eunuch in front of him. He was the Shaoan Zi from before, the person whose sleeves flashed briefly with a cold light. You can lead the way." Li Zishuan almost instantly understood Indijong's plan. They didn't want him to wander around the imperial ancestral temple and investigate as he pleased. They wanted him to quickly finish paying respects to Emperor Taizu and leave as soon as possible. Li Zishuan inwardly sneered. "Since this young master is here, I won't leave until I find out what's going on." Although it was already noon and time for lunch, Li Zishuan didn't feel the slightest bit hungry. When Li Er had given him this case, he had been worried sick. Although Li Junxian had said in the letter that the Dragon King sect was plotting something in Chang'an, he hadn't specified what sort of plot it was or where it was deployed. This was an unsolved case. Li Zishuan had been forced to accept this task in the face of danger. In truth, he had been very nervous because he wasn't confident that he could uncover the Dragon King sect's plot. Now that he had stumbled upon a clue, how could he easily give it up? He wanted to follow the vine to the melon and uncover the big boss behind the scenes. "Marquis, this is Emperor Taizu's memorial tablet." After passing through 2 side halls, Li Zishuan finally arrived at the ancestral hall, where Li Hu was enshrined. As Emperor Taizu of the Great Tang, although he hadn't sat on the throne for a single day, Li Hu naturally enjoyed the treatment of a single room. His portrait was hung on the wall in the center of the ancestral hall, and in front of the portrait was a memorial tablet, candlesticks, and incense burner. Li Zishuan nodded and said, This marquis wants to listen to Emperor Taizu's teachings. All of you are dismissed." The eunuch turned to Ndejong. After some thought, Ndejong bowed and said, "Since that's the case, this one will take his leave." After saying that, he turned around and left with the few eunuchs beside him. He even helped Li Zixuan close the door. Li Zixuan first pretended to burn 3 sticks of incense, then went forward to pay his respects to Li Hu's memorial tablet. Then he directly sat cross-legged on a praying mat. With a ding sound, it seemed that something had fallen to the ground. Li Zixuan hurriedly looked down and saw a burnt bamboo stick lying beside the praying mat. This was the bamboo stick given to him by the little girl who delivered Li Juanxian's secret message on the way to the palace. It was said that the mad bull in the western market had this bamboo stick filled with sulfur tied to its tail. Picking up the bamboo stick from the ground, Li Zixuan unexpectedly put the stick to his nose and sniffed it. The pungent smell of sulfur immediately assaulted his nostrils. Li Zixuan frowned. His eyes darkened as he muttered to himself, "Similar. Too similar. Could it be that the wooden box from before was filled with sulfur as well? Why would the Imperial Ancestral Temple need sulfur? Is that little eunuch and Ndejong related to the Dragon God sect?" A series of questions lingered in Li Zixuan's mind. After pondering for a moment, he carefully put away the bamboo stick in his hand and then sat down cross-legged. His powerful mind power immediately spread out. When Li Zixuan first transmigrated last year, he realized that his mental strength was abnormally strong. Not only did he have an eidetic memory and a sharp mind, he could also construct 3D models of various complicated machines in his mind. At that time, he thought that this was the golden finger that he had as a transmigrator. However, after several breakthroughs in his martial arts realm, Li Zixuan realized that his mental strength was extremely strong, and it had something to do with the Supreme Mystery Sutra. Moreover, as his martial arts realm got higher and higher, his mental strength would also get stronger and stronger. Now that he was a Zhongshu late-stage expert, his mental strength was naturally incomparable to before. Furthermore, this was the first time he used his golden finger after half a year. As he exerted all his mental strength floated through every corner of the Imperial Ancestral Temple and then fed back to the nerve center of his brain, allowing his brain to draw a 3D model of the temple. This process sounded a bit mysterious, but the principle was a bit like an ultrasonic radar. After a while, every table and chair in the entire Imperial Ancestral Temple appeared in Li Zixuan's mind. At the same time, Li Zixuan opened all the pores on his body and crazily absorbed the qi in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. He wanted to confirm whether there was sulfur in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Wherever there was sulfur, there would be a pungent smell. With Li Zixuan's martial arts cultivation and the special properties of the Taishan Sutra, it was relatively easy to find this smell in the air. It was reasonable to say that with Li Er's imperial edict, Li Zixuan could directly search by force. However, the Imperial Ancestral Temple was, after all, a very sacred and solemn place of the Li family's ancestral temple. If he was not 100% sure, Li Zixuan would not dare to go too far here. Firstly, it would make Li Er look bad. Secondly, if he found nothing in the end, he would definitely be impeached and punished. Therefore, he came up with such a stupid idea. Humph! There is indeed something wrong with this Imperial Ancestral Temple. There is so much sulfur stored in it. After a long time, Li Zixuan suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he murmured in a low voice, "Northwest, the first room." After saying that, he stood up from the futon and directly turned to leave the room. Ndejong had been waiting outside. When he saw Li Zixuan come out, he hurriedly walked up to him and said, "Marquis, have you finished listening to the Imperial Edict of Emperor Taizu?" "Yes." Li Zixuan nodded, and then said with a serious face, "Emperor Taizu said that there is an evil spirit in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, and he wants me to go and get rid of the evil spirit. Director In, since you are in charge of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, you should cooperate with me. Quickly lead the way. There is an evil spirit in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. And De Jong's eyebrows twitched and his heart tightened. He hurriedly said, "Marquis, you can't say such things casually. The Imperial Ancestral Temple is illuminated by the light of Buddha. How could an evil spirit dare to hide here?" "Why not?" Emperor Taizu said that the evil spirit is hiding in the first room in the northwest. Li Zixuan's face was solemn. Suddenly, he stretched out his left hand and pointed to the northwest. Instantly, and Daizhong and a eunuch named Xiao and Zi's faces changed at the same time. Li Zixuan stepped forward and said, "What? Director, and why aren't you leading the way?" And Daizhong gritted his teeth and said, "Marquis, there are many forbidden areas in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. You can come and pay your respects to Emperor Taizu, but you can't walk around as you wish. Otherwise, if you offend the gods, I can't bear the consequences." Li Zixuan heard this and snorted coldly. He took out the imperial edict from his sleeve and read aloud. "The Emperor of the Tang Empire decrees that Marquis Yong and is to thoroughly investigate the case of the Dragon Sect. The officials of the 6 ministries and the generals of the capital must cooperate with Marquis Yong and's investigation. Marquis Yong and can come and go from any corner of Chong and city. No one could stop him. Imperial edict." At this point, Li Zixuan had nothing to hide. He must quickly find out why there was so much sulfur in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. As for Daizhong and that Xiao and Zi, there must be something wrong with them. When Li Zixuan took out the Imperial Edict, everyone hurriedly bowed and stood to the side. When Li Zixuan finished reading, the 4 or 5 eunuchs and Daizhong were all shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect that Li Zixuan would give Li Zixuan so much power. At this time, Li Zixuan was simply the second Li heir in Chong and city. He could go wherever he wanted and ask for help from whoever he wanted. "Director, and why haven't you received the Imperial Edict? Don't tell me you want to go against the Imperial Edict?" Li Zixuan stared at Daizhong without blinking and said indifferently. And Daizhong's expression changed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Marquis Owen, how dare you? How dare you fake an Imperial Edict? Men, quickly arrest Marquis Owen." Yes. The 4 or 5 eunuchs immediately surrounded Li Zixuan, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Without another word, Xiao Anzi pulled out the dagger hidden in his sleeves and thrust it at Li Zixuan's throat in a flash. Chapter 1590. You're courting death. Li Zixuan did not panic in the face of the sudden assassination attempt. On the contrary, he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. As long as these people could not help but make a move, it meant that they were guilty. It also meant that he was getting closer to the truth. When the dagger in Xiao Anzi's hand was 3 inches away from Li Zixuan's throat, Li Zixuan leaned back slightly, and the dagger that was flickering with cold light missed. Li Zixuan didn't intend to let Xiao Anzi go just like that. He placed his right hand on Xiao Anzi's wrist and gently squeezed. Suddenly, with a kacha sound, Xiao Anzi let out a painful howl because his wrist was completely dislocated. Immediately after, Li Zixuan's other hand directly grabbed Xiao Anzi's clothes, lifted him up, and ruthlessly smashed him towards the 4 little eunuchs who were about to rush up. Immediately, there were miserable cries of ouch. These people did not know martial arts at all. Li Zixuan did not feel any pressure when dealing with them. He took care of them with one move. However, there was still one more person in the room. The moment Li Zixuan tossed little Anzi out, and Daizhong also moved. The old eunuch instantly disappeared from where he was standing, and in the next moment, he was 10 feet behind Li Zixuan. His palm turned into a claw, and he ruthlessly grabbed at the back of Li Zixuan's neck. This speed was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. The old eunuch was also a martial arts expert. He was at least close to the Grandmaster realm, or had already reached the Grandmaster realm. What was worse was that the old eunuch's fingernails were purplish black. In this era, there were no nail salons that could dye people's fingernails. The old eunuch's fingernails were purplish black, which meant that he had applied poison on them. You are indeed not ordinary. Although Li Zixuan's back was facing Daizhong, he did not let his guard down. When he first met Daizhong, He felt that he could not see through in De Jong's strength. He had always been on guard against this old eunuch. Li Zishuan did not dare to let his guard down in the face of the old eunuch's claw. He turned around with lightning speed, drew the wind-chasing sword from his waist, and slashed at Da Zhong's claw. So what if his fingernails were poisoned? Could it be that they could withstand sword? When he had left the Taiji Palace, the wind-chasing sword had been returned to him. Right now, he could use it to deal with De Zhong. Wind-chasing sword was incomparably sharp and cold, and De Jong naturally did not dare to receive it head-on. He grunted and hurriedly retreated. When he reached the corner of the wall, there was an iron rod leaning against the wall, and De Jong's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly grabbed the iron rod and kicked off the wall with his right foot. His entire body changed from retreating to advancing, flying towards Li Zishuan. Clang! 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 The metal rod collided fiercely with the wind-chasing sword in the air, producing a series of clanging sounds. However, the wind-chasing sword was so sharp that even though the metal rod was solid, it was still an ordinary metal. After a while, the metal rod was cut into the shape of a hedgehog by the wind-chasing sword. Since they were in the house, Li Zishuan could not use his swordsmanship. If he used all his swordsmanship, it was very likely that he would destroy the entire house. Even if he found out that De Jong was hiding behind the scenes, Lier would not let him off easily. After all, this was the imperial ancestral temple. Therefore, Li Zishuan could only rely on brute force and the most primitive sword moves to deal with Da Zhong's swordsmanship. Even so, it was enough. Oomph! I didn't expect that there would be a master in the imperial ancestral temple. Chief, and you must be hiding here for something big, right? Li Zishuan blasted Da Zhong away with his sword, and then a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he spoke indifferently. The De Zhong in front of him was only at the beginner stage of Grandmaster. Moreover, due to the fact that his body was damaged, his personal strength was weaker than an ordinary master. After De Zhong steadied himself, he took 2 deep breaths. Then, with a face full of resentment, he said, Li Zishuan, don't be conceited and arrogant just because you are strong in martial arts and are favored by the emperor. There will be a day when you, your parents, and your wife will be beheaded because of your meddling in other people's business today. You will regret it. He. You, die. Li Zishuan's face turned cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and coldness. He could allow others to harm him, but he could not tolerate others threatening his family. After saying that, Li Zishuan held the wind-chasing sword in his hand and stabbed it into Da Zhong's chest. He. Come on, kill me, ah. If you kill me, your whole family will be buried with me. Ha. Seeing Li Zishuan coming at him with sword in hand, and Da Zhong seemed to have gone mad. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. He actually stood straight on the spot without dodging, planning to use his flesh and blood to receive Li Zishuan's sword strike. The reason for this was mainly because after the battle, just now, Da Zhong already knew Li Zishuan's current strength and martial arts realm. He was fully aware that he could not defeat Li Zishuan no matter what. Instead of being captured and interrogated, it would be more straightforward to die under Li Zishuan's sword. Perhaps to him, this was the most perfect ending. Seeing that De Zhong did not dodge, it was obvious that he was ready to die. Li Zishuan's wind-chasing sword in his hand moved slightly to the left before it touched De Zhong. With a chi sound, the long sword pierced through Da Zhong's shoulder. Why? Why don't you kill me? Da Zhong shouted. His voice was filled with disbelief and anger. Li Zishuan sneered. You want to die so easily? Wouldn't that be too easy for you? After saying that, he took 2 steps forward and sealed the artery on Da Zhong's arm to prevent him from bleeding to death. Then, without waiting for De Zhong to react, he broke his other arm. After doing all this, Li Zishuan looked at the 5 young eunuchs in the room and the old eunuch and De Zhong. Then, he clapped his hands, indicating that he was done. Li Zishuan thought for a moment. With so many eunuchs, he wouldn't be able to escort them all by himself. Li Zishuan strode out of the imperial ancestral temple in a flash and shouted in the direction of the southern gate. Someone come quickly. There's an assassin in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Whoosh! When the guards outside in Men's Gate heard this, they immediately moved and ran towards Li Zishuan's location. Li Zishuan nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned around and returned to the small room. Quick, quick, feed me the medicine first. Just as he reached the door, Li Zishuan heard Dazhong's urgent shouts from inside the room. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly lifted his feet to step into the room. He saw that the three eunuchs were already foaming at the mouth and collapsed on the ground. Poison, this was obviously the symptom of poison. Another young eunuch was holding a small porcelain bottle. He took out a small black pill from the bottle and fed it to Dazhong. Stop. Chapter 1591. The wood was lying on the body of the ancient building, suffering from the torture of nature as it became modeled day by day. Thunder and lightning were the most unwilling to be lonely. They would jump from the clouds and bite the body of the wood again and again. Therefore, the ancient craftsmen used their wisdom to launch a game in exchange for the survival of the residents under the thunder and fire. On the bank of the vast daunting lake, there stood a 39-meter-high, octagonal, 7-story brick tower. It looked particularly tall and straight. The brick tower was octagonal and pointed at the top. In the middle, there was a dark iron pestle pointing to the sky. The decorations around were structured according to the structure, showing the appearance of an octagonal sandwich. A few iron chains connected to the top and fixed the structure climbed along the ridge to the wing corners, winding down and finally converting to the earth in a crawling posture. It was the C.I. Sure Tower, and also the earliest evidence of the confrontation between the wisdom of the ancestors of this ancient civilization and the thunder and fire. It was the combination of the iron pestle and the iron chains that enabled the ancient tower to escape from the thunder and fire countless times. The lightning rod was not a product of modern society. As early as more than 1,000 years ago, it appeared in the Central Plains. In the Roasted Scorch, there was such a record. In the Han Dynasty, by Liang Hall, was in a fire. A wizard suggested that a fishtail-shaped copper tile should be placed on the roof to prevent the fire caused by thunder and lightning. The fishtail-shaped tile on the roof was actually used as a lightning rod. It could be regarded as the prototype of the lightning rod. In ancient times, when the gods embraced each other, simple technology could only take root and sprout in the doubts of the ancestors by turning around the mountains around religion. Therefore, the ancestors' avoidance of thunder and lightning followed the civilization of that era and were herded in the river valley, waiting for awakening. In the traditional culture of China, metaphysics was quite representative, such as the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. In the field of the 8 trigrams, the Zhen hexagram represented thunder. After combining the positions, there were also South Li, North Can, East Zhen, West Dui, as well as South Sparrow, North Black Tortoise, Turtle Snake, East Azure Dragon, West White Tiger. Therefore, under the presumption of the magicians, the ancients unanimously formed the thought that thunder followed the dragon. From then on, in order to prevent buildings from being struck by lightning, the forebears had to construct and install lightning protection facilities, which were known as dragon suppression. Therefore, in the extraordinary appearance of the ancient buildings, many lightning arresters known as dragon guards began to grow and multiply on the bodies of the ancient buildings in China. For example, in China, the tip of some ancient towers was often coated with a layer of metal membrane. Then, it was connected to the central pillar of the underground tower using a material that was easy to conduct electricity. The end of the pillar was connected to the dragon cave, where the metal was stored. This formed a kind of ancient dragon subduing. In addition, such as the owl tails that stood upright on many ancient towers and palaces, the animal-shaped tiles on the roofs, and the so-called thunder god pillars that often stood in the tall temples. They all formed good conductive channels with the earth and became important members of the dragon suppressors. These were the crystallization of the wisdom of China's ancient craftsmen. For thousands of years, our ancestors had used extreme ingenuity to develop the simple science into a shocking appearance. Although it had weathered wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, It had remained unmoved for thousands of years, and the dragon's subduing on the roof of the Imperial Ancestral Temple had been modified by someone into a gunpowder magazine. Li Zixuan raised his head and saw several thin iron wires being pulled down from the cracks in the roof and inserted into a wooden box at the top. Although Li Zixuan didn't graduate with a history major in his previous life, he still knew that ancient buildings had lightning arresters. Besides, even if he didn't know this in his previous life, he still had the memories of his previous life. Thus, when Li Zixuan saw those iron wires coming down from the cracks in the roof and associated them with the dragon subduing on the roof, as well as Li Juanxian's secret letter stating that the clouds would change color and thunder would rumble, Zixuan understood everything. Someone wanted to attract lightning to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. When the lightning sparks were combined with the sulfur and charcoal in the room, the Imperial Ancestral Temple would most likely be doomed. But would the sulfur and charcoal really be detonated by the lightning sparks? Li Zixuan wasn't sure. After all, these two things were flammable at most. Even Li Zixuan didn't know if they could be ignited by the lightning sparks. Because he had never done any experiments in the modern era, the color of the box at the top seems to be different. Is it a coincidence, or are the things inside different? At this moment, Li Zixuan noticed that the color of the wooden box at the top was slightly lighter. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. After pondering for a moment, Li Zixuan tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his whole body left the ground. He soared into the air and flew toward the box at the top. He saw that the top of the box had been punched with 5 small holes, which were just enough for 5 iron wires to pass through. Li Zixuan pulled out the metal wire from the wooden chest. Then, he carried the wooden chest and returned to the surface. Just as he was about to open the wooden chest to investigate, he heard a series of hurried footsteps coming from outside the Imperial Ancestral Temple. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to greet them. Just as he reached the main hall of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, he saw Li Zixuan striding in. Li Zixuan hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. "Paying respects to your majesty." Li Zixuan's face was dark as he said in an unfriendly tone, "Marquis Yong, and how dare you cause trouble in the Imperial Ancestral Temple?" Li Zixuan clasped his hands and said seriously, "Your Majesty, this subject did not cause trouble. This subject came to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to investigate a case." Investigate a case? Li Zixuan's heart sank when he heard this. Things had indeed reached the worst-case scenario that he had predicted. The dragon sect's influence had already infiltrated the palace. Thinking of this, he asked with an ugly expression, "Then what did you find out?" Li Zixuan was about to speak when he suddenly paused. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Your Majesty, please dismiss your attendants and follow this subject to a place." Since someone like Dezhong could be used by the dragon sect, Li Zixuan was not sure if there were any spies among Li Zixuan's attendants. Therefore, for safety's sake, he suggested that Li Zixuan dismiss his attendants and follow him to the special room in the northwest. Li Zixuan clearly understood this and did not hesitate. He turned his head and ordered, "All of you wait outside. Today, without my orders, no one is allowed to take half a step into the Imperial Ancestral Temple." Understood. The Imperial guards and eunuchs who followed Li Zixuan all cupped their fists and answered. Li Er nodded, then turned to look at Li Zixuan and said indifferently, "Lead the way." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Zixuan made a sound of agreement and turned around to lead Li Er towards the first house in the northwest. After a while, the two of them arrived at the room where the sulfur and charcoal powder were stored. Li Zixuan pointed to the wooden boxes in the room and said to Li Zixuan, "Your Majesty, these boxes were sent from outside the palace by Stewardin. They are the location of the dragon sect's secret plot." "You're saying that the dragon sect's secret plot is related to these wooden boxes?" Li Zixuan's eyes narrowed. "That's right." Li Zixuan nodded and pointed to the 5 iron wires hanging from the cracks of the roof. "Your Majesty, please take a look. The other end of these 5 iron wires is connected to the dragon seal on the roof and the other end is connected to one of these wooden boxes. Your Majesty, do you know what is in these wooden boxes? Lier frowned and took the initiative to open a wooden box. Then he put his hand inside and grabbed a handful of powder. He looked at it carefully. Suddenly, a layer of cold sweat appeared on Lier's back. Is this sulfur powder and bamboo charcoal powder? Because of Li Zishuan was one of the few people in the world who knew the formula of HY. When he saw the sulfur powder and bamboo charcoal powder, Old Li had the urge to run away. He had seen the power of gunpowder, and he did not think that his body could withstand the power of gunpowder. Chapter 1592. Tomorrow morning, the Heavenly Dragon rebels will attack the city. If we check the army before the battle, it will shake the morale of the army. In the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Lier was silent for a while before he faintly sighed and said. Li Zishuan was silent. Although he was worried that some of the soldiers would defect to the dragon sect, he had to admit that Lier's words made sense. Checking the army at this time would indeed shake the morale of the army. It was simply giving the dragon sect a chance. After a moment of silence, Lier's eyes narrowed as he continued. The dragon sect used the Jasper Lake holy water to lure people into their sect. Those people who were deceived didn't work all day and even spent all their wealth just to join the dragon sect and obtain the Jasper Lake holy water. The dragon sect used demonic arts and holy water to confuse the common people. This emperor does not believe that this emperor's army will defect to the dragon sect and betray this emperor. Most of the generals of the 12 capital guards have fought with this emperor in the past. This emperor believes in them. As long as these generals do not defect, Chang'an City will not fall. Confidence. Even though the city would be besieged tomorrow, Lier was still so confident. The 18 rebellions of the past, the Xuanwu Gate Rebellion in the 9th year of Wuda, and the tens of thousands of Turkic soldiers besieging the city were all unable to defeat Lier. The dragon sect now only had a few tens of thousands of soldiers. How could they scare Lier? In any case, Old Li had seen a lot of things. Your Majesty is so bold. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and praised. Then he said, However, I think that your Majesty should make two preparations. On the one hand, you should gather all the generals in the capital and let them be on guard against the rebellion of the soldiers in the camp. On the other hand, you should select soldiers from the Imperial Army and set up 9 supervision teams to guard the 9 city gates in the east, west, and south of Chang'an City. If there is a rebellion at the city gates, they can delay it for a while. Your suggestion is not without reason. This emperor will have someone arrange it in a while. Lier nodded. The most important thing is to move all the boxes of sulfur, charcoal, and gunpowder away. The Imperial Ancestral Temple is an important place of the imperial family. No matter what, no mishap is allowed. This emperor obeys. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and accepted the order. Just as he was about to turn around and arrange for people to come in and move the boxes, a soldier's urgent voice came from outside the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Your Majesty, Marquis, something bad has happened. Stewardin and the other 2 eunuchs died on the way to the Supreme Court. It's General Bai Lang. What? Stewardin is dead? Li Zishuan instantly recognized the owner of the voice. It was the general in charge of escorting and Daizhong and the others. Hearing this, his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Oomph." Lier was also furious. He flung his sleeve and took the lead to leave. Arriving at the main entrance of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Lier looked at Bai Liang, who was bowing and asking for forgiveness with an ugly expression. He said coldly, "Speak. How did Daizhong die? Who was the murderer? Did you catch him?" Bai Liang had originally come to report to Li Zishuan, but he did not expect Lier to be here as well. This was really bad luck. But now he had to accept this reality. At this time, Li Zishuan also came out of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Bai Liang bowed to Lier and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, just now, I brought people to escort Steward Un and the others to the Supreme Court. On the way, 3 soldiers suddenly brandished their swords and killed Steward Un and the others. Then they directly killed themselves. When I reacted, it was already too late. Your Majesty, please punish me. After saying this, Bai Liang knelt on one knee and did not dare to raise his head. When Lier heard this, he could not help but be furious. Bastard! In the imperial city, my key criminals were killed by your soldiers. How did you manage the army? Men, drag Bai Liang away and throw him into the death row prison. Speaking of which, Lier originally wanted to ask something from Ndezhong. He did not believe that Ndezhong was the only one who contributed to the entire Heavenly Dragon conspiracy. He dared to conclude that there must be other officials and generals who secretly provided assistance to Ndezhong. But now that Ndezhong was dead, all the clues were cut off. This meant that his hopes of finding more Heavenly Dragon sect spies from Ndezhong were completely dashed. How could Lier not be angry? Your Majesty, please calm down. Seeing Li Zishuan sentence a young general to death with just a few words, Li Zishuan quickly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Dragon sect's forces are everywhere. Not only are they hidden in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, but they are also present in the Imperial City's army. It is impossible to guard against them. General Bai did not know about the Heavenly Dragon conspiracy and was unprepared, which led to the death of Stewardin. Although he is suspected of dereliction of duty, it is pardonable. Your Majesty, please show mercy. When he finished, Bai Liang could not help but look at Li Zishuan gratefully. Lier took 2 deep breaths, finally calming down the anger in his heart. He waved his hand and said, You may be spared from death, but you cannot escape punishment. In a while, you will receive 20 strokes of the military rod. In addition, we will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. After that, you must assist the Marquis of Yong and to investigate the identity of those 3 soldiers, their family background, whether they have any accomplices, and what kind of relationship they have with the Heavenly Dragon sect. This general, Bai Liang, thanks your Majesty for your mercy. This general will do his best to assist the Marquis of Yong and in finding out the remaining Heavenly Dragon sect members in the Imperial City. Bai Liang bowed and said excitedly, Although since ancient times, if the emperor wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. But if there was a choice, who would be willing to die? At this moment, Bai Liang felt like he had just survived a calamity. Lier turned to Li Zishuan and said solemnly, Marquis of Yong, we are very pleased that you were able to find the hidden danger in the Imperial Ancestral Temple so quickly. However, no one knows if the Heavenly Dragon sect has any other schemes in Chang'an City. Thus, we order you to immediately bring people to clean up the hidden dangers of the Heavenly Dragon sect in Chang'an City. At the same time, find those who are colluding with the enemy. Remember, we want them alive. Hearing that, Li Zishuan suddenly felt a toothache. Old Li made it sound easy, but this matter was too difficult to handle. He, Li Zishuan, had never been a spy or a detective in his previous life. This kind of job of finding spies and unraveling conspiracies, he really couldn't do it. Just now, the Imperial Ancestral Temple was just his luck. This subject would do his best. Although there were many difficulties, Li Zishuan did not refuse. His face was solemn as he cupped his fists and accepted the order. Perhaps Lier also knew that this matter was too difficult to handle. He patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said solemnly, Go ahead and do it. No matter which officials or generals are involved, capture them. We will give you the authority to act first and report later. If anyone impeaches you, we will support you. We know that other than you, no one can do this well. Don't let us down. Power in the hands. At this moment, Li Zishuan could be said to have real power in the hands of others. Chang'an civil and military officials, as well as the generals of the 12 capital guards, he could capture whoever he wanted. In a sense, he was even more powerful than the Imperial Secret Service of the Ming Dynasty. Of course, this also reflected Li Er's unreserved trust in Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was a little touched. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I will do my best to eliminate the hidden dangers in Chang'an. Li Er nodded and suddenly said, I want to go to the West Hall of Tai Chi Palace to meet my father. Do you want to come with me? Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. After he came back to his senses, he waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty is catching up with the father and son of the retired emperor. As an outsider, I won't spoil the fun. I still have to investigate the case. I will take my leave." And Daizhong used to be an old eunuch who served Li Yuan. Now that Daizhong colluded with the dragon sect and tried to blow up the imperial ancestral temple, it was hard for Lier not to suspect that Li Yuan had secretly instructed him to do so. Therefore, old Li was obviously going to find Li Yuan to denounce him. There would definitely be a fierce struggle. Perhaps the father and son would turn against each other on the spot. Li Zishuan would rather be beaten to death than join in the fun. Knowing too much about the imperial family was not beneficial to him at all. Lier looked at Li Zishuan meaningfully and said, "If that's the case, then you go and investigate the case." Li Zishuan felt like he had been pardoned. He quickly said, "Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fled with Bai Liang and the others. Dragonhead, not good, not good. At the peak of the Serpent Spirit Mountain, the dragon head of the dragon sect was sitting in the middle of a wooden house. His eyes were closed as he rested. Suddenly, a wave of panicked shouts came from outside the house. Not long after, Zhang Liang, the judge of the broken finger, ran in a panic. The iron-masked man suddenly opened his eyes. He then asked indifferently, "Why are you so alarmed?" Zhang Liang promptly bowed and said, "Reporting to the dragon head, the scouts at the front have sent news. The 4 city gates of Chang and have been sealed. No one is allowed to enter or leave. I'm afraid that Venerable Du Yi will not be able to return today." "HM, what on earth happened in Chang'an?" The iron-masked man suddenly stood up and walked down the steps. He arrived in front of Zhang Liang and asked. Zhang Liang hesitated for a moment before replying, "We bribed one of the city gate guards. Reportedly, someone in the city attempted to kidnap the crown prince and Princess Changle." In a rage, Li Shimin gave the order to seal the city gates and pursue the culprit. "Bastard! Muddle-headed!" The iron-masked man could not help but coldly snort, saying, "This is definitely Du Yi's idea." At such a critical moment, he actually caused problems for this seat. If Li Shimin is alerted and takes precautions in advance, this seat will dismember Du Yi into 10,000 pieces. Hearing that his competitor was unlucky, Zhang Liang could not help but secretly rejoice. However, it was only for a moment. This was because he knew that his fate had long since been firmly tied to the dragon sect. If the dragon sect did not succeed this time, his fate would be extremely miserable. Dragonhead, since the 4 city gates of Chang and have not been opened, it means that Li Shimin has not captured Venerable Du Yi and the others. Moreover, there are still many disciples of our sect in Chang'an. They will definitely assist Venerable Du Yi in evading the imperial court's pursuit. Dragonhead need not be overly worried. Zhang Liang bowed slightly and said. Hearing this, the iron-masked man felt somewhat at ease. After a moment of silence, he said, "Pay close attention to the situation in Chang'an. Once there is news, immediately report back." "Yes, Dragonhead," Zhang Liang responded. Finally, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Dragonhead, will we act according to the plan tomorrow?" The iron-masked man nodded and said in a deep voice, "Of course. We have already prepared a great gift for Li Shimin in Chang'an. Tomorrow, we will occupy the right time, the right place, and the right people. If we do not grasp such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be too much of pity? As long as Du Yi is not captured by Li Shimin, we will act according to the plan tomorrow. This subordinate understands." Chapter 1593. Uncle Master, you're back. By the way, where's my husband? At noon, Han Yushi had already prepared the meal, but she didn't see Li Zishuan. After waiting for a long time, Han Yushi finally saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe on the path outside the courtyard. She quickly opened the courtyard door and went out to greet him. However, there was only Xianqing outside the courtyard door, and Li Zishuan was nowhere to be seen. So Han Yushi asked. Xianqing got off the horse and said lightly, "There's a big case in Chang'an City. The crown prince and the princess were almost kidnapped. His Majesty ordered the 4 city gates to be sealed, and Xian was ordered to lead people to track down the assassin. I'm afraid he won't be back for a while. He was the last person to come out of Chong and City today. The others in Chong and City couldn't come out even if they wanted to. After all, not everyone could get Li Heir's warrant like Xianqing. What? The crown prince and the princess were almost kidnapped? Han Yushi was shocked and couldn't help but worry. Who is so bold to openly harm the crown prince and the princess in Chong and City? Uncle Master, are the crown prince and the princess okay? Also, my husband is investigating in Chong and City. He shouldn't be in danger, right? Seeing the sincere feelings in Han Yushi's eyes, Xianqing couldn't help but nod secretly. He was happy that Li Zixuan had found a wife who was truly in love with him. Xian and I arrived in time, so the crown prince and the princess are safe. As for Xian's safety, you don't have to worry. The assassin has alerted His Majesty, and the city defense in Chong and City will be strengthened. Besides, Xian's martial arts are now considered to be a small success. It won't be easy for others to hurt him. Xianqing paused for a moment and said. Hearing this, Han Yushi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she was about to speak, she heard the sound of a carriage not far away. Looking over, she saw a carriage slowly coming here. Looking at the sign, it was the carriage of the Li family. Father and mother are here. The carriage came to the gate of the courtyard, and Han Yushi hurried to greet them. The curtain opened, and a head popped out. It was Lan'er, followed by Father Li and Madam Li. Father, mother, why are you here? Han Yushi went forward to support Madam Li's arm and asked casually. Li Zixuan had rushed back to Cloud Mountain last night and didn't have the time to return to the Marquis's residence in Lantian County. Before the morning court session, Li Zixuan had told Han Yushi that he would bring her back to Lantian County in the afternoon. In the morning, Han Yushi had also sent a family guard to the Marquis's residence to inform Father and Madam Li that Li Zixuan had already returned to Cloud Mountain and would return to the Marquis's residence in the afternoon. Han Yushi did not expect Li Jingma, Madam Li, and Lan'er to come directly to Cloud Mountain. Hey, isn't it all because of your mother? Once she heard that Xian had returned, how could she still be willing to wait bitterly in a manner? She kept urging this old man to quickly pack up and come to Cloud Mountain. Hearing Han Yushi's question, Li Jingma couldn't help but stroke his beard. Mrs. Li glared at her husband and said unhappily, Master, you're still scolding me? Previously, when I heard that little Xian had returned to Cloud Mountain, I don't know who was the one who walked around and study alone and muttered for half a day. If I didn't urge you to come over, I'm afraid our study would have been flattened by you. Li Jingma's face instantly turned red. Then, he became angry from embarrassment and said, Women are really unreasonable. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Yushi, this is? Li Jingma was about to walk towards the side courtyard when he finally noticed Xianqing standing at the side. Li Jingma couldn't help but ask. Only then did Han Yushi react and hurriedly introduced, Father, Mother, this is husband's martial uncle. The family guard in the manor should have told you before. This time, martial uncle had helped husband a lot in the north. Xianqing stood up and cupped his hands. This humble Taoist Xianqing from Dragon Tiger Mountain greets Master Li and Madam Li. Hearing this, Li Jingma and Madam Li were shocked. Father Li hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. So, it's martial uncle from the same sect as little Xian. Sorry for the disrespect. Madam Li also bowed and said respectfully, Little Xian was apprenticed to Taoist priest Spirit Void in the early years. During this period, Taoist priest Spirit Void has taken great care of little Xian. Taoist priest Xianqing, please come in. It's noon. This old woman will personally cook a few good dishes to entertain Taoist priest. Li Jingma and Madam Li were grateful to Taoist priest Spirit Void from the bottom of their hearts. If Taoist priest Spirit Void hadn't brought Li Zixuan back to Dragon Tiger Mountain to recuperate and learn martial arts, Li Zixuan might have died when he was 7 or 8 years old. Therefore, after hearing about Xianqing's identity, Father Li and Madam Li immediately treated Xianqing as the most distinguished guest. Both of you are welcome. Little Xian is your son and my martial nephew. It's natural for martial uncle to take care of his martial nephew. Xian Qing cupped his hands and bowed back. Then he said, I heard from little Xian that Mr. Zhang San and Mr. Mo are injured in Yanhuang College. This humble Taoist will go and take a look first. I want to accompany you for lunch. Please forgive me. After that, Xian Qing cupped his hands again and bowed. Then he turned and walked toward Yanhuang College. However, his back view looked more or less in a sorry state. Xian Qing was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life. The number of people he had met could be counted with 2 hands. He could practice swordsmanship, but he wasn't good at dealing with others. Therefore, instead of staying to eat with Madame Li and Li Jingma, he would rather go back to the academy to heal the bearded man and Mo Huai. Seeing this, Li Jingma opened his mouth and said in confusion, Yushi, Taoist Master Li is... Han Yushi quickly explained, Father, Martial Uncle must have eaten in Chang'an City. Moreover, Martial Uncle is also proficient in medical skills. Last night, Mr. Wenji was cured by him. Mr. Zhang San and Mr. Mo do need his help. Father and Mother, please don't be offended. What? Mr. Wenji is well? Li Jingma was shocked. Then he quickly waved his hand and said, Don't be offended. Don't be offended. Celestial Master Taoism has done a great favor for us. Yushi, you just said that Mr. Wenji is well. Is that true? Li Gang not only had a high reputation among scholars, but also had a good impression of Li Gang. After hearing the news that Li Gang was seriously ill, Li Jingma was also very worried. Therefore, when Han Yushi came to Yunshan to visit Li Gang yesterday, Li Jingma and Madame Li didn't stop her. Instead, they supported her with both hands. Han Yushi smiled and said, Of course it's true. Old Master has moved back to his own courtyard from Dr. Sun's courtyard today. Father and Mother, you don't know. Since Mr. Wenji got better last night, little Honorin has been so excited as if it's the new year. Oh, it should be said that he hasn't been so happy even during the new year. Huh, good. Li Jingma stroked his beard and laughed. After lunch, I'll visit Old Master. Oh, right, where's Xian? Even if he went to the morning court, he should be back by now, right? Han Yushi's eyes dimmed, and she said softly, My husband may not come back today. Chang'an City. The kidnapping incident in Shi City and the subsequent closure of the city gates made the people in Chang'an City feel a trace of a solemn atmosphere. Then, the Imperial Army, Supreme Court, and the Imperial government's troops all went out to search for people of unknown origin in the streets. This made the people even more frightened. Everyone had a sense of crisis in their hearts. Some old people couldn't help but murmur secretly, Is the Golden Age coming to an end? Is the world going to be in chaos again? The assassination of the crown prince and the princess in the streets in the capital city was definitely a hidden conspiracy. It meant that someone wanted to go against the imperial court. This made the old people couldn't help but think of the chaotic times in the late Sui dynasty. Marquis, the Military Weapons Bureau, Zongjing Temple, and Zongling Temple have all been investigated. No abnormalities have been found. However, I'm afraid that we can't investigate in the Imperial City. Supreme Court. Lu Dui sat high up in the seat of honor. Li Zixuan and Sun Fujia sat on his left and right respectively. As for Dai Zhou, he led the Supreme Court's Yamen runners to search for Du Yi's whereabouts in Chang'an City. At this time, Chang Ping, the general of the Anshan Gate, came in and reported to Li Zixuan with a bow. After finding out the hidden danger in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Li Zixuan didn't dare to relax. He listed 4 secret yamens in the outer Emperor City that were easy to cause trouble. Then, he ordered Chang Ping to lead the Imperial Army to investigate. The key was to check if there were dangerous flammable and explosive materials such as sulfur, charcoal powder, fireworks, and gunpowder. Previously, Chang Ping failed in escorting the criminals. If Li Zixuan hadn't pleaded for him, he would have been beheaded by Li Zixuan. Therefore, he was very grateful to Li Zixuan. He was even more alert and attentive to what Li Zixuan ordered him to do. On the one hand, he wanted to repay Li Zixuan. On the other hand, he wanted to make up for his mistakes. Therefore, The 4 secret yamens were almost turned upside down by Chongping. Hearing this, Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since nothing happened, that's great. As for the imperial city, you don't have to worry about it. When Supervisor Zhao returns, he will bring people to investigate the imperial palace." "Yes." Chongping cupped his fists and answered. Li Zixuan thought for a while and ordered, "Although Dezhong and the other 2 eunuchs were killed, there must be their accomplices among the people they were in contact with. Chongping, immediately arrest these people and interrogate them one by one. If necessary, you can use torture. As for the 3 soldiers who killed Dezhong and the other 2, immediately find out who they have been in contact with recently and where they have been. Arrest all the suspects and bring them to the Supreme Court. Do you understand?" Chongping's face turned serious. He cupped his fists and said, "Yes, this general understands." At this time, Sun Fujia could not help but say, "Marquis, criminal investigation and investigation are not General Chang's specialties. This official request to investigate with General Chang." Hearing this, Lu Dui could not help but nod and said, "What Sun Tingwei said is reasonable. Investigating the spies and eliminating the hidden dangers in the imperial city is the responsibility of the Supreme Court. I am grateful that Marquis helped me. However, how can the Supreme Court stand by and do nothing? In this case, the Supreme Court has to help no matter what. They were not trying to steal the credit. The Supreme Court was already guilty of dereliction of duty for the assassination in Shi City and the mind-burying incident in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. If they did not do anything to make up for their mistakes, it would be unreasonable." Li Zixuan nodded and cupped his fists. "As it should be. Then I will have to trouble Sun Tingwei." "Marquis, you are too kind." Sun Fujiao politely cupped her fists and returned a bow to Li Zixuan. Then she stood up and left the hall with Chongping. In the blink of an eye, only Li Zixuan and Lu Dui were left in the hall. After a few moments of silence, Lu Dui said, "Marquis is a young hero. He single-handedly saw through the schemes of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Otherwise, the Imperial Ancestral Temple would have been destroyed by lightning tomorrow, and this old man would have died 10,000 deaths. For this matter, this Lu and the Supreme Court owe Marquis a great favor." After saying this, Lu Dui stood up and clasped his fists to Li Zixuan. Before Chongping had come to report, Li Zixuan had told Lu Dui and Sun Fujia about Li Juanxin's secret letter and what they had experienced in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Firstly, the Supreme Court needed to help solve the case and needed to know some inside information. Secondly, Lu Dui and Sun Fujia had always been staunch supporters of the Qin King's faction. They would never collude with the Heavenly Dragon sect. By telling them, Li Zixuan did not need to worry that they would leak the secret. Official Lu's words are too serious. You and I are both His Majesty's subjects. We eat from the sovereign and share the sovereign's burdens. This is what this Marquis should do. Li Zixuan hastily got up and clasped his fists in return. Chapter 1594. Isn't this because of the Jade Lake holy water? In the main hall of the Supreme Court, Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment before answering Lu Dui's question. Regarding the Jade Lake holy water, Li Zixuan had heard Li Tai mention it in a telegram before returning to Cloud Mountain. It was said to be able to cure all diseases and had been passed down as miraculous by the people. Of course, Li Zixuan had to admit that the dragon sect's methods were indeed brilliant. This was because most people were greedy for life, especially those who were seriously ill and incurable. If there was a chance to live, they would be willing to do anything. The dragon sect used the Jade Lake holy water to stimulate the desire of the people to live, which was why they were able to recruit so many followers in such a short period of time. Unexpectedly, Lu Dui shook his head and said, Marquis Yongin, do you really believe that there is a miracle medicine or Jade Lake holy water that can cure all diseases in this world? Li Zixuan frowned and replied decisively, This Marquis naturally does not believe in such things. Heaven and earth give birth to all things, and all things can complement each other and also counter each other. All medicines are targeted at the symptoms. What kind of illness one is suffering from must be the medicine used. If someone says that there is a medicine that can cure all diseases, then that person must be a liar. The medical technology of the 21st century was so advanced, but there were still so many incurable diseases. In the Great Tang, where medical technology was lacking, how could there be a miracle medicine that could cure all diseases? Li Zixuan would never believe such nonsense, even if he was beaten to death. Hearing this, Lu Dui stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha, Marquis Yong, and you're not the only one who doesn't believe it. Anyone with the slightest bit of medical knowledge would not believe that the Jade Lake holy water can cure all diseases. As the Grand Steward of the retired Emperor, and Dazhong's knowledge and experience were extensive. How can he not know this? Besides, Dazhong's body is very healthy, and I've never heard of him having any better than family members. The so-called Jade Lake holy water is not attractive to him. Hearing Lu Dui's words, Li Zixuan was startled because he felt that Lu Dui's words were very reasonable. Previously, the commoners were fighting to join the Heavenly Dragon sect because of the Yaoqi holy water, so he subconsciously thought that everyone wanted to join because of the Yaoqi holy water. However, he had neglected the most basic requirement. Many people did not believe in the Heavenly Dragon sacred water, nor did they need it. For example, in Dezhong. Then, in Minister Lu's opinion, why didn't Dezhong betray the imperial court and help the tyrant? After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan said seriously. Lu Dui stroked his beard and said with a twinkle in his eyes, "The human heart is very complicated, but it is also very simple. The pursuit of profit was not for life, but for wealth or fame. And Dazhong has been living in the palace for a long time. Now that he has lost the emperor's favor, he probably doesn't lack money. Therefore, he is not doing this for his life, nor for his wealth, but for his reputation." For fame? Li Zixuan frowned, asking suspiciously, "You mean Dazhong wants to rely on Heavenly Dragon sect strength to make a comeback?" "Very likely." Lu Dui nodded and said. Li Zixuan rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before asking, "But why isn't Dazhong so sure that Heavenly Dragon sect can help him make a comeback? The current imperial court has a strong army in Chang, and is even thicker, let alone tens of thousands of soldiers. Even if the Dragon sect had 100,000, it would still be wishful thinking for them to break into Chang, and Dazhong gave up a good life. Why would he take such a risk?" Lu Dui could not help but sigh. In the end, it's all because of human greed. But Marquis Yong, and your doubts are not without reason. For Dezhong to be so loyal to Heavenly Dragon sect, there must be other secrets behind it. In fact, a few days before you returned to Chang and City, this old man felt that there seemed to be an undercurrent surging in Chang and City. This old man also sent many people from the Supreme Court to secretly investigate, but in the end, they did not find anything. Now that I think about it, Heavenly Dragon sect should have started to win over some imperial court officials and palace eunuchs, since a few days ago, Chang and City has indeed been infiltrated by Heavenly Dragon sect until it's full of holes. Li Zixuan mused, "I have a feeling that this Heavenly Dragon cult's Dragonhead's identity is definitely not ordinary." But Commander Li's letter did not mention anything about the Heavenly Dragon cult's Dragonhead. But this also means that this person must be an extremely mysterious figure in the Heavenly Dragon cult, not revealing his true face to others. But we can't rule out the possibility that his identity is the key to why Dezhong and the others chose to side with Heavenly Dragon sect and betray the imperial court. Lu Dui heard this, and his eyes lit up. He said in a low voice, "That's right. This old man has also guessed this in private. But this old man really can't figure out what kind of identity the Heavenly Dragon sect's Dragonhead has to make Dezhong bow his head without reservation." Li Zixuan frowned and thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out. He could only helplessly say, "Now that things have come to this, if we want to find out the truth, we can only wait for Changping and Sun Tingwei to capture Dezhong's accomplices before interrogating them." Lu Dui didn't respond, only rubbing his chin as he pondered over the problem. After a long silence in the main hall, Lu Dui's expression changed, and he suddenly said, "The Dragonhead of the Heavenly Dragon sect Could it be related to him? Who? Who is it related to? Li Zixuan hurriedly asked when he heard Lu Dui's words. Lu Dui looked deeply at Li Zixuan and did not immediately answer. After a while, he sighed with a complicated expression and shook his head. Nothing. Nothing. This old man is old and likes to think too much. Li Zixuan obviously did not believe Lu Dui's nonsense and couldn't help but say, Minister Lu, although we have now cracked the Heavenly Dragon sect's plot to blow up the Imperial Ancestral Temple, Chang and City is still in danger. If you think of any key problems, please tell me directly. No matter what, I will keep it a secret for you. You don't have to worry about it. Huh. This old man is about to retire and return to his hometown. What worries can I have? But sometimes, the more you know, the better. This old man is also for your own good. Lu Dui shook his head and laughed. At this moment, Li Zixuan only wanted to know the truth because he did not want any accidents to happen in Chang and the next day. Therefore, he insisted, Minister Lu, in the face of a national crisis, I've already put my personal honor aside. If you really think of something, please tell me the truth. Lu Dui pursed his lips, then looked at Li Zixuan with a serious face and asked, You really want to know who that person is? Yes, that's right. Li Zixuan nodded affirmatively and said. Hearing the affirmative answer, Lu Dui's face suddenly revealed a mysterious smile, and he lightly said 2 words, King Shi. What? King Shi? Suddenly, Li Zixuan was dumbfounded. After being stunned for a while, he finally recovered from the shock and said, Minister Lu means that the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect is very likely to be related to King Shi? How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Lu Dui said in a deep voice, In today's world, to be able to win over so many officials and eunuchs in such a short time, this old man really doesn't know who has such great charm and influence other than the current emperor and King Shi. And Marquis Yong, and don't forget that the current emperor is after all not in the right position. The imperial court seems to be harmonious, but who knows how many people are still on King Shi's side. At this time, if someone uses the name of King Shi to gather them and ask them to conspire, do you think they will agree? Bang, bang, bang. The 2 words King Shi directly made Li Zixuan's heart beat faster, because these 2 words were taboo in the imperial court and no one dared to mention it openly. But Lu Dui's following words made Li Zixuan even more shocked. What did he mean by the current emperor is after all not in the right position? Big brother, although this is something that everyone knows, you can't say it out like this. What's wrong with old Lu today? Why does he dare to say anything? Li Zixuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. In his mind, Lu Dui used to be a very cautious, mature, and solemn person. He spoke with a sense of propriety. He would only say things that should be said and would never reveal anything that shouldn't be said. But why was he acting so different today? In fact, the reason behind it was very simple and not as complicated as Li Zixuan thought. Lu Dui only had the thought of retiring, and he wanted to guide the younger generation before retiring. That was all. If not for this, he wouldn't have said those words even if he was beaten to death. But didn't King Shi die back then? Li Zixuan racked his brains for a long time, but he couldn't think of a reason. He could only put this question aside for the time being and ask instead. Lu Dui said faintly, Although King Shi is dead, there are still remnants in the world. A few days ago, I went through the files of the Supreme Court for nearly a year, and I really found a case related to King Shi. Hearing this, Li Zixuan immediately perked up, only to hear Lu Dui continue. In March this year, Wang Renbiao, the provincial governor of Qizhou, reported that Zhang Liang, the former county magistrate of Yong County, attempted to rape Li Jingchu, a commoner, and used King Shi's gold medallion to harm Li Jingchu's family. At that time, Wang Renbiao took office in Qizhou. Li Jingchu carried a coffin to block the city gate and cried about her grievances. After the matter was exposed, Zhang Liang disappeared. Li Zixuan was shocked because he was too familiar with this matter. Half a month ago, he went to the north to kill locusts. When he passed by Qizhou, he had secretly matched Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu. However, after he finished matching Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu, he put this matter to the back of his mind. He didn't connect this matter to the case of the dragon sect. As for the crucial King Shi's gold medallion in Zhang Liang's case, he didn't pay much attention to it from the beginning to the end. Lu Dui was indeed worthy of being the Chancellor of the Supreme Court. His meticulous logic and meticulous observation skills were able to link two seemingly unrelated matters together in such a reasonable manner. At this moment, Li Zixuan couldn't help admiring old Lu's ability to solve cases. Sure enough, there was a specialization in this field. Old Lu's specialty was investigation and trial. This time, he chose to cooperate with the Supreme Court to investigate the case, which was indeed a wise move. Chancellor Lu, I also heard about this from Rinbiao. According to your analysis, this Zhang Liang is a remnant of King Shi, and it is very likely that he is in the dragon sect at this moment. Chapter 1595. Marquis Yong, and since His Majesty has given you the power to mobilize all forces to investigate the case, Marquis Yong, you don't need to be afraid of the slightest thing. Once you find out that the officials of King Shi's faction have been in contact with Du Yi, you can send troops to ambush them around their residences. Tomorrow, when the dragon sect attacks the city, if they make any strange movements, you can take them all down. Once the dragon sect is destroyed, His Majesty will naturally be free to punish those officials. In the Supreme Court, Lu Dui stood up and looked sternly at Li Zixuan. In fact, he said this with a certain degree of selfishness. In his view, if Li Zixuan directly went to see Li Er and made the matter clear, Li Er would definitely be forced to carry out a major investigation. However, even if the officials of Li Jinxing's faction were found to have been in contact with Du Yi, there was no direct evidence to prove that they had agreed to Du Yi's request. With insufficient evidence and the fact that most of those officials had not done anything to betray the court, Li Er would most likely pardon them again in order to show his image as a benevolent ruler. But among those pardoned officials, there were bound to be many fish that had escaped the net. Although Li Er had pardoned them, they were a ticking time bomb for the Great Tang. They did not have time to rebel against the court during the dragon sect's uprising. So if someone were to use Li Jinxing's banner to rebel next time, who knew if those officials would be swayed again? Thus, rather than burying a hidden danger in the future, it was better to settle the matter now. When those officials of King Shi's faction really did comply with Du Yi's request to work for the dragon sect, he could directly come forward and catch them red-handed. This way, Li Er would have no reason to forgive those officials, and the Great Tang would have fewer hidden dangers in the future. Moreover, this move could ensure that the political situation of the Great Tang Imperial Court could quickly stabilize. It could be said to be killing many birds with one stone. Li Zixuan was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he could more or less guess at Lu Dui's good intentions. This method was indeed an extremely good one for the Great Tang Imperial Court, but for Li Zixuan, it was not so good, because this meant that he would become the butcher's knife that Li Er waved at the officials of Li Jinxing's faction. He would offend many people because of this. Marquis Yonin, you said it yourself just now. Those who are paid by the emperor should share the emperor's burdens. Being indecisive will only lead to chaos. If the matter of King Shi is not completely resolved, there will be endless trouble in the future. Furthermore, more innocent people will die because of this in the future. How could Lu Dui not see the hesitation in Li Zixuan's heart? Therefore, he added, after pondering for a long time, Li Zixuan finally nodded and said, "Okay, then let's do as Minister Lu says. But this Marquis's actions are not for His Divine Majesty's sake, but for the Great Tang, so that the common people of the Great Tang will no longer die from internal strife. As descendants of the Yellow Emperor, we should unite against the outside world. When the Great Tang dominates the world, we will look back and realize how childish and laughable today's internal strife was." Without waiting for Lu Dui's response, Li Zixuan turned around and left. The Great Tang dominates the world. Haha, I hope I can see this day in my lifetime. In the hall, Lu Dui looked at Li Zixuan's back and sighed. After leaving the Supreme Court, Li Zixuan went straight out of the Imperial Palace and went to Duke Wei's mansion. Although he had Li Er's Imperial Edict and Gold Medallion, which allowed him to mobilize any troop in the capital. He had to inform Li Jing, the Minister of War and a military expert. After all, he was far less familiar with the 12 guards of the capital than Li Jing. When he arrived at the Li mansion, it was fortunate that the Red Buddha lady was not there. Otherwise, he would be scolded again. Because a few days ago, the bearded guest was almost killed by Wu Jie in order to protect Yanhuang College. Given the relationship between the Red Buddha lady and the bearded guest, she would definitely scold Li Zishuan when she saw him. Under Li Dijian's lead, Li Zishuan quickly met with Li Jing. Several hours ago, Li Jing was still participating in a meeting at the Sweet Dew Hall, so he naturally knew about the secret letter that Li Junxian had sent to Li Zishuan. Thus, Li Zishuan only told Li Jing about Lu Dui's conjecture and his intention to mobilize troops. After hearing the general situation, Li Jing couldn't help but frown. He looked at Li Zishuan with a serious expression and said, "Little Xian, this matter involves King Shi and is no small matter. Have you really thought it through?" These words didn't make any sense, but Li Jing was very sure that Li Zishuan could understand them. "I've thought it through. There are some things that have to be done, or else the hidden dangers will continue to exist, and the future of the Great Tang will be uncertain. When the hidden dangers erupt again, many people will die because of it." Li Zishuan also looked at Li Jing with a serious expression. "Good." Li Jing looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression, both praise and worry. This was because he wasn't sure how Li Zishuan's decision would affect Li Zishuan in the future. After a few moments of silence, he said, "This old man will write you in order to mobilize troops. In truth, in terms of concealment and concealment, the soldiers of the right guard are the best. Right now, Jijit isn't in Chang, and so take this old man's order and go to the right guard camp to mobilize troops. No one will dare to make things difficult for you." Chang Yaojin was the great general of the right guard. After saying this, he picked up the brush on the table and prepared to write an order. Li Zishuan very perceptively stepped forward to help Li Jing grind the ink. As he did so, he said gratefully, "Many thanks, Uncle Li." Li Jing nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Soon, an order for the transfer of troops was written. Li Jing took out his personal seal and stamped it heavily on the order, then passed it to Li Zishuan and said, "This is the order for the transfer of troops. Little Xian, take it well." "Okay." Li Zishuan quickly took it with both hands. He had planned to leave, but Li Jing said, "Little Xian, let this old man recall for a moment, and then I'll give you a list of the officials who are close to King Shi. Later, you can screen them according to the list." Hearing this, Li Zishuan's face immediately revealed a trace of surprise. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Li." In fact, he had been worried about how to get a list of the King Shi's faction. Although he came from a modern era and had read some history books and had an excellent memory, he didn't have the ability to list all the officials who were close to Li Jianqing. However, Li Jing was different. Li Jing had experienced the open and secret struggle between the King of Qin and Crown Prince Li Jianqing. Regarding who was around Li Jianqing, Li Jing was definitely one of the people who had the most right to speak. "It's fine." Li Jing shook his head, then closed his eyes and began to meditate. Li Zishuan didn't disturb him, but stood quietly at the side. When he was bored, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a book on Li Jing's desk. There were 3 big words on the cover: Talisman Machine. Li Zishuan couldn't help but be moved. He thought to himself that it turned out that Li Jing had already begun to organize his military and war experience into the art of war at this time. It was a pity that the original work couldn't be passed down. Future generations could only see the big picture from the general classic and the art of war in the Taiping Imperial Library. It was really a pity. When Li Jing's Art of War is finished, I must borrow a copy of it and store it in the library of Yanhuang College for future students to study. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity if such a good art of war was lost? Li Zishuan secretly made up his mind. According to historical records, Li Jing's Art of War was written in 7 books. Talisman Machine, Secret Art of War, General Essentials of War, Notes of Duke Wei, Mirror of 6 Armies, New Book of War, and Archery. However, These books weren't complete as early as the Middle and Late Tang Dynasty. In the 21st century, most of them were lost. The Qing dynasty scholar Wang Zongqi compiled the Li Weigong Art of War based on Diu's general classic, Du Mu's commentary on Sun Tzu and the Song dynasties, Taiping Imperial Library, and General Essentials of War. It became the only complete reference for modern scholars to study Li Jing's art of war. While Li Zixuan was deep in thought, Li Jing had already started writing. The names of Li Jianqing's faction were written on the paper one by one. Li Zixuan's eyesight was extremely good. When he looked over, he was shocked to see the words written on it. Wei Zheng, Wang Ge, Wei Ting, Shui Wanche. Only among these names, there was no lack of big shots in the imperial court. For example, Wei Zheng and Wang Gui were not only important by Li Jianqing's side, they were also important existences in the current imperial court. At this moment, Li Zixuan suddenly felt a little scared in his heart. Every time Li Jing wrote a name, Li Zixuan's heart would beat fiercely. After an unknown period of time, Li Jing finally put away the brush. When the ink on the paper was almost dry, he picked it up with a solemn expression and handed it to Li Zixuan. Little Xian, these are almost all the officials in King Shi's faction who still hold positions in the imperial court. However, you need to weigh the pros and cons. Although some of them served King Shi back then, they have been conscientious and loyal ever since His Majesty ascended the throne. They are only loyal to the monarch and do not care who is the monarch. As long as the monarch treats the people well, they will serve him loyally. I have selected a few such officials for you. I believe that they will not betray His Majesty because of the bewitchment of the dragon sect. Li Zixuan knew that Li Jing was helping him to clear the mind and let him not offend people as much as possible under the premise of doing things well. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He nodded and said, "Thank you very much, Uncle Li. I will know what to do." Li Jing pondered for a moment and said, "Little Xian, later use the telegraph to ask Xu Bao and Ji Jie where the army is going. See if they can rush back to Chang and before tomorrow. If they can, we will definitely win the battle to defend the city tomorrow easily." Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng? Hearing this, Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "That's right. How could little nephew forget about this?" Uncle Qin and the rest led 10,000 elite light cavalry. After I left yesterday, they have already returned to the imperial court. They should not be far from Chang'an now, right? If they can arrive before tomorrow and set up an ambush in advance, we can attack from both inside and outside and defeat the Dragon Sect's army in one fell swoop. Li Jing smiled and said, "Exactly. If not for worrying about the Dragon Sect's people being alert, I would have advised His Majesty to send an army out of the city in advance to set up an ambush. Fortunately, Xu Bao and the rest still led 10,000 elites outside the city and can catch the Dragon Sect by surprise." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Good. I will send a telegram to Uncle Qin and the rest. Then I will go to the Right Guard's camp to mobilize the troops." Chapter 1596. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and came to the palace and borrowed the telegraph machine. In the afternoon, Zhao Song came to Ganlu Palace and bowed to Lier. The telegraph machine was specially kept by Zhao Song in the palace. It was not used often and was placed in a small room in Taiji Palace. It was basically a telegraph machine used by the royal family and was usually not open to the public. However, Li Zixuan was an exception because he was the one who invented the telegraph machine. Therefore, when Zhao Song heard that Li Zixuan wanted to borrow the telegraph machine, he did not refuse after some consideration. Lier frowned and asked, "Telegraph machine? Why does he want to borrow the telegraph machine? Who is he sending a telegram to?" Zhao Song replied, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and is sending a telegram to General Qin and General Cheng, asking where the army is now and if they can reach Chang and city before tomorrow." Lier was also a veteran in battle. Hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he could not help but say, "This kid wants to borrow Xu Bao's army to attack the Dragon Sect from both inside and outside tomorrow. Good. I did not misjudge him. This brat's talent in military formations was no less than his talent in engineering. He is a promising talent. His words revealed his undisguised admiration for Li Zixuan. Zhao Song could not help but secretly admire Li Zixuan's imperial favor. There was no one else like him. It is all thanks to your majesty's discerning eyes. Otherwise, a young talent like the Marquis of Yong and might be buried in the marketplace. Zhao Song clasped his hands together and smiled, giving him a flattering compliment. Li Er shook his head. After a moment of silence, he asked, "How did Shu Bao reply?" "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong," and said that General Qin and the rest have already marched to the same continent. If they march day and night, they will reach Chang and city at midnight tonight. Zhao Song did not know anything about telegraphy, so he could only repeat what Li Zixuan had said to Li Er. Li Er could not help but nod and say, "Good." Did Li Zixuan let Shu Bao and the others set up an ambush outside Chang and city, waiting for the dragon sect to attack Chang and city tomorrow with the help of the city's defenders? Zhao Song shook his head and said no. The Marquis of Yong, and left after asking about the location of the army. Li Er was stunned and then understood. He could not help but laugh and scolded. "Good. Now, you know how to follow the rules?" Li Er understood that Li Zixuan's actions were to avoid overstepping his authority and being suspected. Today, in order to investigate the Dragon Sect's conspiracy, he had indeed given Li Zixuan the authority to mobilize the army. However, that was only the army in Chang and city and did not include the army led by Qin Xiong that had just retreated from the front lines. If Li Zixuan had rashly ordered Qin Xiong's army to set up an ambush, even if Li Er did not punish Li Zixuan, he would still feel uncomfortable and estranged. Therefore, Li Zixuan only asked about the location of Qin Xiong's army and left. He believed that once Old Li knew of the situation, he would definitely send an order to Qin Xiong to set up an ambush outside Chang and city. There was no need for him to worry. This was where Li Zixuan was smart. He knew when to stop and when to retreat. After pausing for a moment, Li Er indeed opened his mouth and ordered. Zhao Song immediately passed down the order. "Have the Marquis of Yong and send a telegram to Shu Bao. Order the army to march day and night and set up camp 20 miles outside Chang and city. Be careful and hide. When you receive my order tomorrow, immediately send troops to eliminate the rebels outside Chang and city." With the combined efforts of all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College, the communication technology of the telegram was becoming more and more mature. The palace was indeed equipped with a telegram, but they lacked the professionals to use it. Li Er had specially selected a few clever and loyal eunuchs with clean backgrounds and sent them to Yanhuang College to learn how to use the telegram. However, those eunuchs had yet to return from their studies. Therefore, in order to know the news from Longmen Pass, he had specially summoned Li Tai back from Yanhuang College to help send the telegram and translate the messages. Now, that Li Tai was taking his final exams at Yanhuang College, he would definitely not be able to pass. Therefore, Li Er had no choice but to assign the task to Li Zixuan again. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song bowed and answered, then continued, "The Marquis of Yong and should be at the right guard yamen now. Your Majesty, I will bring the telegram to him." "Wait." Li Er's expression changed. He stopped Zhao Song and asked, "You said that Li Zixuan is at the right guard yamen. What's he doing there?" Zhao Song replied carefully, Your Majesty, I heard the Marquis of Yong and say that he's going to the right guard yamen to mobilize troops to investigate the possible remnants of the Dragon Sect in Chang and city." The possible remnants of the Dragon Sect in Chang and city? When Li Er heard this, he seemed to have understood something. His eyes flashed, and he said faintly, "Tell Li Zixuan to go ahead and investigate. No matter who is involved, deal with it strictly according to the law. Tell him not to have any fear, because I am his backer." His words were resolute and decisive, but one could also hear Li Er's determination to cut off his wrist like a warrior. Zhao Song's heart skipped a beat. He bowed and said, Your Majesty. "Huh, Ringue, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you've been promoted?" "In the right guard yamen in the outer imperial city, Li Zixuan took out the imperial edict and Li Jing's order to mobilize troops. After he expressed his intention to mobilize troops, the general who had received him earlier immediately turned and left. Not long after, an old acquaintance walked in. It was Lu Ringue, who had made outstanding contributions in quelling the rebellion in Guan City and was later promoted to the right commander of the right guard by Lier. Thus, Li Zixuan stood up and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Lu Ringue quickly waved his hands and said, "Marquis, please don't make fun of me. Now, that General Cheng is not in the capital. I'm only temporarily taking over the military affairs for General Cheng." The reason why Lu Ringue was able to enter the right guard was not only because of his contributions, but also because Cheng Yaojin had secretly added fuel to the fire. During the battle in Guan City, Cheng Yaojin had admired Lu Ringue's ability, so old Cheng had asked Lier to transfer Lu Ringue under his command. Of course, Lu Ringue did not disappoint old Cheng. After joining the right guards, Lu Ringue was not only extremely hardworking in training, but also very few people could compare to him in terms of military strategy and ability to get along with others. Gradually, Cheng Yaojin began to give Lu Ringue more tasks. Ringue, you're too humble. I'm a little regretful now that I didn't personally go to the battlefield to quell the rebellion in Guan City. As a result, I didn't get to see the battle of wits and courage between Ringue and the Chui and Zheng families. Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Marquis, you flatter me." Lu Ringue was a little embarrassed by Li Zixuan's praise, but when he thought of Li Zixuan's intention, he quickly said seriously, "I heard that Marquis came to the right guard to mobilize troops. May I ask how many troops Marquis wants to mobilize? Will these troops be used?" It wasn't that he suspected Li Zixuan of any bad intentions, but since he was now helping Cheng Yaojin manage the affairs of the right guard, he still had to ask clearly about something as important as mobilizing troops. This Marquis plans to mobilize 5,000 elite troops from the right guard to investigate the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon sect in Chang'an City. These people must train hard and be good at hiding. Li Zixuan replied indifferently. Remnants of the Heavenly Dragon sect? Lu Ringue frowned. Being in the army, he naturally didn't know that the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Li Chengqian and Chang'e was very likely related to the Heavenly Dragon sect. But although he didn't know, he didn't ask too much. Instead, he stood up and said, "Good. This general will go and organize a force of 5,000 elite soldiers and then follow the Marquis of Yong and to investigate the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon sect." Not long after, 5,000 soldiers dressed in ordinary clothes rushed out of the right guard camp. Li Zixuan had specifically requested for them to be dressed in ordinary clothes. Under Li Zixuan's arrangements, these 5,000 soldiers would disguise themselves as ordinary citizens and infiltrate the residences of certain officials. They would secretly inquire about the movements of these officials, and Li Zixuan would arrange for people to monitor certain officials based on their feedback. The 5,000 soldiers Lu Ringue had selected were mostly scouts. Some of them had even gone deep into the Turks and worked as spies on the steppe, so they were quite experienced in hiding. An invisible net began to slowly unfold in Chang'an City. Those officials who couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to cause trouble would all become fish in the net. Venerable One, the patrols in Chang'an City haven't relaxed at all. The city gates are still closed. It seems that the imperial court won't let this go easily. In Gi Lane, south of Chang'an City, a thin man bowed and said in a house with two entrances. The person standing opposite him was Du. At this time, Du had already taken off his wide bamboo hat, revealing his bald but shiny forehead. Hearing this, he frowned and said coldly, "Humph! Li Shimin's son and daughter almost fell into our hands. Of course, he won't let this go. Wait patiently. When the Imperial Ancestral Temple is destroyed by thunder and fire tomorrow, this old monk will lead you out and call on all the citizens in Chang'an City to resist the tyranny of Li Tang. At that time, the army led by Long Tu will be outside Chang'an City. We will lead the citizens in the city and directly attack the city gates. With Long Tu's cooperation, Chang and city will definitely be broken by us. Ha ha ha. At the end, he couldn't help but laugh proudly because of his beautiful vision. The thin man standing beside him also said excitedly, Venerable One is wise. It turns out that the Venerable One has already thought of a plan to cooperate with the outside. That's why you deliberately lost control when you kidnapped the Crown Prince. The Venerable One is farsighted. I admire you. Hearing this, he couldn't help blushing. He asked himself honestly, when he kidnapped Li Chengxian and Chang'e, he really didn't fail on purpose. He wanted to capture Li Er's children more than anyone else, but his strength didn't allow him to do so. In the face of Li Zexuan and Xian Qing's arrival, he had no chance of winning at all. He could only flee. He didn't expect his subordinate to be so smart. He even thought of the reason for his failure. It saved him the trouble of making up a reason. What's the movement of the Imperial Guards and the Supreme Court? In the face of his subordinate's praise, he remained calm and reserved. He glanced at the lean man indifferently and then asked, Venerable One, the Imperial Guards and the officials of the Supreme Court are searching for our Dragon Sect followers. Many of our followers have been captured to the Supreme Court. But don't worry, Venerable One. This place is very safe. Even if the Imperial Court's people dig 3 feet into the ground, they won't be able to find us. Moreover, the owner of this house has a very good relationship with the owner of Gue Lane. Even if they find this place, they won't be too serious. The thin man bowed slightly and cupped his fist. He couldn't help but nod and said, That's good. In addition, you inform the rest of the people in the sect to lie low. Don't make any trouble. When the limelight is over, we'll join in a righteous action. Yes, Venerable One, the thin man responded and then pulled the rope beside him. Soon, someone above turned the wooden wheel on the well and pulled him up from the bottom of the well. It turned out that he was hiding under the dry well. No wonder the thin man said that this place was very safe and they weren't afraid of the Imperial Court's search. Chapter 1597. Yes, if I remember correctly, Boss Zhang is usually stingy. Did the sun rise from the west today? Otherwise, why would he let the servants buy so many chickens, ducks, and fish? There's even a pot of immortal drunken wine here. In the south of Chang and city, on the street of Gi Lane, Meng Yuliang looked in the direction of Mother Meng's finger and saw a plump man in luxurious clothes at the door of a house. He was directing 2 servants to carry chickens, ducks, fish, and even a pot of wine. The sign on the pot was Immortal Drunken Wine. Meng Yuliang couldn't help but be surprised. Boss Zhang's name was Zhang Dikang. His family opened a medium-sized grain store and was considered to have a small family fortune. However, he was stingy. Not only was he stingy to others, but he was also stingy to himself. Other than dressing decently, he was stingy in all other aspects, including food. Could it be that Boss Zhang has an important guest in his house? Mother Meng thought for a moment and then asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Meng Yuliang shook his head and said, That's impossible. Don't you know Boss Zhang's character? Even if an important guest came, he would not be willing to buy a pot of immortal drunken wine. In the end, Meng Yuliang seemed to think of something and added, Besides, the 4 city gates of Chang and city are closed today. How could there be a guest in Boss Zhang's house? Unless the guest came early in the morning. But why would someone visit relatives early in the morning? Also, did you hear that Boss Zhang spent a lot of money to join that Dragon God sect? He almost sold his grain store. I didn't expect him to be willing to buy so many things today. Yes, today's Boss Zhang was too strange. Master, should we go over and ask? Mother Meng echoed and then asked tentatively. With Meng Yuliang's official position, his status in the family skyrocketed. Mother Meng would specifically ask Meng Yuliang about many things. Meng Yuliang heard this and said, What's there to ask? These are other people's family matters. Let's not meddle in other people's business and go back quickly. Yaya is alone at home. Can you rest assured? After saying that, Meng Yuliang turned and walked towards the alley on the left. Meng Yuliang's mother reacted and quickly followed. A stingy miser suddenly bought so much good wine and meat. Today, the city gate of Chong is closed, and fugitives are being caught everywhere in the city. This means that Mr. Zhang's house can't have a sudden guest, and he used to be a member of the dragon sect. Then he looks like I can make a small fortune again. Once Meng Yuliang and his wife left, a girl in shabby clothes appeared where they had been standing. If Li Zixuan were here, he would have definitely recognized her, because this was the girl who had given him Li Juanxian's secret letter. The young girl stood under the willow tree at the entrance of the alley, quietly waiting for the door of the house to return to normal. Then, she pretended to be an ordinary passerby and walked in that direction. Tell the kitchen to prepare all these ingredients tonight. In the Zhang mansion, Zhang Dikang's face was flushed as he ordered several servants in the courtyard. Looking at his expression, there wasn't any sorrow from losing money. Instead, it was as if he was about to experience something joyous. To the stingy Mr. Zhang in the eyes of outsiders, this was, yes, master. The servants hurriedly left to carry out the order. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Dikang rubbed his hands excitedly. He went out first and poked his head out. Seeing that there were no soldiers on the street, he personally closed the courtyard door. After doing all this, he walked towards the backyard with his hands behind his back with an indifferent expression. Venerable one, this disciple has prepared the best wine and food according to your request. In a little while, I will be able to hold a welcoming feast for Venerable one. Venerable one, please wait a moment with the emissaries of the sect. Zhang Dikang went to the dry well in the rear courtyard. It was already evening, and candles were already lit in the well. Zhang Dikang respectfully bowed to Du. You've done very well. Du Yi nodded. When this one returns to the sect tomorrow, I will promote you to an inner sect disciple. I will bestow upon you an inexhaustible supply of Jade Lake holy water, so that you will never be sick and will live forever. Many thanks, Venerable One. Many thanks, Venerable One. This subordinate will be loyal to the dragon sect. I will go through water and tread on fire for Venerable One. Hearing this, Zhang Dikang trembled with excitement. He knelt down directly and kowtowed to Du Yi. In order to become an inner sect disciple of the dragon sect, he did not hesitate to spend all his wealth, but Du Yi did not even look at him. Who would have thought that this morning luck would fall from the sky? Zhang Dikang finally saw the high and mighty Buddha in his heart, and the Buddha also wanted to stay in his house temporarily. Zhang Dikang was extremely excited. How could he not agree? However, Du Yi's request was very strange. He did not want to stay in the guest room prepared in the Zhang mansion. Instead, he wanted to stay under the dry well in the rear courtyard of the Zhang mansion, saying that it was convenient to study Buddhism. Zhang Dikang persuaded him many times, but it was useless. In the end, he could only give up. In addition, as a monk, Du Yi actually asked Zhang Dikang to prepare some good wine and meat. How could a monk drink wine and eat meat? After Zhang Dikang received this order, he secretly muttered in his heart. However, although there were many questions in his heart, Zhang Dikang fulfilled all of Du Yi's strange requests to the letter. He hoped to obtain Du Yi's favor and directly promote him to an inner court disciple. Now that his wish had come true, how could Zhang Dikang not be excited? Although Zhang Dikang has all 4 limbs, his body has always had some problems, kidney failure. So after hearing others say that the Yaoqi holy water can cure all diseases, Zhang Dikang went crazy. He wanted to use all means to join the dragon sect, get the Yaoqi holy water, and cure the unspeakable illness that has troubled him for a long time. Now that his dream finally came true, Zhang Dikang felt that all his efforts were worth it. In a while, send the wine and food to the bottom of the well. This venerable one will not go up. This venerable one will continue to study Buddhism at the bottom of this well tonight. Remember, don't tell anyone that this venerable one is here. Otherwise, everything that this venerable one gave you will be taken back with interest. Du Yi held the Buddhist salute and told Zhang Dikang with a serious face. Disciple understands. Disciple understands. I will arrange it now. Zhang Dikang quickly nodded and bowed. And are you wondering why you did not abstain from wine and meat as a monk? Du Si stared at Zhang Dikang, and he suddenly asked, No, no, no. Disciple does not dare. Venerable One must have his reasons for doing so. Disciple does not dare to ask more. Zhang Dikang quickly waved his hand. Although he did have this idea, he could not say it directly. You must know that wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha's heart remains. Although this venerable one drinks wine and eats meat, I have never forgotten Buddha in my heart. This is not breaking the precepts. Do you understand? Du Yi's face darkened as he spoke in a serious tone. When Zhang Dikang heard this, he immediately prostrated himself in admiration and said, Venerable One's Dharma is profound. Disciple admires. Disciple admires. Go quickly. And? This boss Zhang, it's not dark yet, and he closed the courtyard door. Obviously, he has a guilty conscience. No, I had to find a way to go in and take a look. But how do I get in? Yes. Got it. I will climb over the wall from the backyard. Outside the front door of the Zhang mansion, the girl muttered to herself for a while and then walked quietly toward the back of the Zhang mansion. Fortunately, Chang and city was now under martial law. Most of the people had returned to their homes, and there were very few people wandering outside. Otherwise, her sneaky behavior might be discovered by passers-by on the road. She tiptoed to the wall of the backyard. The girl wanted to climb over the wall, but she couldn't do so no matter how many times she tried. This was because the wall of the Zhang family's residence was higher than the walls of other residences. After several attempts to no avail, the girl gave up the idea of climbing over the courtyard wall because she was also afraid that a passerby would suddenly appear on the street, or that her climbing over the courtyard wall would alarm the people inside. Panting as she leaned against the courtyard wall, the young girl pondered whether or not she should give up. If there were really people hiding in this residence, as she had speculated, then if she was discovered, she wouldn't be able to escape even if she wanted to. The only path left for her was death. It would be a lie if she said that she was not afraid, but the girl was not willing to leave just like that. She came to Chang'an City today to deliver a letter to Li Zixuan on behalf of Li Junxian, but she did not expect that after delivering the letter, the gates of Chang'an City would be closed, and she could not leave. Tonight, she could only stay in the inns of Chang'an City. What was worse was that she was not the only one forced to stay in the inns of Chang'an City tonight. She could even imagine the scene of the inns in the city being full. At this time, she would have to pay a higher price than usual to get a room. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. Speaking of which, she did not sell the lingji mushroom she picked in the morning for much money. Tonight, she would have to spend a large sum of money to stay in the inn. In this way, she would only earn a few hundred copper coins after painstakingly making this trip. It was a huge loss. If I can confirm that there is a venerable of the dragon sect in this house, and then tell this news to that young and handsome marquis, he will definitely be willing to reward me. Then I will be rich. After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, the girl decided to take the risk. But how do I see the situation inside the house? Faced with the predicament in front of her, the young girl was once again in a dilemma. Her gaze swept around the streets of the Zhang estate's backyard. Suddenly, the young girl's eyes lit up as she fixed her gaze on the two old ginkgo trees, one zhang away from the Zhang estate's back door. Hey, I've got it. The girl first looked around, and after confirming that there was no one around, she excitedly walked to the nearest ginkgo tree. She wanted to climb the tree, but this ginkgo tree was very old, and even two people would not be able to wrap their arms around it. It would be rather difficult for an ordinary person to climb it. Who would have thought that the girl would take off her shoes without saying a word, revealing her white underwear? Then, like a nimble little monkey, she climbed up the ginkgo tree in the blink of an eye. Judging from her skillful movements, it was obvious that this wasn't her first time climbing a tree. The girl adjusted her posture and sat down on a branch of the ginkgo tree, allowing her to see everything in the Zhang residence. Chapter 1598. Inside the dry well in the backyard of the Zhang family, Du Yi and the others were drinking big bowls of wine, eating big chunks of meat, and bragging loudly. In order to please Du Yi, Zhang Dikang naturally did his best to cater to them. Therefore, this dilapidated dry well was as lively as a big restaurant. Du Yi came from the tantric sect of India, so it was impossible for him to not have any rules and regulations. However, ever since he came to the Tang Empire, he was immediately blinded by the colorful world of the Central Plains, especially after he accidentally tasted the immortal drunken wine of the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The rules and regulations that Du Yi had adhered to for decades instantly collapsed. Moreover, once the rules were broken, they could no longer be adhered to. Therefore, Du Yi had become a monk who drank and ate. Of course, he would not easily show this aspect of himself to the world. After all, he still had to maintain the image of an enlightened monk in front of the world. Who's outside? Du Yi and the others had just finished drinking when they heard someone shouting from above the dry well. Not good. There are lackeys of the imperial court spying around the mansion. We can't let him leave alive. Du Yi was the first to react. He quickly put down his chopsticks, then got up and went to the direction of the well. He leaped into the air and directly rushed out of the dry well that was more than 5 feet deep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the few core disciples of the dragon sect who followed Du Yi also relied on Qinggong to step on the wall of the well and rushed out of the well. Which direction? After Du Yi stood still on the ground, he looked at the manservant and asked in a deep voice. The manservant obviously did not expect that someone could directly fly out of the dry well that was more than 5 feet deep without the help of ropes and well wheels. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He quickly pointed to the northwest outside the back door and said, reporting to the Venerable One, just now I heard some movement outside the back door. Then I heard someone shouting, followed by a series of footsteps. I think that person ran from the northwest direction. Who? As soon as the manservant finished speaking, he found that Du Yi, who was originally standing in front of him, had disappeared without a trace. The other 4 dragon sect core disciples who had just come up from the well also hurriedly followed and flew out of the Zhang family backyard. What an unlucky year. Why am I so unlucky today? I've climbed so many trees in the mountains before and never fell. Why did something happen today? It's over. It's over. If the person hiding in the Zhang family catches him, he'll be finished. In the alleyway of Gue Yi Lane, the young girl dragged her sprained left leg and ran with all her might while limping. As she ran, she muttered softly. At this moment, the girl really had the urge to cry. Don't chase after me. None of you can see me. The girl prayed silently in her heart. But many times, praying was praying, and the reality was always contrary to one's wishes. So, it's a little girl? Just as the young girl ran out of the street where the Zhang mansion was located, she suddenly heard a whistling sound and a cold snort. With that said, a bald monk in a black robe stood in front of the young girl, completely blocking her path. Aren't you Venerable Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon sect? Why are you stopping me? Because Du Yi came out in a hurry this time. He didn't wear a wide bamboo hat on his head. After the young girl saw the big monk's true appearance, a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. Then, she pointed at Du Yi and questioned him loudly, trying to put up a strong front. The reason why she shouted so loudly was that she wanted to attract the attention of the people nearby. In this way, she might have a chance to live today. Oh, you know me? Although Du Yi had seen through the young girl's thoughts, he did not expose her. A playful smile appeared on his face. After pausing for a moment, he took 2 steps forward and said with a serious face, "Little girl, how do you know this Venerable One? Tell me, who sent you here?" Although there was no threat in his words, his tone was much stricter than before, and even had a trace of murderous intent. The young girl was very frightened, but she didn't show it on her face because of Du Yi's words. She forced herself to be calm and said, "What do you mean by who sent me here? I'm just passing by here. Why are you chasing me? Besides, 10 days ago, you were in Chang and city showing your Buddha skills to the people. I was there at that time. Is it strange that I know you?" Hearing this, Du Yi's eyes flashed. He believed the second half of the young girl's words, but he didn't believe a single word of the first half of the sentence. Oh, passing by? Just passing by? Du Yi's aura changed and said coldly, Heavenly Dragon Sect is now listed as a disobedient sect by the Imperial Court. Now that you know where I'm hiding, are you planning to report this information to the Imperial Court to receive a reward? Of course not. I don't know anyone from the Imperial Court. Even if I know you're hiding here, who can I report this information to? Although the young girl wanted to say yes, but in order to survive, she could only desperately deny it. Du Yi snorted and sneered. Humph. You think I'll believe your nonsense? If you know what's good for you, you'll come with me today. After the commotion dies down, I'll let you go. Hearing this, the young girl hurriedly took 2 steps back and said, Why are you being so unreasonable? I said I'm just passing by. If you don't believe me, then forget it. But you're now a wanted criminal of the Imperial Court. If you dare to act rashly, I'll shout for help. If the patrolling Wu-Ho hears the commotion, you won't be able to leave. Then why don't you try shouting? See if anyone will come to help you. Du Yi sneered, and then he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he was in front of the young girl. It happened so fast that the young girl had no time to react. Du Yi's large hand grabbed the young girl's shoulder. The young girl finally couldn't hold back and screamed in horror. Then, she desperately retreated backwards, wanting to avoid Du Yi's big hand. However, she didn't know any martial arts, so how could she escape from a Grandmaster's full-strength grasp? Feeling that the hand was getting closer and closer to her shoulder, the young girl's heart was filled with despair and regret. She regretted that she was too greedy and had to get involved in this muddy water for the Imperial Court's reward. She also regretted that she wasn't careful when she went down the tree. Otherwise, she would have already left and passed the news to Lisa Xuan. How do you know that no one will help her? At the critical moment, when Du Yi's large hand was less than 2 inches away from the young girl's shoulder, another voice suddenly sounded from the street. This voice made Du Yi's expression change instantly, but the young girl's face was full of joy after surviving a disaster. Chapter 1599. Mother, there seems to be a fight on the street. The Mao wants to take a look. Shoo, what are you looking at? Don't make a sound. Be careful. The bad guys might catch you and dig out your eyes. Then the Mao won't take a look. The battle between the Grandmasters on the streets of Gue E Lane was extremely loud. Most of the commoners in the nearby residences had heard the commotion. However, almost all of them had gathered near the cracks of their doors or had put up ladders to stick their heads out of the courtyard walls to secretly watch the battle between Lisa Xuan and Du Yi on the streets. Encountering such a huge battle, the people only dared to secretly watch, and no one dared to come out. Of course, there were also many people who recognized Lisa Xuan and Du Yi. After all, these two were considered famous people in Chang'an City. Father, isn't that Marquis Yong and venerable Du Yi from Dragon Sect? Why are they fighting? Who should we help? Nonsense. Of course, we should help Marquis Yong, and the Imperial Court has already announced that Dragon Sect is a disobedient sect, and the immortal techniques that venerable Du Yi displayed earlier were all lies. Only someone like Marquis Yong and would wholeheartedly think of the people. That's right. Then I'll go help Marquis Yong and... Bastard, you stop right there. Just based on your skills, how can you be a match for Du Yi? If you go, you'll only cause trouble for Marquis. Father, then what do you think we should do? What else can we do? Quickly go out from a back door and find a patrolling Marquis outside to help. Yes. Father, you're still the smart one. Other than those who had been completely brainwashed by Dragon Sect, most of the people who recognized Lisa Xuan and Du Yi were on Lisa Xuan's side. They wanted to come out and help, but they were afraid of causing trouble for Lisa Xuan. However, there were some people who were more active and had already quietly gone out from their houses to get help. At this moment, seeing that there were 4 more reinforcements in front of Du Yi, Lisa Xuan's gaze turned cold and murderous. You're courting death. The reason why Du Yi was able to escape safely from Xianqing's pursuit was because the dragon sect's disciples used their lives to cover for him and stall for time. In addition, Xianqing rarely left Mount Longhu and rarely killed people. He was not used to killing people in the beginning, so Du Yi was able to escape safely. This time, Li Zixuan finally found Du Yi. Therefore, he must capture Du Yi no matter what. As for the 4 people in front of him, he would not show any mercy. He must kill these 4 people in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, if Du Yi escaped this time, it would be very difficult to catch him in the future. Besides this, Du Yi was also the key to breaking the stalemate in Chang'an. As a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, Du Yi not only knew more than Li Junxian, he also had an incomparable reputation in the Heavenly Dragon sect. Many people had joined the Heavenly Dragon sect for the sake of Du Yi's reputation as the reincarnation of the Buddha. Therefore, Li Zixuan only needed to capture Du Yi and drag him out when the Heavenly Dragon army besieged the city tomorrow. This would be a severe blow to the morale of the Heavenly Dragon army. At that time, many people might realize their mistake and turn their backs on the Heavenly Dragon sect. This way, many people would die in this war. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, Li Zixuan had to capture Du Yi today. No one could stop him. Pung pung pung. Just as Li Zixuan pointed his sword at the 4 core disciples in front of Du Yi, the sound of galloping horses came from the direction of Gi Square. Soon after, Lu Rengue rushed over with a group of soldiers. Marquis, this general has come to help you. You only need to deal with Du East. Leave this place to us. Lu Rengue and his horse were as swift as the wind. He shouted at Li Zixuan while leaning on the horse's back. Ha! Rengue, you came at the right time. Li Zixuan was overjoyed. He laughed and went around the 4 core disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect in front of him. He rushed directly towards Du Yi. The 4 people were unwilling to give up and wanted to chase after Li Zixuan. However, Lu Rengue had already arrived. Hey, where are you going? Your opponent is me. Lu Rengue was on the horse. He waved the horsetail in his hand and directly hit the heads of the 4 Heavenly Dragon sect disciples. On the other side, Li Zixuan was fighting with Du Yi again. He became fiercer and fiercer. 9 Taishian swords were thrown at Du Yi's face one after another. He did not even use the Taiji swordsmanship that he was very good at because it was really unnecessary. Facing a small fry like Du Yi who had just entered the Grandmaster realm, he did not need to defend at all. He just needed to attack with all his strength. Therefore, he did not use the Taiji swordsmanship that was slightly inclined towards defense. In fact, it was true. Facing Li Zixuan's continuous, storm-like attacks, Du Yi could not even parry. How could he think of a counterattack? At the same time, the remaining real qi in Du Yi's body was getting less and less. Du Yi knew very well that if this continued, he would not be able to escape today. Since his strength was not as good as his opponent, he could only use some methods other than strength. Chapter 1600. Many thanks to Marquis for showing mercy. On Guy Lane, Du Yi, who had just escaped death, bowed to Li Zixuan. At that moment just now, he really smelled the scent of death. He was very sure that if he didn't surrender and admit defeat, Li Zixuan's sword move would absolutely pour down on him without holding back. And with his true qi exhausted, facing this incomparably swift and fierce sword move, he would absolutely die without a doubt. Until now, Du Yi's heart was still in a state of shock. It was too dangerous, too dangerous. In that instant just now, he had really walked one round around the gates of hell. Li Zixuan pursed his lips and did not speak, because at this time, Lu Rengue's side had also finished the battle. They were escorting the 4 core disciples of Heavenly Dragon sect over here. Venerable One, what do you mean by this? Do you want to betray the sect? When everyone arrived in front of Li Zixuan, before Lu Rengue could speak, the Heavenly Dragon sect disciple he was escorting angrily spoke to Du Yi. The rest of the Heavenly Dragon sect people were also shocked and angry. Heavenly Dragon sect was their big family, and Du Yi was their faith. Now that their faith had betrayed their big family, how could they not be angry? While they were angry, their hearts were also crumbling. He ignored the angry gazes of these four people. He straightened his body and restored his previous dignified appearance, saying lightly, "A wise man submits to circumstances." Dragon Head, for his own selfish interests, ordered this venerable one to bewitch the people into joining the sect, committing treason and heresy, harming the common people. This is truly a heinous crime. Now that Heavenly Dragon Sect's fate has come to an end, why don't you follow this venerable one and abandon the darkness for the light? After saying that, he secretly glanced at Li Zixuan's face from the corner of his eye. In the end, he wanted to rely on practical actions to curry favor with Li Zixuan and strive for Li Zixuan's forgiveness. After all, Li Zixuan only spared his life temporarily, but never said that he would let him go completely. To Yi's disappointment, Li Zixuan still had a straight face. He couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. At this moment, Lu Rengui finally had a chance to speak. He cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said, "Marquis, this general has already broken their limbs. Moreover, this general has checked that there is no poison in their mouths. There is no need to worry about them committing suicide." Li Zixuan's face immediately broke into a smile as he replied warmly, "Very good." He immediately ordered someone to bring them back to the Supreme Court and personally hand them over to Minister Lu. This marquis will be there soon. Lu Rengui cupped his fists and accepted the order. This general obeys. Marquis, then this calamity. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Leave him here for now. This marquis still needs him. In a while, leave a few soldiers behind. This matter isn't over yet." Lu Rengui was stunned when he heard this. After a moment, he cupped his fists and said, "Why don't this general stay behind and let the others escort the four of them back to the Supreme Court?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "No need. Moreover, this marquis will only be at ease if you personally escort them. Quickly go. Then this general will take his leave." Seeing Li Zixuan's insistence, Lu Rengui could only cup his fists and lead a few soldiers to escort the Heavenly Dragon Sect members away. "Wow, Marquis, you are so powerful." At this moment, a clear and melodious voice of a young girl suddenly rang out from the side of the battlefield. Who else could it be but the young girl who was being chased by Yi? In the previous battle, Li Zixuan wielded the wind-chasing sword and released a series of extremely gorgeous sword moves. He had been suppressing Yi all this time. He was like a peerless sword immortal, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. Young people worshipped heroes, and so did young girls. Thus, the young girl couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Li Zixuan's heart thumped as he smiled at this young girl. The girl had a pretty face and was dressed in very ordinary clothes. She didn't seem like the daughter of a great clan, but she spoke in an extremely orderly manner and was so mature that she didn't seem like a child of her age. It was probably because she had experienced far too many things in the past. More importantly, the extremely important secret letter that Li Junxian had sent back had been delivered to him through this young girl. Li Zixuan truly wanted to know what sort of relationship this girl had with Li Junxian and how she had received the secret letter from Li Junxian. In the past, this young girl only knew that Marquis was a Yamacho from Yanhuan College and was extremely knowledgeable, but I didn't think that Marquis' martial arts would also be so formidable. This young girl admires you. The young girl quickly walked up to Li Zixuan and then bowed like an adult to Li Zixuan as she praised. Her movements were somewhat stiff. She probably didn't do this sort of etiquette often. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and looked at the girl thoughtfully. If this Marquis remembers correctly, you were the one who delivered the secret letter to this Marquis at noon, right? This time, you helped this Marquis capture the venerable of the Heavenly Dragon Sect. Little girl, what is your name? What reward do you want?" Upon hearing the word reward, the girl's eyes brightened and she excitedly said, "Marquis, this young girl's name is Chun Shuazhen. I want money, a lot of money." "Chun Shuazhen? You're Chun Shuazhen?" Li Zixuan's pupils constricted and his heart shook violently. He never thought that this ordinary-looking, harmless little girl in front of him was the first woman in China's history to call herself the Empress. At the same time, Li Zixuan suddenly remembered that when he was in the north, Li Tai had told him in a telegram that he met a girl named Chen Shuazhen in Chang, and city who helped him solve the mystery of the doomsday levitation technique. Thus, Li Zixuan looked at Chen Shuazhen with a strange expression and asked, "Didn't you use the levitation technique to ask a little fatty for 100 strings of coins as a reward?" How did you know, Marquis?" The girl covered her mouth in surprise and disbelief, but after a moment, she suddenly understood and said, "I understand that little fatty inadvertently called himself the Prince of Wei, and the current Prince of Wei is studying at Yanhuang College." Marquis, as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, it's not surprising that you know about this matter. After saying that, her little face couldn't help but become bitter. Speaking of which, she had previously cheated money from Li Zixuan's student. So how could Li Zixuan spare her now? Seeing the girl's expression, Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and say, "Ha, you're really smart, little girl. Don't worry. This Marquis won't interfere in the matter between you and Qin Ke. But you said that you wanted a lot of money. Didn't Qin Ke give you 100 Tang Yuan? Isn't it enough for a little girl like you?" Hearing Li Zixuan say that he wouldn't pursue the previous matter, the girl couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She playfully stuck out her tongue and said with some embarrassment, "Thank you, Marquis, for letting bygones be bygones. This little girl doesn't need the money, goodbye. Oh, by the way, the master of the Zhang family, Zhang Di Kang, is the accomplice of Monk du Marquis. Don't forget to take him away with you." After saying that, without waiting for Li Zixuan to react, she directly turned around and left. She was really straightforward. She gently waved her sleeves and left without a trace. Seeing this, Li Zixuan didn't force her to stay. After pondering for a moment, he ordered a soldier beside him. "Follow her and see where Chen Shuazhen lives and whether she has encountered any difficulties." He just saw that Chen Shuazhen's eyes were pure, and she was definitely not the kind of person who was blindly greedy and unprincipled. He thought that the reason why Chen Shuazhen kept saying money, money, money was very likely that she had encountered some difficulties that made her so obsessed with money. "Yes, Marquis." The soldier received the order and left. Li Zixuan looked at Du Yi and said in an unfriendly tone, "Du Yi, you heard what the little girl said just now. I heard that you have an accomplice. Quickly lead the way." "Yes, Marquis, this poor monk will lead the way for you." Dewey couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He knew who Chen Shuazhen was talking about. At this moment, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly responded with a bow. After saying that, Dewey dragged his injured body and led Li Zixuan and the others to the Zhang family's house. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the door. Quickly open the door." After a while, they arrived at the door of the Zhang family's house. The right guard soldier beside Li Zixuan hurriedly stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, the door was opened, and a young man who looked like a servant walked out. He was just about to complain when he saw the right guard soldiers in armor outside the door. He was suddenly shocked, and his attitude immediately became much better. He asked, Who are you? Why do you come to the Zhang family?" Seeing that the servant obviously didn't know Du Yi, it meant that Master Zhang had done a good job of keeping secrets. Li Zixuan didn't want to waste time with the servant. He nodded to the soldier beside him. The soldier stepped forward and directly pushed the servant aside and said loudly, "The imperial court is arresting a fugitive. Unrelated people, please leave." Hey, what fugitive? How can there be a fugitive in the Zhang family? The manservant stomped his feet anxiously at the side, but no one paid any attention to him. Li Zixuan and his group arrived at the backyard under Du Yi's guidance. Before they entered the backyard, Li Zixuan heard someone shouting anxiously from inside, Master, something bad happened. Venerable Du Yi has been arrested. The imperial court has come to our house." "What? Where are they?" "We're here." Li Zixuan walked in quickly and shouted loudly. After entering the yard, he saw a servant in the backyard who was lying at the mouth of the well and shouting inside. Du Yi quickly explained, "Marquis, this is a dry well. I hid in this well with my disciples before. The master of the Zhang family must be inside now. Li Zixuan nodded slightly. No wonder he couldn't find Du Yi when he mobilized the Imperial Army and the Right Guard to search the whole city. It turned out that this bald donkey was hiding underground. He was really treacherous. Go, bring Zhang Dikang up, and take this servant with you, Li Zixuan ordered. Yes. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward. One of them held down the servant, and the other operated the well to pull Zhang Dikang up. Li Zixuan turned to look at Du Yi and asked faintly, "Is there anyone else who knows that you're hiding in the Zhang family?" He didn't want to spread the news of capturing Du Yi, because once the dragon head of the dragon sect knew that Du Yi was captured, he would likely hold back his troops or directly withdraw from the Snake Spirit Mountain. In this way, the Imperial Court would lose an excellent opportunity to catch the dragon sect in one fell swoop. This was what Li Zixuan and Li Er didn't want to see. Therefore, Li Zixuan wanted to capture all the people who knew where Du Yi was hiding. These people knew where Du Yi was hiding, which meant that they were absolutely loyal to the dragon sect. In addition, if Du Yi didn't return at night, they would definitely guess that he was captured by the Imperial Court. They were also the most likely to spread the news of Du Yi's capture to the dragon sect. These hidden dangers must all be eliminated. Replying to Marquis, "Other than that, no one else knows that I'm hiding in the Zhang family." Du Yi quickly replied, "In." Li Zixuan nodded faintly. At this time, a well-dressed old man had been captured by the sergeants of the Right Guards. "What are you doing? This old man has never done anything against the law. How can the Right Guards arrest people at will? Let this old man go." Previously, when Du Yi went to chase after the peeping thief, Zhang Dikang thought that with Du Yi's martial arts, catching a thief would be a piece of cake. Therefore, he waited in the well for Du Yi and others to come back and continue the banquet. Who knew that Du Yi did come back, but at this time, Du Yi was already a prisoner and brought a group of Right Guard sergeants. Zhang Dikang's heart was instantly filled with fear. Zhang Deshun's family was soon alarmed. A noble woman and a well-dressed young man rushed in. When they saw Zhang Deshun being captured, they immediately cried and screamed, "Take them away!" Li Zixuan didn't want to be entangled with the Zhang family too much. He waved his hand expressionlessly, and Zhang Deshun and the servant were all taken out. The group went straight to the Supreme Court. Chapter 1601. Rendezvous, take the Right Guards and surround the Supreme Court. Tonight, no one from the Supreme Court is allowed to leave. No one is allowed to leave. Do you understand? Outside the Supreme Court, after seeing Lu Dui off, Li Zixuan looked at Lu Rengui and solemnly instructed. Hearing this, Lu Rengui felt a little awkward. He was just a lowly officer in the Right Guards. How could he have the authority to surround the Supreme Court? Wasn't this drawing hatred to the Right Guards? But when he saw Li Zixuan's solemn face, he thought for a moment and immediately reacted. Marquis is worried that someone from the Supreme Court will spread the news of Du Yi's arrest, thus alerting the enemy and causing Dragon Sect to not dare to come down the mountain again. Li Zixuan had also told Lu Rengui about the Dragon Sect's secret letter that Li Junxian had sent back. That was why Lu Rengui had such a guess. Yes, but not all of them. Li Zixuan nodded and then shook his head. Half a month ago, in order to obtain the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Water and swear loyalty to the Dragon Sect, the Supreme Court's warden Yi Hong colluded with outsiders to kill a key witness, the shopkeeper of the Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, Jin Wanfu. Since the Supreme Court has Yi Hong, there might be dozens or even hundreds of Yi Hong who are loyal to the Dragon Sect and could betray the court at any time. Once the news of Du Yi's capture spreads, the spies of the Dragon Sect in Chang will definitely do everything they can to pass the news to the Snake Spirit Mountain. At that time, whether the Dragon Head of the Dragon Sect will dare to send troops as scheduled will be an unknown. In addition, if those with evil intentions in Chang and know that Du Yi has been captured, they will probably have scruples and not give themselves away. As he finished speaking, the corners of Li Zixuan's mouth curled into a meaningful sneer. Naturally, he was referring to the officials in Chang and city who might have colluded with the Dragon Sect. Today, he had mobilized 5,000 soldiers from the Right Guards and deployed an inescapable net near the houses of the key suspects. Was it not to wait for those officials to open the city gates for the dragon sect tomorrow, or to create chaos? Only when Li Er dealt with those old officials who were still loyal to Li Jiansheng would there be no controversy, and Oldie would not be labeled as narrow-minded. Lu Rengui's expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "This general obeys. I won't let anyone walk out of the Supreme Court tonight." "Yes. Thank you for your hard work." Li Zishuan patted Lu Rengui's shoulder and walked into the Supreme Court. Under the guidance of a bailiff, Li Zishuan came to a torture chamber in the Supreme Court. Lu Dui, Dai Zhou, Sun Fujia, and Du Yi were all inside. However, Du Yi had changed into a white prison uniform, and his hands and feet were shackled in a tie shape. He was tied to a wooden frame. When Li Zishuan pushed open the door and entered, there was an interrogation going on inside. "Marquis Yoan, you're here." Hearing the movement, Lu Dui and the others turned to look. Then, Lu Dui stood up and greeted Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and returned the greeting. He went straight to the point and said, "How did the interrogation go? What did this Du Yi recruit?" Hearing this, Sun Fujia smiled bitterly and cupped her fists. "Marquis, this Du Yi is very stubborn. He said that he will only confess if you come. Otherwise, even if we torture him, he won't say a word." "There's actually such a thing?" Li Zishuan frowned, and then he walked up to Du Yi and asked in a cold voice, "Du Yi, since things have come to this, do you still refuse to realize your error and continue down this path until it's dark?" Du Yi raised his head and looked at Li Zishuan. He asked, "If this poor monk tells you the truth about the dragon sect, will you spare this poor monk?" Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, "Are you trying to negotiate with this marquis?" Thinking about how he almost died under Li Zishuan's sword, Du Yi couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly shook his head. "This poor monk only wants to find a way to live. I hope Marquis Yong and can fulfill my wish. You don't have a right to negotiate with this marquis." Li Zishuan turned around and said indifferently with his hands behind his back, "Even if you don't say anything, the dragon sect will still be defeated when they attack Chong and city tomorrow. This marquis is only asking you to give you a chance." "What? How do you know that the dragon sect will attack the city tomorrow?" Du Yi was shocked when he heard this. He was planning to use this information to exchange for a chance to survive, but Li Zishuan's words completely extinguished his hope. This marquis not only knows that the dragon sect will attack Chong and city tomorrow, but I also know that the dragon sect is hiding in Snake Spirit Mountain." Li Zishuan snorted coldly and threw another heavy bomb at Du Yi. Du Yi's mouth opened in shock. Li Zishuan's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He looked at the shocked Du Yi and asked, "Are you very puzzled why this marquis didn't report to the imperial court and send an army to besiege Snake Spirit Mountain after knowing that the dragon sect is in there?" Du Yi nodded. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was self-evident. Li Zishuan stared into Du Yi's eyes and said word by word, "Because the current emperor has already set up an inescapable net in and outside the city, waiting for the dragon sect to fall into the net. The dragon head of the dragon sect wants to use the incident of the imperial ancestral temple to incite the people to rebel against the imperial court and cause chaos in the city so that he can attack the city, right?" Du Yi's eyes finally revealed a trace of fear. He said in a trembling voice, "Impossible. Only the dragon head and I know about this matter. How could you know that we buried something in the imperial ancestral temple? You are the devil. You are the devil." Li Zishuan sneered. "If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Your plan that you thought was foolproof is full of loopholes in my eyes. Therefore, the internal and external troubles of Chong and city have been eliminated. We are only waiting for your dragon head to walk into the net tomorrow. If you are still unwilling to tell the truth, then this marquis will kill you now. Anyway, if you don't say something, there will be someone else who will." Merciless. Li Zishuan's words mercilessly destroyed all the thoughts in Du Yi's heart. He stared at Li Zishuan, his eyes revealing shock, fear, and unwillingness. Yes, he was unreconciled. After a long time, Du Yi sighed dejectedly and muttered to himself, No wonder the dragon head said that you are the biggest variable in our plan. Only you can break our dragon-slaying plan. Now it seems that the dragon sect really lost because of you. Hateful that Tuju Estate Preceptor attacked Yanwang College. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come all the way from the northern part of the Tang Empire to Chang'an. Hateful. Li Zixuan was speechless, using heavenly thunder to ignite fireworks, gunpowder, sulfur, and charcoal. If he hadn't happened to encounter such a thing, no one in the entire Chang and city would have been able to see through this plot. In other words, although Wu Jie had attacked the Yanwang Academy, he had unknowingly helped the Tang Imperial Court. This was truly a case of fortune and misfortune, depending on one's misfortune. Lu Dui, Dai Zhou, and Sun Fujia couldn't help but open their mouths. At this moment, their hearts were filled with joy. Of course, it wasn't because Yinhuang College was attacked by Wu Jie, but because Li Zixuan returned before the Dragon Sex plot. Otherwise, even if Chang and city wasn't captured, the Imperial Court would have suffered heavy losses. Of course, the three of them were convinced by the second half of Du Yi's words. Even the arrogant Dai Zhou had to admit that if he was the one investigating the case, he definitely wouldn't be able to see through the Dragon Sex conspiracy in Chang and city in a single day. Although this poor monk knows that he doesn't have the qualifications to talk terms with Marquis, this poor monk still wants to beg Marquis to let this poor monk live. Although Marquis has seen through the series of conspiracies deployed by the Dragon Sect inside and outside Chang and city, I'm sure Marquis doesn't know about the other matters of the sect. I'm willing to tell you the truth. After a moment of silence, Du Yi looked up at Li Zixuan and said sincerely. His tone was no longer as firm as before. His previous words more or less carried a threat, but now it was more of a plea. The initiative of the conversation was already in Li Zixuan's hands. Lu Dui, Dai Zhou, and Sun Fujia were all experienced interrogators. How could they not see the change in the situation? The three of them couldn't help but give Li Zixuan a big thumbs up in their hearts. Li Zixuan said indifferently, If you don't speak, you will die now. If you speak, this Marquis may give you a chance to live on account of your sincerity. The choice is up to you. Anyway, the other matters of the Dragon Sect are not important to the overall situation. Even if you don't speak after the Dragon Sect is annihilated tomorrow, this Marquis can let the others speak. Secure in his backing, Li Zixuan put on a fearless look, further grasping the initiative of the conversation and once again breaking down the line of defense in Du Yi's heart. Du Yi's face was pale. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine. This poor monk will say everything. I hope that Marquis Yong and can let this poor monk live on account of this poor monk's honest confession. This poor monk will immediately return to India and never take a step into Great Tang. This fellow's every sentence was survival. His desire to live was simply overflowing. You speak first. Li Zixuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief, then turned around and sat beside Sun Fujia. Sun Fujia was already holding a pen, ready to record the contents of Du Yi's confession. Because they were worried that the secret would be leaked, there were only Li Zixuan, Lu Dui, Dai Zhou, Sun Fujia, and Du Yi in this torture room. There were no bailiffs, jailers, or clerks to record the contents of the interrogation. Therefore, Sun Fujia, the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, could only work as a clerk. Your Majesty, Marquis Yong, and requests an audience. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the Suite du Hall was still brightly lit. Zhao Song walked in quietly and reported to Li Er, who was sitting on the seat of honor with his chin resting on his hand. Is there news from the Supreme Court? Let him in. Li Er's eyes lit up and immediately recovered from his thoughts. He quickly straightened his body and ordered. Yes. Zhao Song received the order and left. After a while, Li Zixuan walked in from outside the hall. He cupped his hands and said to Li Er, Your subject Li Zixuan pays his respects to your majesty. The Supreme Court was in the outer palace and was only separated from the inner palace by a city wall. At this time, the city gate between the inner and outer palace was naturally sealed. However, The situation was urgent now. Furthermore, Li Zishuan still had the golden token bestowed by Lier. Naturally, he could openly pass through the gate of heaven influence and enter the sweet dew hall of Taiji Palace. Rise. Lier waved his hand and quickly asked, "How was the interrogation? Did Dewey confess truthfully?" Chapter 1602. Gold Medal? What gold medal? Inside the Sweet Nectar Hall, Li Zishuan's narration revealed the dragon sect's rapid development and meticulous planning in the past year. Whether it was bewitching the people, bribing the local officials, recruiting the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank, or plotting to bomb the Imperial Ancestral Temple, all of these plots were shocking. Lier grasped a very crucial point. His tiger eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this is the gold medal found on Du Yi's body." Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and took out a gold medal from his waist. The gold medal looked very light, but Li Zishuan held it especially heavy because he knew that this gold medal was related to the lives of many people. Without waiting for Lier's order, Zhao Song stepped forward to receive the gold medal and presented it. Lier held the gold medallion with one hand and placed it in front of his eyes. His face immediately sank as he saw the words East Palace written on the gold medallion. Beside it was a small line of words, Wuda Yuan Year System. In the first year of Wuda, Yuan Huaji killed Sui Yang Emperor Yang Wang in Jiangdu. Not long after, Sui Gong Emperor Yang Yu gave up the throne to Li Yuan. After Li Yuan became emperor, he made Li Jian the crown prince. Since then, Li Jiansheng had officially become the first master of the Great Tang Eastern Palace. This was an Eastern Palace gold medallion from the first year of Wuda. The hidden meaning behind this was something that anyone with a bit of knowledge could understand. It was precisely because this case involved King Shi Li Jiansheng that the entire Supreme Court was now under the joint control of Lu Dui and Li Zishuan. Outsiders were not allowed to enter, and those inside were not allowed to leave. Even Lu Dui did not return home tonight. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow morning for the dragon sect to attack the city. According to Du Yi, the dragon sect has a total of 3 of these gold medals. They are respectively kept by the dragon head, the judge, and him. Lier's face was as calm as water. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and added, "Who is the dragon head of the dragon sect?" After a long while, Li Zishuan put down the command token. His eyes emitted a cold light as he suddenly looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a deep voice. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and replied, "Replying to your Majesty, he said that he didn't know the name of their dragon head, nor his identity. This was because the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect had never shown his true face to anyone. The people of Heavenly Dragon Sect only addressed him as Dragon Head, but no one knew his name or his origin." Lier was slightly disappointed when he heard this. His gaze gradually turned cold. He paused and said, "No matter what, the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon Sect must be related to King Shi. Investigate. I want to know the identity of the Heavenly Dragon Sect's dragon head. If possible, we'll fight the Heavenly Dragon Sect tomorrow and capture him alive." Li Zishuan cupped his fists and accepted the order. This subject obeys the decree. The hall fell into silence. Although Li Er and Li Jiansheng were brothers, the 2 brothers fought each other to the death for the throne. In today's Tang Empire, the name Li Jiansheng had long become a taboo. No one dared to mention this name in front of Li Er. Now, because of the Eastern Palace's gold medallion, the name of King Shi, Li Jiansheng, once again appeared in the palace. However, for the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect, it was not a good thing. Replying to your Majesty, this time Du Yi sneaked into Chang and city with this gold medallion and visited the main officials of King Shi's faction in Chang and city. Among them were 24 officials, 6 generals in the army, and 7 eunuchs in the palace. This subject has a list of names. Please take a look. The hall was silent for a while. Li Zishuan took out a piece of paper filled with word from his sleeve and handed it over to Zhao Song. This light piece of paper carried the future of dozens of people. It cannot be said that it was not heavy. Li Er took the paper and placed it on the dragon table. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. Gold medallion? What gold medallion? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Lisa Schwann explained the rapid development and meticulous planning of the Heavenly Dragon sect over the past year. Whether it was bewitching the people, bribing local officials, recruiting the manager of the Yanhuang Bank, or plotting to bomb the Imperial Ancestral Temple, all of these schemes were shocking to the eye. Lier grasped a very crucial point. His eyes focused as he asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this is the gold medallion found on Du Yi's body." After a moment of silence, Lisa Schwann took out a gold medallion from his waist. The gold medallion seemed very light, but it was especially heavy in Lisa Schwann's hands. This was because he knew that this gold medallion concerned the lives of many people. Without waiting for Lier's order, Zhao Song stepped forward to take the gold medallion and presented it. Lier held the gold medallion with one hand and looked at it in front of his eyes. His face immediately sank. On the gold medallion were the words East Palace, and beside it was a small line of words Wuda Yuan Year. In the first year of Wuda, Yuan Huaji killed Emperor Yongguang of Sui in Jiangdu. Not long after, Emperor Gong of Sui, Yang Yu, abdicated the throne to Li Yuan. After Li Yuan became emperor, he made Li Jian the crown prince. From then on, Li Jiansheng officially became the first master of the East Palace of Tang Dynasty. A gold medallion from the first year of Wuda. The hidden meaning behind this could be understood by anyone with a bit of knowledge. It was precisely because the case involved King Shi Li Jiansheng that the entire Supreme Court was now under the joint control of Lu Dui and Lisa Schwann. Outsiders were not allowed to enter, and those inside were not allowed to leave. Even Lu Dui, the minister of the Supreme Court, did not return home tonight. Everything would have to wait until the next morning when the Heavenly Dragon sect attacked the city. According to Du Yi, the Heavenly Dragon sect has a total of 3 gold medallions. They are respectively kept by the Dragon Head, the Judge, and him. Lisa Schwann's face was gloomy, while Lisa Schwann added, "Who is the Dragon Head of the Heavenly Dragon sect?" After a long while, Lisa Schwann put down the gold medallion. His eyes emitted a cold light as he suddenly looked at Lisa Schwann and asked in a deep voice. Lisa Schwann cupped his hands and replied, "Replying to your Majesty, he also said that he didn't know the name of their dragon head, nor his identity. This was because the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect had never shown his true face to anyone. The Heavenly Dragon sect's people only addressed him as Dragon Head, but no one knew his name or his origin." Lisa Schwann was slightly disappointed when he heard this. His eyes gradually turned cold. After a pause, he said, "In any case, the Dragon Head of the Heavenly Dragon sect must be related to King Shi. Investigate. I want to know the identity of the Dragon Head of the Heavenly Dragon sect. If possible, tomorrow when we fight with the Heavenly Dragon sect, capture him alive." Lisa Schwann cupped his fists and said, "This subject obeys your Majesty." The hall fell into silence. Although Lisa Schwann and Li Jiansheng were brothers for the sake of the throne, these two brothers fought to the death. In today's Tang Empire, the name Li Jiansheng had long become a taboo. No one dared to mention this name in front of Lisa Schwann. Now, because of a gold medallion from the Eastern Palace, the name of King Shi Li Jiansheng once again appeared in the Imperial Palace. However, for the Dragon Head of the Heavenly Dragon sect, it was not a good thing. Replying to your Majesty, this time Du Yi sneaked into Chong and city with this gold medallion and visited the main officials of King Shi's faction in Chong City. Among them were 24 officials, 6 generals in the army, and 7 eunuchs in the Imperial Palace. This subject has a list here. Please take a look. The hall was silent for a while. Lisa Schwann took out a piece of paper full of words from his sleeve and handed it over to Zhao Song. This light piece of paper carried the future of dozens of people. It cannot be said that it was not heavy. Lisa Schwann took the paper and placed it on the dragon table. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Gold medallion? What gold medallion? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Lisa Schwann explained the rapid development and careful planning of the Heavenly Dragon sect over the past year. Whether it was bewitching the people, bribing local officials, taking the shopkeeper of the Yanhuang Bank, or plotting to bomb the imperial ancestral temple. All of these schemes were shocking. Li Zishuan grasped a very crucial point. His eyes focused as he asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this is the gold medallion found on Du Yi's body." After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan took out a gold medallion from his waist. The gold medallion seemed very light, but it was especially heavy in Li Zishuan's hands. This was because he knew that this gold medallion concerned the lives of many people. Without needing Li Zishuan's order, Zhao Song stepped forward to take the gold medallion and presented it. Li Zishuan held the gold medallion with one hand and looked at it in front of his eyes. His face immediately sank. On the gold medallion were the words Eastern Palace, and beside it was a small line of words Wuda Yuan Year System. In the first year of Wuda, Yuan Huaji killed Sui Yang Emperor Yangguang in Jiangdu. Not long after, Sui Gong Emperor Yang Yu abdicated the throne to Li Yuan. After Li Yuan became emperor, he made Li Jian the crown prince. From then on, Li Jiansheng officially became the first master of the Great Tang Eastern Palace. A gold medallion from the first year of Wuda from the Eastern Palace. The hidden meaning behind this could be understood by anyone with a bit of knowledge. It was precisely because this case involved King Shi Li Jiansheng that the entire Supreme Court was now under the joint control of Lu Dui and Li Zishuan. Outsiders were not allowed to enter, and those inside were not allowed to leave. Even Lu Dui did not return home tonight. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow morning when the Heavenly Dragon sect attacked the city. According to Du Yi, the Heavenly Dragon sect has a total of 3 gold medallions. They are respectively kept by the Dragon Head, the Judge, and him. Li Zishuan's face was gloomy like water. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and added, "Who is the Dragon Head of the Heavenly Dragon sect?" After a long while, Li Zishuan put down the gold medallion. His eyes emitted a cold light. He suddenly looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a deep voice. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Replying to your Majesty, Du Yi also said that he didn't know the name of their dragon head, nor his identity. This was because the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect had never shown his true face to anyone. The Heavenly Dragon sect's people only called him Dragon Head, but no one knew his surname, his name, or his origins." Hearing this, Li Zishuan was slightly disappointed. His eyes gradually turned cold. After a pause, he said, "In any case, the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect must be related to King Shi. Investigate. I want to know the identity of the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect. If possible, tomorrow when we fight with the Heavenly Dragon sect, capture him alive." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "This subject obeys your Majesty." The hall fell into silence. Although Li Zishuan and Li Jiansheng were brothers, for the sake of the throne, these two brothers fought to the death. In today's Tang Empire, the name Li Jiansheng had long become a taboo. No one dared to mention this name in front of Li Zishuan. Now, because of a gold medallion from the Eastern Palace, the name of King Shi Li Jiansheng once again appeared in the Imperial Palace. However, for the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect, it was not a good thing. Replying to your Majesty, this time Du Yi sneaked into Chong and city with this gold medallion. He visited the main officials of King Shi's faction in Chang'an City. Among them were 24 officials, 6 generals in the army, and 7 eunuchs in the Imperial Palace. This subject has a list of names here. Your Majesty, please take a look. The hall was silent for a while. Li Zishuan took out a piece of paper full of words from his sleeve and handed it to Zhao Song. This light piece of paper carried the future of dozens of people. It cannot be said that it was not heavy. Li Zishuan took the paper and placed it on the dragon table. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. Gold medallion? What gold medallion? In the Suite Du Hall, Li Zishuan explained the rapid development and careful planning of the Heavenly Dragon sect over the past year. Whether it was bewitching the people, bribing local officials, taking in the shopkeeper of a Yanhuang bank, or plotting to bomb the Imperial Ancestral Temple, all of these plots were shocking. Li Zishuan grasped a very important point. His eyes focused as he asked in a low voice, "Your Majesty, this is the gold medallion found on Du Yi's body." After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan took out a gold medallion from his waist. The gold medallion seemed very light, but it was especially heavy in Li Zishuan's hands. This was because he knew that this gold medallion concerned the lives of many people. Without needing Li Zishuan's order, Zhao Song stepped forward to take the gold medallion and presented it. Li Zishuan held the gold medallion with one hand and looked at it in front of his eyes. His face immediately sank. On the gold medallion were the words Eastern Palace, and beside it was a small line of words Wuda Yuan Year System. In the first year of Wuda, Yuan Huaji killed Sui, Yang Emperor Yangguang, and Jiangdu. Not long after, Sui Gong Emperor Yangyu abdicated the throne to Li Yuan. After Li Yuan became emperor, he made Li Jian the crown prince. From then on, Li Jianxing officially became the first master of the Great Tang Eastern Palace. A gold medallion from the first year of Wuda from the Eastern Palace. The hidden meaning behind this could be understood by anyone with a bit of knowledge. It was precisely because this case involved King Shi Li Jiansheng that the entire Supreme Court was now under the joint control of Lu Dui and Li Zishuan. Outsiders were not allowed to enter, and those inside were not allowed to leave. Even Lu Dui did not return home tonight. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow morning when the Heavenly Dragon sect attacked the city. According to Dui, the Heavenly Dragon sect has a total of 3 such gold medallions. They are respectively kept by the dragon head, the judge, and him. Li Zishuan's face was gloomy. Below the court, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and added, "Who is the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect?" After a long while, Li Zishuan put down the gold medallion. His eyes emitted a cold light as he suddenly looked at Li Zishuan and asked in a deep voice. Chapter 1603. Opium was first brought back from the western regions by Zhang Qian in 139 BC when he was on a diplomatic mission to the western regions. It was then introduced into China. In the 7th or 8th century AD, opium poppy was introduced into China from India and other places. There was another record of opium poppy in the history books. In the second year of Qianfeng, 667, king of Fumo, sent an envoy to present Diega, Fuxiong, formerly known as the Qin, or the Eastern Roman Empire. Chinese people pronounced the A sound as the crow sound. But at that time, it was more commonly known as Thiaka, also known as Diega. It was said that the evaluation was thousands of divine prescriptions, 800 medicinal names. The yellow pill can be 1,000 a, good for curing 10,000 diseases. Because of the bright and dazzling flowers of the opium poppy, when it was introduced into the Tang dynasty, people initially called it Aphrodite. Opium poppy was only an ornamental plant. Later, it gradually evolved into a kind of drug and was also an important raw material for modern heroin. Opium poppy cultivation in China began in the late 7th or early 8th century. A Tang dynasty poem wrote, "Blossoming emptiness is better than grass. How can it help the people when it is strong? But laughing at the field of rice and millet, not smelling the string pipe of youth." This was the earliest record of opium poppy cultivation that could be found in China. Rice sack flower is another name for opium poppy. Li Zishuan did not study history in his previous life, nor did he study medicine. Naturally, he did not know that Diega was opium poppy, nor did he personally come into contact with opium poppy flowers. But he had seen in a TV series called Fantasy Night of the Great Tang. The first case in the TV series was related to Aphrodite. It was about someone using a cruise ship to carry out a transaction with Aphrodite, resulting in a tragedy. Therefore, previously at the Supreme Court, when Dui drew the petals of the Diega flower and said, "This flower is bright and dazzling, comparable to a hibiscus, combined with the pain-relieving effect of the Heavenly Dragon sect Jade Lake holy water and the addictive side effects," Li Zishuan instantly realized that this Diega could very well be the poppy, which was also the Aphrodite that the people of the Middle Tang dynasty spoke of. Lu Duri, Dai Zhou, Sun Fujia, and the others might not know the horrors of the opium poppy, but Li Zishuan was a modern man of the 21st century. He had read about the modern history of China and naturally knew the heavy damage that opium had brought to this ancient country. In the 19th century, the China of China was almost wiped out by the Western powers because of opium. Now, that Li Zishuan had an official position and power, he naturally had to do his best to stop the opium poppy from wreaking havoc in the Great Tang. In the Sweet Dew Hall, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, Li Er's breathing quickened. The scene that Li Zishuan had described was truly too terrifying. Li Er's eyes widened as he said with a face full of shock, "Aphrodite, there is actually such a terrifying flower in this world?" Li Zishuan once again cupped his hands and said, "What this subject said just now is absolutely true. I hope that your majesty will carefully consider it and not look down on Aphrodite. Otherwise, once this thing becomes rampant in the Great Tang, no one will be able to stop it." Li Er's expression was grim. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Good. After settling the matter with the dragon sect, we will issue a decree to completely ban the Jade Lake holy water and list Aphrodite as a forbidden flower. We will strictly order all future sovereigns of the Great Tang not to touch this taboo. If they violate this decree, they will be punished by both humans and gods. No matter what, Li Er could be considered a relatively open-minded sovereign. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zishuan had said it so solemnly and had even mentioned his master, spiritual master Ling Xiu. Old Li had no choice but to believe it. "Your Majesty is wise." Li Zishuan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The ancients attached great importance to filial piety. Even the Son of Heaven could not override filial piety. With this system set by Li Er, at the very least, it could ensure that there would be no large-scale cultivation of opium poppies in China in the Tang dynasty. Li Er frowned and asked again, "But according to what you said, wouldn't the people of Chang, and who recently joined the dragon sect, be addicted to the Jade Lake holy water and unable to leave it?" Li Zishuan thought for a moment and shook his head. "Probably not. According to Du Yi, there was a limited amount of Yaoqi holy water, but there were tens of thousands of Heavenly Dragon Sect members. Therefore, not every Heavenly Dragon Sect disciple could get Yaoqi holy water every day. Even their inner disciples could only get a bowl every once in a while. Most people would not get addicted to this level of consumption. As for those few people who are already addicted, after locking them up for a while, they can forcibly kick their addiction to the Jade Lake holy water." "That's good." Li Er nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan with a gratified expression and said, "From the time we gave you the task of eliminating the Dragon Sect's conspiracy in the morning until now, you have captured Du Yi and thoroughly understood the Dragon Sect's deployment. Marquis Yong, and you have done well this time. After we destroy the Dragon Sect tomorrow, we will reward you together. It's getting late now. You should go back and rest. Your Majesty is too kind. This is what this subject should do. It's getting late. This subject will take his leave." Li Zishuan said modestly and then cupped his hands to take his leave. Of course, he was going back to his old residence in Yongla Lane at night, not to the Supreme Court. Although he had asked everyone in the Supreme Court not to leave tonight, this did not include himself. First of all, he would definitely not leak the news that Du Yi was caught. Secondly, there was no place for him to rest in the Supreme Court. In addition, he had an important thing to do after returning to his old residence. "Zhao Song, Jun Xian is not in Chang'an. Tomorrow morning, you will lead the 100 cavalry to cooperate with the right guards and secretly monitor the officials on the list. If they do anything strange, there is no need to report to me. Capture them immediately." After Li Zishuan left, Li Er closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and said to Zhao Song. Zhao Song's expression turned solemn as he bowed and accepted the order. This old servant obeys. However, he was secretly sighing in his heart. "Looks like tomorrow's Chang, and city will be bathed in blood." Li Er nodded and ordered, "Go to the Supreme Court now and personally bring Du Yi out. Bring him to the 100 cavalry barracks and let them watch over him." In Du Yi's confession, not only did he describe the Dragon Sect's deployment over the past year, he also admitted that he had attempted to kidnap Li Chengxian and Chang'e in Shi City this morning. Naturally, Li Er wished for such a heinous person to die immediately. However, Du Yi was a crucial witness in the current situation of Chang. Lier did not want him to die immediately. To ensure his safety, Lier had no choice but to let Zhao Song bring him to the 100 Cavalry Department. After all, in today's turbulent situation, the only army in Chang and city that Lier could absolutely trust was the 100 Cavalry Barracks. Understood. Zhao Song cupped his hands in acknowledgement and then turned to leave the hall for the Supreme Court. Chapter 1604. Is there still no news of Du Yi and Chang'an? The dragon head of the dragon sect asked in a low voice as he sat in a hut in the middle of the Snake's Spirit Mountain. Other than him, the only other person in the room was the Fingerbreaker Magistrate, Zhang Liang. Therefore, he was definitely asking Zhang Liang this question. Dragonhead, the 4 gates of Chang and are still closed. Our men still have no news of the Venerable. Zhang Liang bowed. The iron-masked man fell silent. After a while, he said slowly, "No news is the best news." This means that Du Yi has not fallen into the hands of the Imperial Court. Otherwise, the Imperial Court would have relaxed the ban. Dragonhead is wise. Zhang Liang could not help but flatter him. The iron-masked man was unmoved. He continued to ask, "How are the preparations on General Luo's side?" Zhang Liang pondered for a moment and replied, "Dragonhead, everything is normal on General Luo's side. Tomorrow, at 3 o'clock a.m., the 20,000 Sky Dragon Army and 30,000 loyal Sky Dragon sect followers will set off and rush to Chang'an City." The iron-masked man nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good. When our army reaches the city of Chang, and Du Yi will instigate the people to create chaos for us and open the city gates. With the cooperation from the inside and the outside, this impregnable city of Chang and can be broken in half a day. By then, the entire country will be mine." The iron-masked man could not hide his excitement. Zhang Liang cupped his hands and said, "I congratulate you in advance for your victory and ascension to the throne." "Huh, forget it. It's getting late. You should go and rest. There's still a big battle tomorrow." The iron-masked man's worries disappeared. He waved his hand and said, "I'll leave now. This subordinate will take his leave. Dragonhead should also rest early." Zhang Liang cupped his hands and left the hut. "Hey, Junjian, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Late at night, in a tent at the foot of the northern peak of the Snake's Spirit Mountain, a burly man muttered softly. After a while, another man's voice was heard. "Brother Nyo, I can't sleep." "Hey, you brat, I'm going to pee outside. If you can't sleep, you can come with me." The man with the coarse voice at the beginning grinned and sat up from the couch. Then, he quietly left the tent. Soon, the other man followed him out. They came to an open space a few dozen steps away from the tent. After the burly man finished relieving himself, he brought the man to sit on the lawn and asked, "What's wrong?" "There's going to be a war tomorrow. Are you scared now?" "I'm a little scared. After all, I've only hunted rabbits and pheasants in the mountains before. I've never killed anyone before." "Hey, what was there to be afraid of? You'll get used to it once you get used to it. You'll get used to it. Big Brother Meng, have you been on the battlefield before?" "In the past." "Sigh. In the past, I followed the Imperial Army to the north to fight against the Turks. I didn't expect that I would become a rebel army that is about to attack Chang'an City." "What? Big Brother Meng, you used to be a government soldier?" "What's wrong? Doesn't seem like it?" "I'm not bragging. Back in the Yinzhou region, I killed more Turks than I can count with one hand. But Big Brother Meng, since you used to be a government soldier of the Great Tang, why now? Why did you join the Dragon Sect and rebel against the Imperial Court?" "Big Brother Meng, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything else. Hey, a rebel army is a rebel army. There's no point in quibbling. I didn't want to betray the Imperial Court, nor did I want to be a rebel. But sometimes, I can't do whatever I want. I'm from Qingzhou. Last summer, there was a famine in Qingzhou. Although the provincial government had allocated some food, many people still starved to death. In order to survive, I went to the city to move goods. My daily salary was only enough to buy a caddy of rice. One day, when I returned home, I found that the entire village had been ransacked by the bandits nearby. The remaining 5 caddies of rice at home were also taken away by the bandits. In order to protect the rice at home, my mother was severely injured by the bandits. I wanted to bring my mother to the city for treatment the next day, but the next morning, a group of people came to the village. Not only did they give the villagers porridge, but they also treated the people who had been injured by the bandits the day before. At that time, my mother's injuries were very serious, and several of her bones were broken. Originally, I didn't expect those people to be able to heal my mother. Who knew that a monk in that group not only quickly reconnected my mother's bones, he also gave my mother a bowl of Jade Lake holy water. After my mother drank it, her body immediately stopped hurting. She kept saying that the monk was the reincarnation of a Buddha. Later on, the dragon sect started recruiting disciples in Qingzhou. In order to repay their kindness, I joined the dragon sect. In addition, although my mother's previous injuries were treated, she had to drink the Jade Lake holy water once every 5 days. Otherwise, her body would hurt terribly again. In order to obtain the Jade Lake holy water, I trained hard in the dragon sect. Coupled with my previous experience on the battlefield, I was quickly assigned to the Earth Emanations camp. After that, I met you. I didn't expect Big Brother Meng to have such an experience. To tell you the truth, the majority of the people in the Heavenly Dragon Army have received favors from the Dragon Head or the Venerable One. Thus, even though we know that the Dragon Head is going to attack Chong and City tomorrow and completely fall out with the Imperial Court, none of us cowered. All right, it's getting late. Let's go back to the tent and continue resting. The army will set off early tomorrow morning. After saying that, the burly man shook his head and walked back to the tent with a sigh. Under the moonlight, Li Juanxian's mouth was agape as he looked at the burly man's back and sighed. It turns out that many people in the Heavenly Dragon Army have a deep past behind them. Attacking Chong and City and betraying the Imperial Court might not have been their original intention. Some of them only wanted to repay the favor they had received from the Dragon Sect. However, the price for doing so would probably be very heavy. At this moment, Li Juanxian's heart began to waver. In the past, he had thought that the Dragon Sect were mostly greedy and evil people. As the commander of the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry Department, it was naturally his duty to eliminate such evil people without any psychological burden or pressure. However, after hearing the words of the burly man surnamed Meng, he began to waver. Such a loyal and righteous man, especially one who had accomplished great feats for the Great Tang, should not be executed for being a rebel. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, the peak of the Snake Spirit Mountain and the base of the mountain to the north were bustling with activity. Everyone get up. Focus. After breakfast, the army will set off. Once we take Chong and City, we won't have to return to this damned place. Chong In's delicacies, wine, and beauties are all yours to enjoy. The soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon Army and the members of the Dragon Sect were all roused from their dreams. The generals of the various camps were shuttling through the various tents, their voices incessantly berating and brainwashing. Reality proved that the brainwashing of the generals was very successful. Many of them were instantly energized when they heard that Chang'an's delicacies, wine, and beauties are all yours to enjoy. Early in the morning, all of them were brimming with energy and wanted nothing more than a charge into Chong and City and fight to the death with the defenders. Since betraying the Imperial Court was unavoidable, they might as well defeat the Imperial Court and take over Chong. Perhaps they might even become nobles and generals. This was the mindset of the majority of the Dragon Sect members. At the start, when they learned that the Dragon Head of the Dragon Sect was attacking Chong, and they had been terrified and uneasy. But after experiencing the high-pressure policies of the Dragon Head and the constant brainwashing, these people were no longer so resistant to betraying the Imperial Court. Rather than saying that their mentality had changed, it was more accurate to say that they had been forced into a corner. Previously, many of them had wanted to leave after learning that the Dragon Sect was going to betray the Imperial Court. But in the end, those people all had extremely tragic endings. This was also a very good warning for the rest of the Dragon Sect. Unable to escape the control of the Dragon Sect, coupled with the brainwashing of the generals, many people began to accept their fate. At the same time, they more or less held on to a sliver of hope. What if the dragon sect really took over Chang and City? Then wouldn't they all become heroes of the dragon sect? Thinking of this, many of the dragon sect members couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. An hour later, the Heavenly Dragon Army and the dragon sect members gathered at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain after breakfast. At this time, the sky was filled with dark clouds and it was drizzling. Iron Face and Dragon Head of the dragon sect came to the front of the army and the scene immediately quieted down. His eyes scanned the crowd before he finally opened his mouth and said, "People of the dragon sect, Taishang Laojun has been telling this seat in dreams recently. He told this seat that the current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. He did not obtain the throne properly and will be punished by the heavens. And today, the retribution of the heavens will come true. So today, this seat will bring you to Chang and City to see what kind of retribution Li Shimin will suffer. Since the current emperor is cruel and heartless, this seat will lead you to overthrow this rotten imperial court. With the help of the gods, the dragon sect will be invincible. After we take over Chang and City, this seat will become the new emperor, and you will become heroes of the founding of the empire. You will enjoy endless wealth, luxurious clothes, beautiful women, and Jade Lake holy water. This seat will let all of you enjoy 100 years of wealth without sickness or pain." The iron-masked man's words were a dream from a god, and it was also about fame and fortune. His words immediately ignited the hearts of the Heavenly Dragon Legion and the Dragon Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, a tsunami of cheers erupted from below. "Dragon Sect will win. Dragon Sect will win. Dragon Sect will win." The iron-masked man nodded in satisfaction. When the cheers died down, he pulled out his sword and shouted, "Army, move out. Attack Chang and City." "Yes, sir." 50,000 people answered in unison. The huge sound reverberated in the valley, causing the sky to change color. "General Luo, this battle is in your hands." The iron-masked man turned around and patted the young and robust general beside him as he said solemnly, "Let's go." "Don't worry, my lord. If the plan in Chang and City goes smoothly, this general will definitely take down Chang and City before noon." The young general cupped his fist respectfully. "Good." With General Luo's words, this seat can rest assured. The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect laughed loudly. Chapter 1605. Why hasn't Chang and City opened its gates today? Yes, I hunted a pheasant yesterday and was planning to sell it in Chang and City today, but who knew that the gates of Chang and City were still closed? What should we do? If we wait until tomorrow, it will probably stink. My San Lang went into the city to sell eggs yesterday and hasn't come back yet. When will the gates of Chang and City open? Early in the morning, the 4 gates of Chang and City were surrounded by many people who wanted to leave or enter the city. Seeing that the gates were still closed, the people could not help but discuss. Most of the people inside the gates entered the city yesterday morning, but the gates were suddenly closed. They could not leave the city in time and could only stay in the city for the night. Most of the people outside the city were the relatives of these people. Because they were worried about them, they came to Chang and City early in the morning to take a look. Marquis, according to the report of the spies, the rebel army of the Dragon Sect has left Snake Spirit Mountain and is heading towards Chang and City. There are about 50,000 people. They will reach Chang and City in about an hour. Li Zishuan woke up exceptionally early today. After breakfast, he went to the camp of the Right Guards. At this time, Lu Range hurriedly trotted over and bowed to Li Zishuan with cupped fists. More than 50,000 people? Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed and then whispered softly, "It seems that Du Yi is telling the truth." In last night's interrogation, Du Yi not only told Li Zishuan about the development of the Dragon Sect in the past year, he also told him about the military strength of the Dragon Sect. So when he heard Lu Ringue say that the Dragon Sect's army had more than 50,000 people, Li Zishuan remembered Du Yi's confession last night. He thought to himself that since this monk's attitude was so sincere, should he let him live? Shaking his head, Li Zishuan threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. He looked at Lu Rengue and asked solemnly, "Have the guards been arranged for the 4 city gates?" Lu Rengue replied with cupped fists, "It is said that His Majesty issued a secret order early this morning, ordering Duke Wei to lead the left and right guards, left and right guards, left and right guards, and left and right guards to guard the 9 city gates in the east, west, and north of Chang and city. Now, the guards of the 9 city gates have been replaced by the men arranged by Duke Wei. When the rebel army arrives, Duke Wei will lead the army to stop the rebels from attacking the city from the east, west, and north." Li Zishuan frowned. "Who will guard the south gate?" To be honest, the dragon sect would most likely attack from the south of Chang and city, but Li Zishuan didn't arrange for the 3 city gates in the south. This made Li Zishuan puzzled. Lu Rengue's face turned serious. He cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, before you came, Supervisor Zhao came to pass on His Majesty's verbal order. Today, the defense of Chang and city's south gate will be guarded by the left and right guards, and will be commanded by you, Marquis." "Let this Marquis command?" Li Zishuan's eyes widened. Even though he had just fought with the Tuju estate preceptor in the north, that was only because of his own bravery. To have him command an army in battle, especially a battle to defend a city, to him, this was the first time he had ever done it. "Yes, Marquis." Lu Rengue nodded his head with certainty. Li Zishuan opened his mouth with a helpless expression, but now that things had come to this, he could only accept his fate. Lu Reng suddenly thought of something and continued, "That's right, Marquis. This morning, His Majesty also decreed that today's morning court assembly is temporarily cancelled due to his ill health. You don't have to rush to the palace to attend the morning court assembly." "There's such a thing?" Li Zishuan was stunned at first. Then he suddenly realized, His Majesty is wise. This move can let those officials who colluded with the Dragon Sect lower their guard and help the Dragon Sect army outside the city. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for these people to give themselves away. If Lier had ordered Li Jing to lead the 6 guards to the various city towers early in the morning, it would create a sense of urgency that Chang and city was about to be attacked by the enemy. In this way, those officials in King Shi's faction would definitely suspect that Lier had already known that Dragon Sect was about to attack the city. In addition, if Lier did not cancel the morning court assembly today, there would definitely be officials in the morning court who would ask him to give the order to lift the blockade of Chang and city. At that time, he would be in a dilemma. So when Li Jing led the army to secretly take over the city defense, Li Er came to cancel the morning court assembly by claiming to be ill. Not only did this avoid the suspicions of some officials, it also gave those people a chance to collude with the Dragon Sect outside the city. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tell the hidden sentries to be alert. Don't let anyone discover them. Once there's a situation, there's no need to report it. Just arrest them directly. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lu Rengue and said in a deep voice, since old Li Zishuan attached so much importance to those officials who might rebel, then he, Li Zishuan, had no reason to not attach importance to them. "Yes, Marquis." Lu Rengue cupped his fists and was about to turn and leave when Li Zishuan called out to him, "Hey, wait." Lu Rengue quickly stopped in his tracks, only to hear Li Zishuan ask again, "Are there many citizens outside the city gates waiting to leave or enter?" Lu Rengue was stunned for a moment before nodding. "That's right. This general went to the south gate an hour ago to patrol and saw many citizens surrounding the city gates." Li Zishuan pursed his lips and pondered for a moment before saying, "How about this? Send people to the city gates to disperse the citizens and tell them that the city gates will only open today. Tell them to return to their homes and don't waste any time at the city gates. Remember, no matter what method you use, you must drive the citizens back to their homes. But there is one rule: you must not harm the citizens." Once the 50,000 Dragon Sect troops arrive at Chang and city, it would be too late for the commoners at the city gates to escape. Moreover, they would most likely be captured by the Dragon Sect to be used as meat shields. Li Zishuan knew that many people would be injured or even killed in this battle, but he wanted to do everything within his power to minimize unnecessary casualties. So what if he lied and deceived people? Open the city gates at midnight? Marquis, what if we fail to destroy Heavenly Dragon Sect before the end of the day? Although Lu Ringue understood Li Zishuan's intention, he was still worried. Li Zishuan said decisively, "There are no ifs. Do as I say. Before the Dragon Sect troops arrive at Chong and City, evacuate the citizens outside the city gates as soon as possible. There must be no mistakes." Lu Ringue hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. This general obeys. Seeing that Li Zishuan had no other orders, Lu Ringue turned and left. Marquis, head steward Zhao is here. As soon as Lu Ringue left, a soldier walked in and cupped his fist to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. Quick, invite him in. Chapter 1606. Master, the Dragon Sect's army has arrived outside Chang'an City. The South City Gate is under martial law. The Marquis of Yong and is personally leading the left and right guards to resist the Dragon Sect's army. Chonghua Square, west of Chang'an City. An old servant came to the study and bowed to a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but clench his fists behind his back. After a short pause, he turned to look at the old servant and sighed. What will come will come. This day has finally come. The old servant hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Master, do you really plan to? Although he didn't finish his words, the middle-aged man knew what he wanted to express. Sigh, how could this old man not want to spend the rest of his life in peace? But the crown prince was a great benefactor to this old man. On the surface, we were monarch and subject, but in secret, we were best friends. This kindness is unforgettable even in death. In front of the Black Tortoise Gate, this old man had no power and could only watch as the crown prince was shot to death. Now that his descendants have sent people to find me, how can this old man stand by and watch? If this is really the case, how can this old man face the crown prince in the underworld after 100 years? After a long silence, the middle-aged man painfully closed his eyes and muttered to himself. When the old servant heard this, he couldn't help but fall silent. When he saw the middle-aged man raise his foot and intend to leave, he was still slightly unwilling and said, Master, what if the Dragon Sect's army is defeated, you take Madam and young master out of the city and escape? Without waiting for the old servant to finish, the middle-aged man waved his hand and said, With that, he didn't stay any longer. He went directly to the door and pushed it open. Master, you can't go out. The middle-aged man came out of the study and into the courtyard. Just as he was about to leave, a woman suddenly came out of the side courtyard and blocked his path. His Majesty ordered this old man to enter the palace to discuss matters. Madam, what are you doing? The middle-aged man's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, who knew that the woman wouldn't listen to a single word. She said anxiously, Master, don't try to deceive me. I heard everything you said to the Heavenly Dragon Sect's venerable. Master, normally, this concubine doesn't understand the important matters of those countries and doesn't dare to interrupt. But this time, this concubine has to advise Master. Master, King, she is dead. No matter how good king she was to you back then, he's already dead. Do you really want to disregard the safety of our family for that groundless descendant of King Shi? Are you really willing to do that? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that the conversation between Du Yi and him would be overheard by his wife. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, Madam, you don't understand. Today this old man must go. Get out of the way. As for the price, if the Heavenly Dragon Sect is defeated, take him away from Chang'an. After saying that, he used his hand to push the woman away, intending to forcefully leave. Master, you can't go. He's still young. Master, you can't do anything stupid. The woman didn't give up. She went forward and hugged the middle-aged man, crying. On the South Gate Tower of Chang'an City. At this time, Li Zishuan had already arrived, and Zhao Song came with him. Now, the number of gurus left in Chang and city could be counted with one hand. Although Zhao Song had dropped a rank because of the compression of genuine qi last year, he was a veteran guru after all and quickly cultivated his realm back. This time, he accompanied Li Zishuan to guard the city. On the one hand, he helped Li Zishuan hold the line. On the other hand, he wanted to see with his own eyes which officials would come to the city to stir up trouble. Chapter 1607. On the city walls of Chang'an, the iron-masked man's words almost amused Li Zishuan. At this moment, Li Zishuan had every reason to suspect that the dragon head of the dragon sect had a screw loose in his head. He actually advised him, a marquis, to give up everything and join the dragon sect. Li Zishuan felt that even if he put aside loyalty and morality, even an idiot wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Why would I give up my free and unfettered life to become a rebel with you? You really think you're someone important? Huh? You're the dragon head of the dragon sect, right? You keep saying that His Majesty is cruel and merciless, provoking the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. But what this marquis sees is that since His Majesty ascended the throne, the people have been getting better and better food. Where's the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people? You're lying with your eyes wide open. If you're not trying to bewitch the people, what else can you be? Li Zishuan looked at the iron-masked man and mocked mercilessly. As the dragon head of the dragon sect, you don't even dare to show your true face. What qualifications do you have to make these tens of thousands of people work for you? At this point, Li Zishuan looked at the ordinary people standing in front of the dragon sect troops and said in a very sincere tone, "Fellow villagers, touch your conscience and tell me, since His Majesty ascended the throne, haven't your days been getting better and better? Now that the world is peaceful and His Majesty loves the people like His own children, what reason do you have to not cherish such a prosperous Tang dynasty instead of rebelling with this sneaky person? Even if the dragon sect can really invade Chang, and who can guarantee that this man, who doesn't even have the courage to show his true face, will be a wise ruler? Who can guarantee that he will be wiser than His Majesty? This marquis knows that most of you were bewitched by Du Yi to join Heavenly Dragon sect, but this marquis can tell you with certainty that Du Yi's reincarnation is a lie. His immortal arts are also a lie. As for the Jade Lake holy water that can cure all kinds of diseases and grant immortality after consuming it for a long time, it is also a lie. You want to pursue a high position in the Heavenly Dragon sect, no illness, no disaster, and even immortality. All of these are nothing but lies. All of you are just sacrificial pawns for this person to fight for the world. If you can repent in time and turn over a new leaf, it's still not too late. Shut up. Li Zishuan's provocation caused the Heavenly Dragon sect members to waver even more. The iron-masked man was completely enraged. 3 feet above your head. Marquis Yong'an, you're distorting black and white, disrespecting the gods. Be careful not to suffer the wrath of the heavens. Also, my Heavenly Dragon sect Jade Lake holy water can cure all diseases. This is obvious to all. Don't even think about smearing my Heavenly Dragon sect's name. Hearing this, many of the ordinary Heavenly Dragon sect members couldn't help nodding secretly, whispering to each other. Dragon Head is right. That day, I saw with my own eyes that Butcher Zhang from Stone Village, who often suffered from leg pain, immediately stopped hurting after drinking the Jasper Lake holy water. And Annie Zhang from Liujia Village, I heard that her waist immediately stopped hurting after drinking the Jade Lake holy water. Sigh. I joined the Heavenly Dragon sect to get a bowl of Jade Lake holy water so I can bring it back for my mother. Feeling that the scales of victory were tilting towards the Heavenly Dragon sect, the iron-masked man couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. But Li Zishuan on the city gate tower was not the least bit flustered. He calmly said, "Men, bring up the venerable Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon sect." Hearing this, the iron-masked man, Zhang Liang, and General Luo all paled. The rest of the Heavenly Dragon sect members who didn't know the inside story looked curiously at the city gate tower, muttering to themselves, "Why is Du Yi in Chang and city, and even captured by Li Zishuan?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Du Yi was escorted to the city wall by 2 imperial guards under the lead of Zhao Song, who was shackled with iron shackles. The heavenly dragon sex people at the bottom of the city could vaguely see Du Yi's shiny forehead. The iron-masked man and General Luo both had excellent eyesight. They quickly recognized that the monk on top of the city gate tower was indeed Du Yi. How is this possible? Is Du Yi really captured by the imperial court? As he gazed at Du Yi, who stood on the city wall, tempestuous waves arose in the iron-masked man's heart. The plan that he'd once thought to be foolproof was now filled with flaws and had been destroyed by Li Zixuan. At this moment, the iron-masked man suddenly felt that he'd fallen into the trap set up by Li Zixuan. "Dragonhead, what should we do?" General Luo couldn't help but whisper. The iron-masked man was silent. Reason told him that now that the plan had failed, they should retreat in time. But he was very unwilling to return without success after so long of planning. Just as he was hesitating, Du Yi opened his mouth. Not only did he speak, but his voice was also very loud. It was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth. This was because Li Zixuan had asked someone to give Du Yi a loudspeaker. It was the first-generation loudspeaker that Li Tai had developed in the attack and defense department half a month ago. This poor monk is the venerable Du Yi of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Everyone used to think that this poor monk knows magic and is the reincarnation of gods and Buddhas. In fact, those are all fake. Chapter 1608. What do I do? The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect is very crafty. When he saw that the situation was bad, he immediately retreated with his army. Should I use this chance to capture him? But he also has that unknown General Luo at his side. What should I do? The rear army of the Heavenly Dragon sect had become the vanguard, and the vanguard had been sent to bring up the rear. The dragon head had personally led his army in retreat, and this made Li Junxian anxious. For some reason, he had wanted to seize the dragon head, but in the end, he hadn't put it into action. He didn't know how strong General Luo was, and he wasn't absolutely confident that he could capture the dragon head under his nose. Even though Li Junxian had been a member of the Celestial Dragon Army for a long time, he had never seen General Luo take action. The arrow that General Luo had fired at the city gate was clearly at the level of a grandmaster. Thus, Li Junxian did not believe that he could quickly capture the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect while under the protection of a grandmaster. Bong bong bong. Just when the Heavenly Dragon Army was preparing to retreat, the thundering of hooves came from the southern part of Chang. Li Junxian was elated. After hiding in the Heavenly Dragon sect for so long, he was well aware of its strength. He was certain that these soldiers were not here to reinforce the Heavenly Dragon sect. If he eliminated this possibility, then there was only one possibility. This army was from the imperial court. Li Junxian was happy, but the dragon head, Zhang Liang, and General Luo couldn't bring themselves to be happy. Not good. It's the imperial court's cavalry. General Luo grimaced, and then he hastily said, "My lord, take a group of elite soldiers and retreat from the east. This general will lead the rest to stop the imperial court's cavalry for you." The imperial court's cavalry? How could this be? The dragonhead blurted out in disbelief. This god has been keeping an eye on the movements of the imperial court at the gates of Chang in this entire time. No soldiers have left the city in the last 2 days. Where did these cavalry come from? It was precisely because there were no signs of the imperial court deploying troops recently that the iron-masked man dared to bring 50,000 men to attack the city. If the imperial court's army had been mobilized frequently in the past 2 days, it meant that the imperial court was aware of the dragon sect's plan. The iron-masked man would definitely cancel today's operation in advance and not come to Chang'an City. Perhaps the troops of the imperial court stationed in other provinces and counties have arrived. General Luo's face turned ugly as he said, "My lord, now is not the time to discuss these issues. The most important thing right now is for you to lead a group of people to break out from the east. Leave this place to me to cover your retreat. General Luo, this general is willing to escort the dragon head away." At some point, Li Junxian had walked over clasped his fist, and bowed. Li Junxian had not been standing very far from General Luo, so he had heard most of their conversation. The iron-masked man had finally separated from General Luo, so how could he not seize this chance? Thus, without any hesitation, he stepped forward and volunteered. General Luo immediately turned to Li Junxian and frowned. You, if I remember correctly, you have only joined the Heavenly Dragon Army for less than a month, right? How can you bear such a great responsibility? Li Junxian hadn't expected this man, surnamed Luo, to remember a minor character of the Heavenly Dragon sect. His mind turning, he hastily replied, his mind raced, and he hastily said, General Luo, although this subordinate has not been a member of the Dragon sect for long, this subordinate is absolutely loyal to the Dragon Head and the Dragon sect. Venerable Du was coerced by the imperial court into maliciously slandering the Dragon sect in public. Others might believe it, but this subordinate will not. This subordinate's loyalty to the Dragon sect and the Dragon Head has never changed. Now that the Dragon Head is in danger, this subordinate will do everything in my power to escort the Dragon Head safely out of Chang'an. General Luo, please be at ease. Good, good, good. Li Junxian, this god, did not misjudge you. The Dragon Head looked at Li Junxian in praise. Li Junxian had been able to enter the Heavenly Dragon Army primarily because he had received the Dragon Head's favor. Now that the Heavenly Dragon sect was in danger, Li Junxian had remained unwavering in his loyalty. The steel-masked man naturally had nothing but praise for Li Junxian. Thus, he turned to General Luo and said, General Luo, this god trusts in Li Junxian's loyalty. Rest assured, and let Li Junxian lead a group of men to escort this god out. But, no buts. General Luo, you only need to delay the Imperial Court's army for a few moments, and then immediately join up with this god. No matter what, you must live. At this point, the current situation did not allow them to hesitate too much. The iron-masked man instantly made a decision, but before he left, he still looked at General Luo with a solemn expression and said, Don't worry. Okay. General Luo's eyes flashed with emotion, and then he solemnly returned the bow. My lord, take care. This general will definitely return alive. After saying this, he bellowed, Pan Feng, Zhao Ming, the two of you take 2,000 elites and accompany Li Junxian to escort the Dragon Head out of Chang'an. If anything goes wrong, I will chop off your heads. As soon as he finished speaking, two valiant generals immediately stepped forward, cupped their fists, and said, Yes, sir. Ha! A trifling heavenly dragon sect dares to run rampant in Chang'an? Today, this old Cheng will teach you how to behave. At this moment, the sound of hooves approached from the south, followed by the loud laughter of Cheng Yaojin. General Luo grimaced and sternly ordered his subordinates, Hurry and escort the Dragon Head out. Yes. Immediately, the two groups of elite soldiers brought the Heavenly Dragon sect's Dragon Head and left towards the east. General Luo gripped his sword and loudly shouted, Soldiers, hear my order. Follow this general to meet the enemy. Yes, the Sky Dragon Army was indeed a well-trained army. The moment General Luo gave the order, more than 10,000 people responded in unison. Then, they pulled out their swords and got into formation. Under General Luo's lead, they charged towards the 10,000 light cavalry led by Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Yuqi Jingde. Ha! How dare you? Let this old Cheng meet you. Cheng Yaojin saw that the rebel army's general actually took the initiative to meet them, and he couldn't help but shout excitedly. He held his lance and charged forward, 10,000 against 18,000. But this old man didn't seem to have the slightest awareness that he was outnumbered. It was as if he had the absolute advantage, and he charged forward without any regard for his life. Seeing this, Qin Xiong panicked, but it was clearly impossible to stop Cheng Yaojin at this time. He turned his head to Yuqi Jingde and urgently said, Jingde, Heavenly Dragon Cult just sent out a group of people to the east. There's likely to be Heavenly Dragon Cult's Dragon Head there. You lead a group to pursue. I'll go help Jijia. At the end of the day, Qin Xiong was still a little worried about Cheng Yaojin. However, he could not send people to chase after the other group of people from Heavenly Dragon's sect. After thinking about it, he could only make this arrangement. Yu Qigong also knew that the situation was urgent. Without hesitation, he wiped the rain off his face and replied, "All right, then I'll lead 1,000 light cavalry to chase after the Heavenly Dragon sect survivors. Shu Bao, you and Jija must be careful. You don't have to worry about this side." Qin Xiong nodded. Wu Dachuan, count 1,000 men and follow this general. With that, Yu Qi Jingda called out to his men, and the 1,000 light cavalry immediately turned and galloped in the direction of the Heavenly Dragon sect's dragon head. "All generals listen to my order. Follow this general to kill. Don't let a single one escape." Qin Xiong held a golden mace and urged his horse to lead the remaining 1,000 light cavalry to support Cheng Yaojin. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin and General Luo were already fighting. The two of them tested each other's strength and found that they were evenly matched. At this time, Cheng Yaojin's lance smashed into General Luo's sword, but the latter's majestic Jinshi directly shook him away. Cheng Yaojin stabilized himself and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Hey, Junior, you have such good kung fu. Who are you? Who is your teacher?" It was no wonder that old Cheng was surprised. The young general in front of him was no more than 20 years old, but his martial arts had reached the Grandmaster realm. Other than Li Zishuan, this was probably the youngest Grandmaster realm martial artist in the entire Tang dynasty. What surprised Qin Yaojin even more was that not only was this young general's realm high, his swordsmanship was also quite fierce. Yes, fierce, bold, simple, and efficient. It had the style of the army's swordsmanship. "I'm just a nobody. There's no need for Duke Lu to worry about me." A trace of hatred flashed in General Luo's eyes. He said coldly and directly raised his sword to slash at Cheng Yaojin. "Hey, old Cheng, saw that you were a promising talent and wanted to persuade you to submit to the imperial court, but you really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, old Cheng, will teach you how to respect your elders." When Cheng Yaojin saw that this young general's martial arts were outstanding, he was very fond of him. However, the other party did not appreciate his kindness at all. Cheng Yaojin could not help but be furious. Not everyone had the qualifications to be treated coldly by him. After saying that, Cheng Yaojin waved his lance and swung it at General Luo. "Jijia, this old man will help you." At this moment, Qin Xiong came over on his horse, wanting to join forces with Cheng Yaojin to fight against General Luo. Cheng Yaojin's stubborn temper had already risen. When he heard Qin Xiong's voice, he loudly said, "Second brother, I don't need your help. Let me, old Cheng, deal with him alone." As they spoke, the two of them had already clashed. Hearing this, Qin Xiong hurriedly reined in his horse, but he felt helpless. He knew that if he rashly joined the battle at this time, old Cheng wouldn't really be angry at him, but he would definitely feel very uncomfortable. So at this moment, he could only deal with the surrounding dragon sect soldiers while paying attention to the battle. If Cheng Yaojin's situation changed, he would be the first to go to his rescue. Chapter 1609. Cheng Yaojin and General Luo were fighting fiercely, but in front of them, Li Zishuan's Wu Wei army and the 30,000 Heavenly Dragon sect disciples were fighting a one-sided battle. These 30,000 people were just ordinary people. They had not received any formal training after joining the Heavenly Dragon sect. When they met the well-equipped and well-trained elite soldiers, the 30,000 people instantly showed signs of defeat. Of course, their lack of combat strength was one of the reasons. However, the more important reason was that after listening to Du Yi expose the Heavenly Dragon sect's deception and conspiracy, most of the people no longer had any thoughts of resisting. When the two sides clashed, countless people dropped their weapons and directly knelt on the ground to surrender. The elites of the Heavenly Dragon sect, who were supervising the battle among the commoners, saw that there were people who dared to surrender without a fight. They went forward to teach them a lesson and wanted to make an example out of them. However, their actions aroused public anger. After all, there were only a few hundred of them. The 30,000 commoners turned around and attacked the elites of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Not long after, the Heavenly Dragon sect elites who were supervising the battle were all beaten to the ground. Some were dead, some were seriously injured, and there was not even a light injury. Those who abandon the dark and join the light will be punished lightly. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. The Heavenly Dragon sect elite's shouts could be heard everywhere on the battlefield. Under the deterrence of absolute force, the 30,000 disheartened Heavenly Dragon sect members dropped their weapons one by one and knelt on the ground to surrender. Soon, a large number of people on the battlefield were kneeling. Not far away, General Luo, who was fighting with Chang Yaojin, could not help but feel anxious when he saw this scene. However, it was useless to be anxious. Although Chang Yaojin's martial realm was on par with his, in terms of battle experience, Chang Yaojin was undoubtedly far ahead of him. At this time, there was no way for him to quickly end the battle, let alone leave. Therefore, he could only watch as Li Zishuan absorbed the 30,000 Heavenly Dragon sect members. "Your Majesty, please slow down." Outside Chang and City, the three sides were fighting fiercely. Inside Chang and City, there was a group of people who happened to be near the city walls. The leader was Li Er. Behind him were all the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Earlier, when the Heavenly Dragon sect had surrounded Chang and City, the civil and military officials of Chang and City had all gone to the imperial palace to request Li Er, who was ill, to immediately convene the morning court. Naturally, the officials did not know that Li Er was deliberately pretending to be ill this time to make the old officials in Chang and City lower their guard and have time to secretly communicate with the rebel army outside Chang and City. After hearing the request of the officials to immediately convene the morning court, Li Er did not decline. After all, Chang and City was surrounded by the rebel army. If he hid in the harem, it would not be justifiable. After pretending to ask the officials about the current situation in Chang and City, he directly led the officials. He directly leading the officials directly. He led the officials directly to the south gate. Cities. Under the guidance of a eunuch and a city gate officer, Li Er and the officials of the imperial court ascended the city tower one by one. What they saw was the scene of 30,000 Heavenly Dragon sect members kneeling and surrendering. Fang Xianling could not help but exclaim, "What's going on? I heard that the rebel army had aggressively surrounded Chang and City, but why are all the people of the Heavenly Dragon sect surrendering now?" It was not that Fang Xianling was making a fuss over nothing. The main thing was that when the Heavenly Dragon sect troops arrived at Chang and City, the people of Chang and City suddenly fell into extreme panic. Many people described the soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon sect as 3 heads and 6 arms, ferocious monsters. Moreover, the people of Chang and City worshipped the 50,000 rebels as 2 to 300,000. It was as if Chang and City could be breached by the rebel army at any time. Fang Xianling and the other core officials of the empire could not wait to bring the officials to the imperial palace for an audience after hearing the rumors in the city. However, when the group of people arrived at the city wall from afar, they discovered that the situation was completely different from what the commoners had described. Other than Chang Yaojin's battlefield being a little anxious, Li Zishuan's side was completely one-sided. How did this look like Chang and City was about to be breached? Instead, it looked more like the Heavenly Dragon sect was ambushed by the imperial court. Li Er sneered. The existence of the Heavenly Dragon sect was originally a scam. Now that the scam has been exposed, the deceived people are naturally unwilling to serve the Heavenly Dragon sect. The ones who are still stubbornly resisting are the troops that the Heavenly Dragon sect has cultivated over the years. They are called the Heavenly Dragon Army and followed the head of the Heavenly Dragon sect from Qingzhou. "Your Majesty, please look, there are 2 more troops on the east side." The officials were naturally shocked by Li Er's ability to predict the future, but that did not include Li Jing. He was one of the few people who knew about the entire incident. At this moment, he saw 2 armies chasing and fighting on the eastern side of the fork, so he could not help but remind them. Li Er's gaze focused and shifted to the east side of Chang'an City. At this time, the general who led Li Er to the city wall explained, "Your Majesty," after the Marquis of Yong, and used the Heavenly Dragon sect's venerable to expose all of the Heavenly Dragon sect schemes. The head of the Heavenly Dragon sect knew that there was no hope of attacking the city. When he saw Marquis open the city to fight, he directly led 2,000 people to the east, leaving the rest of the Heavenly Dragon sect's members and troops to cover the rear. When General Yuchi saw this, he directly led 1,000 light cavalry to chase after them. "I see." Li Er nodded and ordered, "Duan Jishuan, I order you to immediately lead 1,000 black armored troops out of the city to support Yuchi Jingda. Remember, you must capture the head of the Heavenly Dragon sect alive. I want to see who he is." Duan Jishuan cupped his fists and accepted the order. This general obeys. With that, he hurriedly turned and ran down the city tower. A moment later, a heavily armored army rushed out of Chang'an City and headed east. Wei Zhang's face was gloomy. In truth, he had already guessed the identity of the head of the Heavenly Dragon sect. It was because of this that he was so depressed these days. "Bring me the binoculars," Li Er ordered at this time. Yes. Not long after, a eunuch handed over a pair of binoculars. Li Er reached out and received it. He then placed it in front of his eyes and looked at Cheng Yaojin and another young general who were fighting outside the city. After watching for a while, Li Er put down the binoculars and said with a strange expression, "That young general from the Heavenly Dragon sect has very good martial arts. He can actually fight Cheng Jijia to a standstill. This kind of person is definitely not a nobody. Auxiliary machine, come take a look." Li Er was not worried about the battle outside the city at all. Under normal circumstances, as long as there was no internal strife in Chang'an City, it would be wishful thinking for the enemy to attack the city from the outside. The current Tang dynasty was not the Tang dynasty of 9 years of Wuda. Not anyone had the qualifications to besiege the city and make Li Er sign the Wei River Alliance. After all the hidden dangers in Chang'an City were discovered and eliminated, this was a battle where the disparity in strength was great. Compared to the outcome, Li Er was more concerned about the identity of the head of the Heavenly Dragon sect and its core members. This old subject obeys the decree. Zhang Sun Wuji's heart moved. He took the binoculars and looked at the battlefield in the south. With one look, he was shocked. How is this possible? How can it be him? Chapter 16:10. Big Brother Meng, I'm sorry. My name is not Li Junjian. I am the Marshal of the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry Department, Li Junxian. In the eastern part of Chang'an, and Li Junxian was holding the dragon head by the shoulder and holding his sword to his neck. Upon hearing Meng Wuchang's question, he turned around and apologetically said, "I'm sorry. Marshal of the 100 Cavalry Department, Li Junxian." Meng Wuchang was dumbfounded. The dragon head was also dumbfounded. The surrounding Celestial Dragon Army soldiers were also dumbfounded. None of them had imagined that the Marshal of the 100 Cavalry Department would infiltrate the Celestial Dragon sect and become a member of the Earth Emanations Battalion. This was simply too absurd. Bastard. To think that this god valued you so highly. You're actually a spy sent by the Imperial Court. Someone, hurry and kill this brat. The dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect was so angry that he trembled all over and roared. Li Junxian's face chilled as he pressed his sword to the dragon head's neck and shouted, "None of you are allowed to come over. If anyone dares to take a single step forward, your dragon head will die." The restless soldiers of the Celestial Dragon Army calmed down once more. The soldiers of the Imperial Court that had been besieging the dragon head used this chance to surround Li Junxian and the dragon head. Yuchi Jingda looked over in delight. "Oh, so it was Marshal Li? Why are you in the Celestial Dragon sect? Oh, this old man remembers now. You haven't appeared in Chang'an for quite some time. Presumably, His Majesty sent you to infiltrate the Celestial Dragon sect, right? Ha! His Majesty is truly wise. Otherwise, the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect might have escaped today. Kill. Hurry and kill Li Junxian." Li Junxian was just about to speak with Yuqi Jingde when the dragon head in his hand began to madly shout, "All generals, hear my order. Kill Li Junxian. Don't be threatened by him. We're now in the hands of the imperial court, and we're all dead. Hurry and kill Li Junxian." The dragon head finally understood. Since Lier had sent Li Junxian to infiltrate the celestial dragon sect as a spy, there was a high chance that Li Junxian had been the one who had leaked out the celestial dragon sect's plans. Otherwise, how could his flawless plans have been foiled by the imperial court? Hate. The dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect felt endless hatred for Li Junxian. If not for Li Junxian, Chang and might have fallen into internal strife, and he might have led the celestial dragon army into Chang'an. Thus, the dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect only wanted to kill Li Junxian. He couldn't care less about anything else. Everyone stop. Don't listen to his nonsense. Li Junxian took the dragon head and retreated a few steps until he was at a safe distance. He then turned to the less than 1,000 soldiers of the heavenly dragon army and Meng Wuchang. "Big brother Meng, and my brothers of the celestial dragon army, I, Li Junxian, know that the vast majority of you have received the grace of the dragon sect, so you are willing to die for your dragon head. But have you ever wondered if your dragon head harbored ill intentions when he granted you this grace? You all heard what Dewey said on the walls. Not only does the dragon sect not have any reincarnated gods, the Jade Lake sacred water you gave your family members is not a cure for all illnesses, as the rumors say. Drinking too much of the Jade Lake sacred water will even cause one to become dependent on it and gradually eat away at one's body." The dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect clearly knew that the Jade Lake sacred water could not cure all illnesses and was even harmful to the body. So why did he give it to you? This means that from the moment he granted you this grace, he wanted to use you. You were just pawns in his plot to usurp the throne. So why continue to resist? There are many ways to repay favors in this world, and this sort of favor is not worth your life. I've already captured the dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect, and the rest of the heavenly dragon sect has been wiped out by the imperial court. Rather than serving this dragon head, it will be better for you to lay down your weapons and join the light. Perhaps His Majesty will spare you. Even if you don't think about yourselves, you should think about your families. They might still be waiting for you to return. Li Junxian's words caused these loyal soldiers of the dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect to waver. The word family was perhaps the softest part of their hearts. Family? Meng Wuchang stood in a daze, his heart filled with bitterness. After a long while, he couldn't help but burst into tears. I, Meng Wuchang, have let down my fellow villagers and family. Now that I've become a rebel of the heavenly dragon sect, how can I face my elders and family? After saying this, he raised the Immerse saber in his hand and slashed at his own neck. "Big brother Meng." Li Junxian panicked and wanted to go over and cut him, but he couldn't free himself, so he could only watch as Meng Wuchang killed himself. Clang! Just when the Immerse saber was about to cut Meng Wuchang's neck, a lance howled through the air and struck the hilt of the saber in Meng Wuchang's right hand. With a metallic clang, the saber in Meng Wuchang's hand clattered to the ground. Chapter 16:11. Lu Guogong, stop. This person is... The Sky Dragon Legion's main general had committed suicide, and the rest of the soldiers had lost their leader. They were in a mess, but they were quickly subdued by the left and right guards, as well as the 10,000 elite cavalry that Qin Xiong had brought back. Just then, there was a hurried shout from outside the crowd. An official in purple rushed in, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw General Luo lying on the ground with his neck dyed red. His voice stopped abruptly. The person he was looking for was obviously dead. "This, Lu Guogong, you killed him?" The purple-robed official looked at General Luo on the ground, then looked at Cheng Yaojin and asked in disbelief. "Zhao Guogong, this has nothing to do with me." That's right, this purple-robed official was Zhang Sun Wuji. Previously, when Zhang Sun Wuji saw the appearance of this young general, he quickly excused himself from Lier and quickly ran down the city gate tower. Hearing the reproach in Zhang Sun Wuji's words, Cheng Yaojin rubbed his nose and quickly waved his hand. This old man originally wanted to capture him alive and hand him over to His Majesty to deal with him personally. However, this junior was bent on seeking death and ran into this old Cheng's lance. This old man was caught off guard, so this junior committed suicide. Sigh, what a pity. Although Cheng Yaojin was dissatisfied with the young general's arrogant attitude, he had to admit that this young general was a promising talent. He had reached the Grandmaster realm at such a young age. Although his future achievements couldn't be compared to Li Zixuan, he definitely wouldn't be too bad. It was indeed a pity for such a young talent to die, just like that. After a moment of frustration, Cheng Yaojin suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji and asked curiously, Zhao Guogong, why are you so concerned about this young man? Could it be that you know him? At this moment, Cheng Yaojin realized that something was wrong. If the young general on the ground was really Zhongsun Wuji's relative, then he had completely offended Zhongsun Wuji. Although Cheng Yaojin wasn't afraid of Zhongsun Wuji, being watched by an old fox every day was quite uncomfortable. You, Zhongsun Wuji pointed at Cheng Yaojin and sighed. AI, wasn't this young General Luo Yi's son? Luo Cheng? Forget it. Let's bring the Heavenly Dragon sect rebels back to the city first. We'll talk about this later. Luo Cheng. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. In his previous life, he had read The Legend of the Heroes of Sui and Tang dynasties a few times. Naturally, he knew about Luo Cheng. However, he didn't expect that such a young hero would become a rebel and end up like this. It seemed that because of his appearance, a lot of history had quietly changed. Actually, there was no such person as Luo Cheng in the official history. He only existed in novels. What? Is this kid Luo Yi's son? Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in shock. But Zhongsun Wuji had already turned and walked far away. He naturally wouldn't answer Cheng Yaojin's question. Qin Xiong, who was by the side, sighed and said, sigh. Last year, Luo Yi went astray and rebelled. I didn't expect that his son would end up like him. What a sin. When Wagong village was at its peak, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Luo Yi had all worked under me. Moreover, the three of them had a relatively good relationship. Now that Luo Yi's son had died under Cheng Yaojin's lance, Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but sigh. Let's go. Now that the Heavenly Dragon sect has been destroyed, it could be considered to have solved a problem for the imperial court. Let's return to the palace and report. After a moment of silence, Qin Xiong patted Cheng Yaojin's shoulder and said. Cheng Yaojin naturally didn't reject. He nodded and let people count the troops and prisoners. Then he followed Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin back to Chang'an City. Creak, creak. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other, Chang'an City's illustrious Virtue Gate was opened once again. Unlike the previous two times, it didn't close immediately after opening. The other city gates also opened. This meant that Chang'an City, which had been sealed for more than a day, was now officially unsealed. The city gates are open. This time, there's no army coming out of the city, but the city gates are open. The Imperial Court's army has entered the city. They must have won a great battle. Could it be that the Heavenly Dragon sect has been destroyed? That's great. That's great. Chapter 16:12. Kneel. Inside Taiji Palace, Yuqi Jingde and Duan Jishuan carried in a man wearing a metal mask. When they reached the front of the officials, Yuqi Jingde's face darkened as he shouted at the masked man, who was the dragon head of the dragon sect. Although under normal circumstances, kneeling was not popular in this era, the dragon head of the dragon sect, as the general of the defeated army, should kneel after seeing Lier. There was absolutely nothing wrong with this. Humph! How can a traitor who killed his brother and imprisoned his father be worthy of this seat kneeling? Don't even think about it. The masked man glared at Lier, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he stubbornly said. The moment these words came out, the faces of the officials changed. Ever since Lier ascended the throne, no official had ever dared to say such words. Even if someone was tired of living, they would not choose such a method to court death. But who would have thought that these words that even Wei Yanzi did not dare to say would actually come out of the mouth of a rebel army's leader today? The hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Lier narrowed his eyes as he stared fixedly at the dragon head of the dragon sect. There was no joy or anger on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Humph! Are you deliberately provoking this seat? Seeking a quick death?" The dragon head of the dragon sect trembled, but he neither admitted nor denied it. Lier's eyes narrowed as he ordered in a deep voice, "Jingda, take off his mask. Let this seat and the officials see who he really is." Although Yuchi Jingda and Duan Jishuan had captured the dragon head of the dragon sect, no one dared to take off his mask. Both of them were old officials who had experienced the ups and downs of officialdom for many years. How could they not notice the abnormality behind the dragon sect's rebellion? Therefore, in their view, the identity of the dragon head of the dragon sect could only be revealed by Lier himself. On the other hand, not taking off the mask on the spot was to preserve the original appearance of the criminal to the greatest extent to avoid suspicion of being swapped. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yuchi Jingda cupped his fists and accepted the order. He then turned around and looked at the dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect, preparing to remove the iron mask on his face. At this moment, the latter began to struggle violently. "Li Shimin, the winner is king, while the loser is a bandit. If you want to kill me or cut me up, do as you please. You humiliated me like this. What kind of hero are you?" Hearing the heavenly dragon sect's dragon head's words becoming more and more excessive, Yuchi Jingda hurriedly sped up, reaching out with lightning speed to pull off the latter's iron mask. Instantly, an excessively young and handsome face was exposed before everyone's eyes. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock, because no one had expected that the person behind all this rebellion would be so young. Judging from his appearance, he was at most 14 or 15 years old, right? He was even younger than the youngest person in the imperial court, Li Zishuan. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Lier frowned and stared unblinkingly at the dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect. This person's appearance gave him a familiar feeling, but he couldn't put his finger on it for a moment. A moment later, he asked in a low voice. The dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect said angrily, "This seat said that if you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to cut me up, then cut me up." When did the decisive Li Shimin become as wishy-washy as a woman? Despite being described as a woman, Lier didn't show any anger on his face. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned to Wei Zheng. "Wei Zuocheng, tell me, who is this dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect?" Whoosh! As soon as Lier's words fell, all the officials in Taiji Palace, whether intentionally or not, turned their gazes to Wei Zheng. After all, almost everyone present was a wily old fox who had experienced ups and downs for many years. For Lier to personally call out Wei Zheng in this situation, the meaning behind it was self-evident. As the person involved, Wei Zheng couldn't help but tremble when he heard Lier call out his name. At this moment, his face was full of contradiction and regret. Under Lier's aggressive gaze, Wei Zheng finally stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, this old subject doesn't know the identity of the dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect, but since he has the king aura token, he must have a lot to do with the king aura." Boom! What? The dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect is actually related to the king aura? King aura token? How did Wei Xuanqing know that the dragon head of the heavenly dragon sect has the king aura token? As soon as the two words king aura came out, the Taiji Palace exploded. After all, only a few of them had secretly contacted Du Yi before. Most people didn't know that the Heavenly Dragon sect had set up so many schemes in Chang and City, let alone that Du Yi was a civil and military official of Li Jinxing's faction in Chang and City with the King Aura token. When the officials' discussion gradually died down, Lier narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently, "Minister Wei, how did you know that the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect has the King Aura token?" The atmosphere in the court suddenly froze. Wei Zheng paused for a moment, bowed deeply, and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject is guilty. Oh, what crime is Minister Wei guilty of? Li'er asked knowingly. Wei Zheng closed his eyes and said with a pained expression, Your Majesty, the Venerable of the Heavenly Dragon Sect had a secret meeting with this old man a few days ago with the King Aura token and asked this old man to make things convenient for the Heavenly Dragon Sect in Chang and City. Although this old subject flatly refused, I didn't report this matter to Your Majesty and almost caused Chang and City to suffer a disaster. This old subject is guilty, and I beg for death. After saying that, a turbid tear fell from the corner of Wei Zheng's eye. Back then, he was one of Li Jianqing's top strategists. He had a very deep relationship with Li Jianqing. When he came to him with the King Aura token, he also hesitated. However, reason told him that the King Aura was already dead, and the Heavenly Dragon Sect was just using the King Aura's name to stir up trouble in Chang and then attract more believers. Therefore, Wei Zheng mercilessly refused Du's request. But Wei Zheng also didn't choose to report this matter to Li'er. First, he felt that there was no need. He didn't believe that the Heavenly Dragon Sect could pose a threat to the powerful imperial court. Second, he guessed that the person behind the Heavenly Dragon Sect was related to Li Jianqing. Whenever possible, one should be lenient. Letting the Heavenly Dragon Sect go could be considered repaying Li Jianqing's favor. Today, the Heavenly Dragon Sect had taken the initiative to besiege Chang. Only now did Wei Zheng understand that his moment of soft-heartedness had led to a grave mistake and almost brought immeasurable losses to the Great Tang. He, who had been upright all his life, had finally avenged himself with great difficulty, but it had resulted in such tragic consequences. At this moment, Wei Zheng felt that only death could atone for his sins. Li'er stared at Wei Zheng, his brow furrowed. He didn't say that he would punish Wei Zheng, but he also didn't say that he would let him go. Seeing this, the officials couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Because the more Li'er remained silent, the more likely Wei Zheng would be to die. Although Wei Zheng often liked to criticize the heavens, earth, and air, and almost everyone in the court was annoyed by him, but the officials in the hall asked themselves honestly. Wei Zheng had contributed a lot to the Great Tang. At the very least, when Li'er, as the emperor, did something inappropriate, Wei Zheng would replace them to criticize Li'er and regulate Li'er's behavior. If Wei Zheng wasn't there, then the next time Li'er did something foolish, these virtuous officials would have to reprimand and face Li'er's anger. Now that they saw that Wei Zheng might lose his life, the officials in the hall couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy for the death of the rabbit. Your Majesty, just as the atmosphere in the hall became more and more oppressive, Li Zishuan finally stood up. He bowed towards Li'er and said, Your Majesty, although Left Minister Wei is guilty, his crime definitely does not warrant death. If he knew in advance that the Dragon Sect would attack the city today, this official believes that he would have told Your Majesty about the Deuce secret meeting no matter what. With bronze as a mirror, one can straighten one's clothes. With history as a mirror, one can know the rise and fall. With people as a mirror, one can know the gains and losses. Left Minister Wei is upright and plain-spoken. He is loyal to the Great Tang and is sincere to Your Majesty. He always dares to reprimand. Such a virtuous official is not only a role model for all the officials in the court, but also a mirror for Your Majesty. If Your Majesty kills Left Minister Wei today, it will be the same as destroying a mirror. In the future, it will be difficult to meet a mirror that can protect you. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Wei Zheng, who was already prepared to die, was surprised to see Li Zishuan pleading for him. But after listening to Li Zishuan's words, his face was filled with complex emotions. Li'er, who was sitting at the head of the table, couldn't help but recall Li Zishuan's words in his mind. With bronze as a mirror, one can straighten one's clothes. With history as a mirror, one can know the rise and fall. With people as a mirror, one can know the gains and losses. This sentence was inexplicably familiar to Li'er, but after thinking about it, he couldn't think of a reason and could only give up in the end. Isn't this nonsense? This sentence was said by him. Of course he was familiar with it. According to the historical records, in the 17th year of Jingguan, Wei Zheng died of illness. Li Er couldn't help but cry bitterly and said to the people around him, "If a man uses bronze as a mirror, one can straighten one's clothes. With history as a mirror, one can know the rise and fall. With people as a mirror, one can know the gains and losses. I have always protected these three mirrors to prevent myself from going overboard. Today, Wei Zheng has died, thus one mirror is gone." Humph. Wei Wucheng, I'll put aside the matter of you concealing it for now. I'll deal with you later. In the end, Li Er let Wei Zheng go, although he didn't say it out loud. Wei Zheng was touched and said, "Thank you, your majesty, for not killing me." Li Er snorted and then looked at another person in the hall. "Wei Ting, do you know the identity of the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect?" As soon as he finished speaking, an old and decrepit official stepped forward. Taking a closer look at his appearance, it was the old man who was about to open the city gates for the Heavenly Dragon sect. But in the end, he stopped at the precipice. Walking to the front of the officials, Wei Ting cupped his hands and said with a pained expression, "Your Majesty, this old minister also knows the crime of not reporting it. Please punish me." Li Er said indifferently, "First, tell me the identity of the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect. As for your crime of not reporting it, we'll deal with it later." Chapter 16:13. In the Taiji Palace. The officials were still in shock from Li Chengzong smashing his head against the coiling dragon pillar. When they heard Li Er call out Wei Ting's name, they all focused their gazes on Wei Ting. Seeing Li Chengzong die in front of her with her own eyes, Wei Ting was in a state of extreme shock at this moment. Hearing Li Er call her, Wei Ting walked forward shakily and cupped her hands, replying to Your Majesty. This old subject had indeed guessed that the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect might be the son of King Shi. Because King Shi's token is so noble, it's impossible for it to wander among the common people for no reason other than King Shi's direct bloodline. But I didn't guess that the dragon head was Li Chengzong, let alone how he came back to life. I'm afraid I can only ask Princess Shi about this. Wei Ting was born in the Xiaoyao branch of the Wei family. She had a good relationship with the hidden crown prince Li Jiansheng when she was young. Emperor Gao pacified the capital and appointed Li Jiansheng as the chancellor of the Longxi Duke residence. He moved the crown prince's left guard and inspected the crown prince's left guard. The hidden crown prince Li Jiansheng was very lucky. In the 7th year of Wuda, because of the Yang Wangan incident, Shi, Duyin, and Wang He were exiled to Feng province. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, Tang Taizong entered the East Palace and was appointed as the Lord of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Er looked at Wei Ting. After confirming that she wasn't lying, he said, "Min, summon Zheng Guanyin." "Yes, sir." A small eunuch immediately went to carry out the order. Zheng Guanyin was born in the 19th year of Emperor Wen of Sui. In the 10th year, the 16-year-old Zheng Guanyin married Duke Tang's son, Li Jianqing. In the 5th month of the 2nd year of Yining, after the Tang dynasty was established, Li Jiansheng was made the crown prince, and Zheng Guanyin became the crown princess. Zheng Guanyin was in her youth and was extremely noble. She was close to the position of the empress. Who knew that on the 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, the Qin king Li Shimin suddenly started the Xuanwu Gate incident and killed Li Jiansheng and his sons. In one day, Zheng Guanyin suffered a huge change. Her husband died, her sons died, and her family was wiped out. Zheng Guanyin was only 28 years old, and the oldest son was only 11 years old. After Li Jianqing's death, Madame Zheng spent her days mourning her late husband and raising her children. At this time, Zheng Guanyin was still living in the imperial palace. Therefore, not long after, a young eunuch came in with a woman with a weathered face but very regular facial features. Many officials looked at the woman and sighed. This woman was Li Jianqing's former wife, Zheng Guanyin. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zheng Guanyin walked to the front of the officials and bowed. She said expressionlessly. Even though she hated the man in front of her, she knew that she couldn't do anything to him because he was the supreme being of the world. When she heard that Li Erchuan had come to the Taiji Palace, she was a little puzzled at first. However, she inadvertently saw the coiling dragon pillar on the right. Within Taiji Palace, the officials were still in shock when Li Chengzong killed himself on the coiling dragon pillar. When they heard Li Erchuan call out Wei Ting's name, they all focused their attention on Wei Ting. Seeing Li Chengzong die in front of her, Wei Ting was also in a state of extreme shock. Hearing Li Erchuan call her, Wei Ting walked forward shakily and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, this old official did guess that the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect might be the son of King Shi. Because King Shi's token is so noble, it can't be in the hands of the people for no reason except for the direct bloodline of King Shi. However, this old official never guessed that the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect was Li Chengzong, let alone how he came back to life. I'm afraid this matter can only be left to Princess Shi." Wei Ting was born in the Xiao Yao branch of the Wei family. When he was young, he had a good relationship with the hidden crown prince Li Jiansheng. When Emperor Gao pacified the capital, he appointed Li Jiansheng of Longxi Manor as the chancellor. He moved the crown prince's left guard and inspected the crown prince's left guard. The hidden crown prince Li Jiansheng was very lucky. In the 7th year of Wuda, because of Yang Wengan, he, Du Yin, and Wang He were exiled to Feng province. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, Tang Taizong entered the East Palace and was appointed as the Lord of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Erchuan looked at Wei Ting. After confirming that the other party wasn't lying, he said in a low voice, "Men, summon Zheng Guanyin." "Yes, sir." A young eunuch immediately accepted the order and left. Zheng Guanyin was born in the 19th year of Emperor Wen of Sui. In the 10th year of her career, the 16-year-old Zheng Guanyin married Duke Tang's son, Li Jiansheng. In the 5th month of the 2nd year of Yining, after the Tang dynasty was established, Li Jiansheng was made the crown prince, and Madame Zheng became the crown princess. Madame Zheng was in the prime of her youth and was extremely noble. She was close to the position of the empress. Who knew that on the 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, the Qin king Li Shimin suddenly started the Xuanwu Gate incident and killed Li Jiansheng and his sons. In a day, Madame Zheng suffered a huge change. Her husband died, her sons died, and her family was wiped out. At that time, Madame Zheng was 28 years old. Her oldest son should be no more than 11 years old. After Li Jiansheng's death, Madame Zheng mourned her late husband and raised her children. At this time, Zheng Guanyin was still living in the imperial palace. Therefore, not long after, a young eunuch came in with a woman with a weathered face but very regular facial features. Many officials looked at the woman and sighed. This woman was Li Jiansheng's wife in the past. Zheng Guanyin. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zheng Guanyin walked in front of the officials and bowed. She was expressionless. Although she hated the man in front of her, she knew in her heart that she couldn't do anything to him because he was the sovereign of the world. When she heard that Li Erchuan had sent her to Taiji Palace, she was indeed a little confused at first. However, she inadvertently saw the coiling dragon pillar in front of her right. The officials were still in shock when Li Chengzong killed himself on the coiling dragon pillar. When they heard Li Erchuan call out Wei Ting's name, they all focused their attention on Wei Ting. Seeing Li Chengzong die in front of her, Wei Ting was also in a state of extreme shock. Hearing Li Erchuan call her, Wei Ting walked forward shakily and cupped his hands. Replying to Your Majesty, previously this old official had guessed that the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect might be the son of King Shi. Because King Shi's token is so noble, other than King Shi's direct descendant, it can't be lost among the common people for no reason. However, this old official had never guessed that the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect was Li Chengzong, let alone how he came back from the dead. I'm afraid this matter can only be left to Princess Shi. Wei Ting was born in the Xiao Yao branch of the Wei clan. When he was young, he had a good relationship with the hidden crown prince Li Jiansheng. When Emperor Gao pacified the capital, he appointed Li Jiansheng of Longxi Manor as the chancellor. He moved the crown prince's left guard and inspected the crown prince's left guard. The hidden crown prince Li Jiansheng was very lucky. In the 7th year of Wuda, because of a Yang Wungan incident, he, Du Yin, and Wang He were exiled to Peng Prefecture. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, Tang Taizong entered the East Palace and was appointed as the Lord of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Erchuan looked at Wei Ting steadily. After confirming that the other party was not lying, he said in a low voice, "Men, summon Zheng Guanyin." Yes. A small eunuch immediately received the order and left. Zheng Guanyin was born in the 19th year of Emperor Wen of Sui. In the 10th year of her career, the 16-year-old Zheng Guanyin married Duke Tang's son, Li Jiancheng. In the 5th month of the 2nd year of Ning, after the Tang dynasty was established, Li Jiancheng was appointed as the crown prince, and Madame Zheng became the crown princess. Madame Zheng was in the prime of her youth and was extremely noble. She was very close to the position of the empress. Who knew that on the 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, the Qin king Li Shimin suddenly started the Xuanwu Gate incident and killed Li Jiancheng and his sons. In a day, Madame Zheng suffered a huge change. Her husband died, her sons died, and her family was wiped out. At that time, Madame Zheng was 28 years old, and the oldest of her sons should be no more than 11 years old. After Li Jiancheng's death, Madame Zheng mourned her late husband and raised her children. At this time, Zheng Guanyin was still living in the imperial palace. Therefore, not long after, a young eunuch came in with a woman with a weathered face but very regular facial features. Many officials looked at the woman and sighed. This woman was Li Jiancheng's wife in the past, Zheng Guanyin. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Walking in front of the officials, Zheng Guanyin bowed and said expressionlessly. Although she hated the man in front of her, she knew in her heart that she could not do anything to him because he was the supreme ruler of the world. This time, when she heard that Li Erchuan had sent her to Taiji Palace, she was indeed a little confused at first. However, she inadvertently saw the coiling dragon pillar in front of her right. The officials were still in shock when Li Chengzong killed himself on the coiling dragon pillar. When they heard Li Erchuan call out Wei Ting's name, they all focused their attention on Wei Ting. Seeing Li Chengzong die in front of her with her own eyes, Wei Ting was also in a state of extreme shock. Hearing Li Erchuan call her, Wei Ting walked forward shakily and cupped his hands. Replying to Your Majesty, previously this old official had indeed guessed that the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect might be the son of King Shi. Because of how noble King Shi's token is, other than King Shi's direct descendant, it is impossible for it to wander among the common people for no reason. However, this old official had never guessed that the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect was Li Chengzong, let alone how he came back from the dead. I'm afraid this matter can only be left to Princess Shi. Wei Ting was born in the Xiao Yao branch of the capital's Wei clan. When he was young, he had a good relationship with the hidden crown prince Li Jiancheng. When Emperor Gao pacified the capital, he appointed Li Jiancheng of Longxi Gongfu as the chancellor. He moved the crown prince's left guard and inspected the crown prince's left guard. The hidden crown prince Li Jiancheng was very lucky. In the 7th year of Wuda, because of the Yang Wungan incident, he, Du Yin, and Wang He were exiled to Peng Prefecture. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, Tang Taizong entered the East Palace and was appointed as the head of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Er looked at Wei Ting calmly. After confirming that the other party was not lying, he said in a low voice, "Men, summon Zheng Guanyin." "Yes, sir." A small eunuch immediately received the order and left. Zheng Guanyin was born in the 19th year of Emperor Wen of Sui. In the 10th year of her career, the 16-year-old Zheng Guanyin married the son of Duke Tang, Li Jiancheng. In the 5th month of the 2nd year of Ning, after the Tang dynasty was established, Li Jiancheng was appointed as the crown prince, and Madame Zheng became the crown princess. Madame Zheng was in the prime of her youth and was extremely noble. She was very close to the position of the mother of the world. Who knew that on the 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, trouble would arise? Qin King Li Shimin suddenly started the Xuanwu Gate incident and killed Li Jiancheng and his sons. In a day, Madame Zheng suffered a huge change. Her husband died, her sons died, and her family was wiped out. At that time, Madame Zheng was 28 years old. Out of all the sons of Madame Zheng, the oldest one was only 11 years old. After Li Jianqing's death, Madame Zheng mourned her late husband and raised the children. At this time, Zheng Guanyin was still living in the imperial palace. Therefore, not long after, a young eunuch came in with a woman with a weathered face but very regular facial features. Many officials looked at the woman and sighed. This woman was Li Jianqing's wife in the past. Zheng Guanyin, greetings, Your Majesty. Walking in front of the officials, Zheng Guanyin bowed and said expressionlessly. Although she hated the man in front of her, she knew in her heart that she could not do anything to him. That was because the other party was the sovereign of the world. When she heard that Li Er had sent her to Taiji Palace, she was indeed a little puzzled at first. However, she inadvertently saw the coiling dragon pillar in the Taiji Palace. The officials were still in shock when Li Chengzong crashed his head into the coiling dragon pillar. When they heard Li Er call out Wei Ting's name, they all focused their attention on Wei Ting. Seeing Li Chengzong die in front of her with her own eyes, Wei Ting was in a state of extreme shock. Hearing Li Er call her, Wei Ting walked forward shakily and cupped his hands. Replying to Your Majesty, previously this old official had indeed guessed that the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect might be the son of King Shi. Because King Shi's token is so noble, other than King Shi's direct descendant, it would not be lost among the common people for no reason. However, this old official had never guessed that the dragon head of Heavenly Dragon Sect was Li Chengzong, let alone know how he came back from the dead. I'm afraid this matter can only be left to Princess Shi. Wei Ting was born in the Xiao Yao branch of the Wei family. When he was young, he had a good relationship with the hidden crown prince Li Jianqing. When Emperor Gao pacified the capital, he appointed Li Jianqing of Longxigong Fu as the chancellor. He moved the crown prince's left guard and inspected the crown prince's left guard. The hidden crown prince Li Jianqing was greatly favored. In the 7th year of Wuda, because of a Yang Wangan incident, Du Yin and Wang He were exiled to Peng Prefecture. After the Xuanwu Gate incident, Tang Taizong entered the East Palace and was appointed as the Lord of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Er looked at Wei Ting. After confirming that the other party was not lying, he said in a low voice, Men, summon Zheng Guanyin. Yes, sir. A small eunuch immediately received the order and left. Zheng Guanyin was born in the 19th year of Emperor Wen of Sui. In the 10th year of her career, the 16-year-old Zheng Guanyin married Duke Tang's son, Li Jianqing. In the 5th month of the 2nd year of Yining, after the Tang dynasty was established, Li Jianqing was appointed as the crown prince, and Madame Zheng became the crown princess. Madame Zheng was in the prime of her youth and was extremely noble. She was very close to the position of the empress. Who knew that on the 4th day of the 6th month of the 9th year of Wuda, the Qin king Li Shimin suddenly started the Xuanwu Gate incident and killed Li Jianqing and his sons. In a day, Madame Zheng suffered a huge change. Her husband died, her sons died, and her family was wiped out. At that time, Madame Zheng was 28 years old. The oldest of her sons was no more than 11 years old. After Li Jianqing died, Madame Zheng mourned her late husband and took care of her children. At this time, Zheng Guanyin was still living in the palace. Therefore, not long after, the small eunuch brought a woman. Not long after, the small eunuch brought a woman with a face full of vicissitudes, but her facial features were especially good. Chapter 16:14. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Inside Taiji Palace, after hearing that Li Er was finally willing to let the dead Li Chengzong go, Zheng Guanyin hurriedly got up from the ground and knelt down in front of Li Er, kowtowing repeatedly to express her gratitude. Although Li Chengzong was not personally killed by Li Er, no matter what, Li Chengzong's death was related to Li Er. Now, Zheng Guanyin was kowtowing to the enemy who killed her husband and son. This scene was as ironic as it could be, but reality was so cruel. Today, if not for Li Zishuan pleading for her and her son, if not for Li Er's sudden benevolence, even if Li Chengzong died, he would have been buried in the belly of a dog. Now that she could protect Li Chengzong's body, Zheng Guanyin was already satisfied. She did not dare to have any other wishful thinking. "All right, you may leave." Li Er's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zheng Guanyin and waved his hand. In any case, he was the emperor of a country and did not want to continue making things difficult for a woman. Not to mention this woman was his sister-in-law. "Thank you, your majesty." Zheng Guanyin kowtowed heavily again and stood up. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly paused. After hesitating for a moment, she turned to Li Er and said, "Regarding Chengzong's matter, if your majesty wishes to know, I am willing to tell you the truth." Returning the favor, after Li Er compromised, Zheng Guanyin also tactfully gave in. Of course, even if she did not say these things, Li Er could still find out if he wanted to. Hearing this, Li Er narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "All right, say it." Initially, after knowing that the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect was Li Chengzong, Li Er was indeed very curious and wanted to know how Li Chengzong, who had been dead for 8 years, could come back to life. However, after Zheng Guanyin's crying in Taiji Palace, his curiosity was not as strong as before. But since Zheng Guanyin was willing to tell the truth, Li Er felt that there was no harm in listening. Zheng Guanyin pondered for a moment and then said slowly, "In the 3rd year and 6th month of Wuda, Chengzong was conferred the title of Taiyuan County Prince by the retired emperor. However, in the same year, Chengzong contracted a strange illness. Not only did he suffer from chest tightness and wheezing, but his eyes were also dull. His Highness Jiansheng invited famous doctors to treat Chengzong on the surface, but he also sent people to search for Jianghu sorcerers. By chance at that time, Long Shi Gongfu's Chancellor Wei knew that we were looking for a Jianghu practitioner, so he recommended a Taoist named Yuan Tiangang to Qinxia and Jiansheng. At that time, Chancellor Wei said that this Yuan Tiangang was not only proficient in metaphysics and physiognomy, he could predict the future and was also proficient in Taoist medical skills. Perhaps he could save Chengzong. Yuan Tiangang. Hearing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but exclaim. Zheng Guanyin was grateful that Li Zixuan had pleaded for mercy for the dead Li Chengzong, so she was not angry when Li Zixuan interrupted her. Instead, she nodded and explained, "That's right. That Taoist was called Yuan Tiangang." According to Chancellor Wei, at the end of the previous dynasty, when Yuan Tiangang first arrived in Luoyang, he settled down in Qinghua Square. At that time, his physiognomy predictions were already famous, and many people had secretly looked for him. One day, Du Yin, Wang Gui, and Chancellor Wei came to see Yuan Tiangang and asked him to read their fortune. Yuan Tiangang predicted that Du Yin would become famous throughout the world with his writings, that Wang Gui would become a 5th-rank general in less than 10 years, and that Wei Ting would become a military official with a face like a tiger. He also predicted that the 3 of them would be demoted after becoming officials, and that they would meet again at that time. Sure enough, in the 1st year of Wuda, Du Yin became a heavenly book scholar as an imperial censor. Wang Gui was recommended by Jiansheng to become a 5th-rank crown prince, and Wei Ting became the left guard commander. All of Yuan Tiangang's predictions came true one by one, so Chancellor Wei recommended Yuan Tiangang to Qinxia and Jiansheng. "Oh, this Yuan Tiangang can really predict the future? Then what did he say to you?" Li Er narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but become interested in this Yuan Tiangang whom he had never met before. Perhaps many people would find it unbelievable. Wasn't Li Chunfeng Yuan Tiangang's disciple? Why was Li Chunfeng doing better than Yuan Tiangang at this time? In fact, it was pure nonsense to say that Yuan Tiangang was Li Chunfeng's master. Li Chunfeng was interested in Taoism because of his father. Li Bo used to be a small official in the county government during the Sui dynasty. He was not successful because of his low rank, so he gave up his official position and became a Taoist priest. He was quite knowledgeable and called himself Huang Guanzi. He wrote Laozi, 10 volumes of local chronicles, and prose on astronomical elephants. Li Chunfeng, who was known as a prodigy since childhood, read a lot under the influence of his father. He was especially fond of astronomy, geography, Taoism, and the study of yin and yang. In the 2nd year of Wuda, Li Chunfeng, who was 17 years old, returned to his hometown. He was recommended by Li Shimon's good friend, Lu Wenjing, to become a secretary in the army. From then on, Li Chunfeng began his official career. What about Yuan Tiangang? According to historical records, in the 6th year of Jingguan, Li Er called back Du Yin, Wang Gui, and Wei Ting, who were exiled because of Crown Prince Li Jianqing. He learned from them that Yuan Tiangang was an unprecedented genius in Shu's divination. So he issued an edict to invite Yuan Tiangang to Chang'an. In other words, Yuan Tiangang began to enter the imperial court in the 6th year of Jingguan, which was more than 10 years later than Li Chunfeng. At this time, in the hall, Zheng Guanyin answered truthfully. After Yuan Tiangang saw Qingzong, he said that my son's illness was easy to cure, but after the disease was cured, he would encounter a man-made disaster, and his life would be short. The only way to cure it was to let Qingzong fake his death, and then secretly send him overseas to cultivate Taoism and avoid disaster. He was never allowed to step into the Central Plains, or there would be a bloody disaster. At that time, Qinxie and Jiansheng didn't believe Yuan Tiangong's words. However, Yuan Tiangong's prophecies about Du Yin, Wang Gui, and Chancellor Wei still rang in our ears. In addition, even the palace's imperial physicians were helpless against Qingzong's illness. Yet Yuan Tiangang could easily cure Qingzong. We didn't dare to doubt his words. After thinking about it again and again, we decided to secretly send Qingzong to Qingzhou as Yuan Tiangang said, and let Qingzong go out to sea in Qingzhou. We also ordered the guards who took care of him to never let him return to the Central Plains. But who would have thought that man's plans were not as good as God's? Qingzong finally. In the end, Zheng Guanyin couldn't help crying in a low voice again. Hearing this, the officials in the hall couldn't help but be shocked. No one would have thought that Li Jianqing's eldest son didn't really die of illness, but came back to life by faking his death and was sent overseas to avoid disaster. Thinking of the change in the Xuanwu Gate 2 years ago, it seemed that Yuan Tiangong's prophecy about Li Chengzong was not false at all. If Li Jianqing and Zheng Guanyin hadn't sent Li Chengzong overseas, Li Chengzong would definitely have been like Li Chengxian's other 5 sons, dying under Li Er's sword in the 9th year of Wuda. Li Er's heart was also in turmoil. He wasn't surprised by the plan that Li Jiansheng had arranged for Li Chengzong to fake his death. He was shocked by Yuan Tiangong's ability to predict good and bad luck. Think about it. If Yuan Tiangang had read Li Jianqing's fortune, would he have seen that Li Jianqing would suffer a bloody disaster in the 9th year of Wuda? If so, would the mutiny he started in the 9th year of Wuda still succeed? Fortune tellers could predict good and bad luck, but they couldn't change history. But if fortune tellers changed the fate of some key people, wouldn't that be the same as changing history? Thinking of this, at the same time that Li Er was shocked, he also felt a trace of lingering fear. At the same time, he also felt a trace of vigilance toward a Jianghu fortune teller like Yuan Tiangang, who could predict good and bad luck in the future. He thought to himself that if such a person couldn't be used by him, it would be best to kill him. So that's how it is. I already know about this matter. You can leave. Although Li Chengzong had committed a heinous crime, he was also a member of the royal family anyway. I will let the Imperial Order Temple bury him as a prince. After a moment of silence, Li Er waved his hand and said to Zheng Guanyin, things had developed to this point. Li Er was no longer concerned about Li Chengzong's affairs. On the contrary, he remembered the name Yuan Tiangang. After this matter, Li Er would definitely send someone to find Yuan Tiangang. Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness. The dead were dead, and the arm couldn't resist the thigh. For Zheng Guanyin, who had lost her husband and all her sons, not only did she not have the ability to take revenge, but she also didn't dare to have any unusual movements. It wasn't that she was afraid of death, but there were still people she cared about in this world. Her 5 daughters. She wanted to raise all her 5 daughters and see them get married before she could leave with peace of mind. She couldn't bear to let her daughters lose their father and then their mother. After Zheng Guanyin expressed her gratitude, she got up and slowly left Taiji Palace. At this time, Li Er recovered from the matter of Li Qingzong. His tiger-like eyes focused, and he said in a deep voice, "Although Li Qingzong was the mastermind of this rebellion, there were many accomplices. As far as I know, from the fourth-rank officials in the imperial court, the third-rank eunuchs in the imperial palace, the guards at the city gates, and the merchants, they more or less facilitated the dragon sect's attack on Chang'an City. This morning, when the dragon sect besieged the city, there were 18 courtiers who tried to lead their servants to open the city gates or create chaos in the city. There were also 24 guards who tried to bewitch the rest of the soldiers into a mutiny. Unfortunately, I didn't let these people get what they wanted. Before they started the rebellion, they were all captured by the cavalry and the soldiers of the left and right guards. They are now all locked up in the Supreme Court's death row prison. Humph! I have said before, meritorious deeds should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. These people colluded with the rebels and tried to subvert the country. They are guilty of the most heinous crimes. Kill them all. None. Amnesty. Zhao Song, read out the list of criminals to the officials. It was said that being in the king's company was like being in the company of a tiger. Just a moment ago, Li Er was like a sharp sword with a restrained edge. At this moment, this sharp sword's edge was exposed. The sword's edge was pointed directly at the officials and generals who had provided assistance to the rebels in this rebellion. The imperial court fell into a dead silence. Only now did the officials know why there were so many empty seats in the imperial court today. It turned out that those people were all sent to the death row prison by Li Er. Logically speaking, in a time of prosperity, a prison was absolutely not advisable. Especially when so many courtiers were arrested at once, it was bound to cause a great commotion. Usually, when faced with such a situation, the officials would try their best to persuade the emperor to think twice before acting. But this time, no one stood up to dissuade the emperor because this matter involved the emperor and rebellion. Moreover, from what Li Er said, those arrested officials were all caught red-handed. There was no room for quibbling and escape punishment. There was only the death penalty. Yes, sir. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order. Then, he turned around and took out a roll of silk from his sleeve. He read out loud. After investigation, the Imperial Ancestral Temple Supervisor in Dijon, the Yellow Door Assistant Minister Shan Wenhua, the Imperial Magistrate Junior Overseer Hong Sheng, the Imperial Censor Assistant Minister Qiu Jiaming, the Imperial Censor Xian Mu. Every time Zhao Song read out a name, the hearts of the officials could not help but tremble. After reading out more than 40 names, it finally came to an end. Before the officials could even breathe a sigh of relief, Zhao Song's next sentence made their hearts sink. The above officials and generals, when the rebels besieged the city, instigated the people in the city, created chaos, and attempted to open the city gates for the rebels. They did not care about the safety of the country and the people. Their crimes are not punishable by death. Tomorrow at noon, they will all be beheaded in public at the entrance of the Western Market by the emperor. More than 40 officials and generals were all killed by Li Er in one go. This was probably the bloodiest purge of the officials in the Tang dynasty since the Xuanwu Gate incident. Your Majesty is wise. After a moment of silence, the officials cupped their hands and said in unison, under such circumstances, no one was willing to stand up and plead for mercy for those traitors. Even Fang Xianling, a good old man in the imperial court, did not raise any objections, because those officials who colluded with the dragon sect and intended to rebel against the imperial court could not be absolved. Li Er nodded and turned his gaze to Wei Zheng and Wei Ting. After a moment of silence, he said, Wei Zheng, Wei Ting, Wang Ge, although the three of you did not participate in the rebellion of the dragon sect, you were suspected of knowing something but did not report it. Seeing that you have devoted yourself wholeheartedly to the country and the people and have contributed a lot, I can spare you from death, but you cannot escape punishment. Therefore, I sentence each of you to receive 10 strokes of the cane, a demotion of 1 rank, a month of seclusion, and 3 years of salary forfeiture. Are the three of you sincerely convinced? According to Li Er's original intention, the lightest punishment for Wei Zheng, Wei Ting, and Wang Bei who knew about the possible relationship between the dragon sect and King Shi, was to be stripped of their official positions. After all, this time when the dragon sect attacked Chang and City, if it wasn't for Li Zixuan who coincidentally solved the crisis, Chang and City would be in big trouble. At that time, the losses of the imperial court would be incalculable. But at the end of the day, it was still Li Zixuan's pleading that had been effective. Since Li Er wanted to be the sage monarch of his generation, he needed virtuous ministers like Wei Zheng, Wei Ting, and Wang Gui. Therefore, after careful consideration, Li Er chose to give Wei Zheng, Wei Ting, and Wang Gui a lighter punishment. Wei Zheng, Wei Ting, and Wang Gui stepped forward and bowed in shame. "We are sincerely convinced. Thank your majesty for your mercy." Although 10 strokes of the cane and a demotion of 1 rank was a more serious punishment compared to the mistakes they had made, it was considered light. Therefore, the 3 of them were grateful to Li Er. However, after Wei Zheng shed tears of gratitude, he began to feel bitter in his heart. 3 years of no salary. How was he going to live? In the future, not to mention drinking wine, he was afraid that he would not even be able to eat at home. Chapter 16:15. This time, the dragon sect secretly used the name of King Shi to win over many officials and generals, nearly causing a huge crisis in Chang and City. Some people are loyal to the dragon sect, but others are loyal to the imperial court. Those who should be punished have been punished. Next, this emperor will reward them according to their merits. Imperial Palace, Taiji Palace. Li Er used an iron-blooded method to deal with the criminals involved in the Heavenly Dragon Sect case. Those who deserved to be killed were killed, and those who deserved to be punished were punished. Li Er swept a dignified gaze over all the officials present, and then said in a deep voice. Everyone's heart trembled as their gazes focused on Li Zixuan. Even the most ill-informed officials knew that Li Zixuan had contributed greatly in this war. When Li Er led the officials to the city gates, Li Zixuan was leading the guard army to recruit the 30,000 members of the dragon sect. If one were to say that Li Zixuan did not contribute to this war, even a ghost would not believe it. Of course, in the hearts of insiders like Lu Dui, Dai Zhou, Li Jing, and Lu Ringe, Li Zixuan was without a doubt the #1 hero in this rebellion. No one could refute this point. Sure enough, Li Er turned his gaze to Li Zixuan and said in a clear voice, "Marquis Yong'an, come forward and receive your conferment." Li Zixuan stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your subject is here." Li Er looked at the dignified Li Zixuan, who was neither servile nor overbearing, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the officials and said, "In this rebellion of the dragon sect, the Marquis of Yangon first saw through the dragon sect's plot of using thunder and lightning to bombard the imperial ancestral temple, and found in Dijon the dragon sect's spy hiding in the imperial palace. This completely destroyed the dragon sect's fantasy of causing chaos in Chang'an. Then Marquis Yuan captured the dragon sect's venerable Sakya Du, who was hiding in Chang'an City. From Sakya Du's mouth, Marquis Yuan, and learned of the dragon sect's plan to attack Chang'an City. Under his meticulous planning, not only did the imperial court completely destroy the dragon sect, they also caught many of their spies in Chang'an City. It can be said that if it wasn't for Marquis Yong'an, the imperial ancestral temple would have been destroyed by the lightning and fire. Even if the imperial court could resist the dragon sect's attack, they would have lost their dignity. This emperor has said before, meritorious service should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. Marquis Yong, a Marquis, Yinhui General, and Qingzhou Land, 3,000 households, and the provincial governor of Qingzhou City. He will be in charge of the 7 counties of Qingzhou City's military and political affairs. The original governor of Qing Province, Zheng Qingsong, allowed the Heavenly Dragon sect to grow stronger without doing anything. What are my beloved officials? Shock. The moment Li Er's words fell, not only were all the officials shocked, even Li Zixuan was shocked. Previously, he had the empty title of Junior Guardian of the Crown Prince. Now, Li Er gave him the title of Yinhui General. Could this be considered as proof that he was proficient in both the pen and the sword? Of course, what shocked Li Zixuan even more was that Old Li actually bestowed the entire Qingzhou to him, and even gave him the title of provincial governor of Qingzhou City. He would be in charge of the 7 counties' military and political affairs. What was this? This was basically equivalent to being a governor of the border. This kind of treatment could only be enjoyed by a prince. Even old generals like Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong couldn't compare to it. For example, Cheng Yaojin, other than the title of Lu Guogong and the position of the Right Wuwei general, he also received the position of provincial governor of Luzhou City. However, the entire Luzhou City wasn't Cheng Yaojin's fief. For someone like Li Zixuan, who directly received the title of provincial governor of Luzhou City, it was definitely far beyond the status of a marquis. The main reason was that Li Zixuan had made too many contributions, and Li Er had deliberately suppressed Li Zixuan's title, not wanting him to rise too quickly. At this moment, the civil and military officials in the main hall looked at each other. On the one hand, they were shocked that there were so many hidden dangers in the seemingly peaceful Chang and over the past 2 days. If the imperial court was careless, it would be in danger of being breached. On the other hand, they were shocked by Li Er's reward for Li Zixuan, not to mention the establishment of the Tang Empire. Even since the establishment of the position of provincial governor in the Qin dynasty, there had never been a provincial governor as young as Li Zixuan. Of course, the princes of the previous dynasties were an exception. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and has indeed contributed greatly to the rebellion of the Heavenly Dragon sect. However, the Marquis of Yong is still young. Wouldn't the military affairs of a province be too heavy for him? The hall was silent for a moment. Then Fang Xinling stepped forward and cupped his hands. Of course, old Fang didn't have a problem with Li Zixuan and didn't want to see Li Zixuan promoted. On the contrary, old Fang admired Li Zixuan, who was capable and not arrogant. He stood up to stop Li Er's reward just to protect Li Zixuan. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. In Fang Xuanling's view, Li Zixuan was still too young, and climbing too high was not a good thing. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Fang is right. Marquis Yong, and has indeed made great contributions, but Your Majesty, please reconsider the matter of promoting him to provincial governor of Qingzhou. Li Jing hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and cupped his hands. His thoughts were actually the same as Fang Xuanling's. Li Zixuan was still too young, and too high of an official position would be detrimental to his future growth. Li Er's eyes flashed as he looked at the 2 officials who had stepped forward. After a moment of silence, he firmly said, "My 2 beloved officials' concerns are reasonable, but we have our own considerations. Marquis Yong is the most suitable candidate for the position of provincial governor of Qingzhou. My decision has been made. My beloved officials need not persuade me anymore. Marquis Yong, and why don't you step forward to receive the decree?" Li Er really had his own considerations for handing Qingzhou over to Li Zixuan. First, Qingzhou was the origin of the Dragon Sect and also the headquarters behind the Dragon Sect. This time, the Dragon Head, Venerable, and Sky Dragon Army's generals were all captured, either dead or captured. Although the core members of the Dragon Sect were captured, there were still countless remnants of the sect among the people. As Qingzhou was the origin of the Dragon Sect, this situation would be even more serious. Placing Li Zixuan in the position of provincial governor of Qingzhou would more or less serve as a powerful deterrent to the remnants of the Dragon Sect. Secondly, Qingzhou was located along the eastern coast of the Great Tang. Most of the land was saline and not suitable for growing crops. The people there were many times poorer than those in Guangzhou. Li Zixuan had only been in charge of Lantian County for less than a year, but he had already built the county up. Now, the prosperity of Lantian County's commerce was almost on par with Chang'an. Li Er valued Li Zixuan's ability to make a fortune, which was why he gave Li Zixuan the important task of provincial governor of Qingzhou. After all, the rebellion of the Dragon Sect had given Li Er a great warning. Although the Great Tang was at peace now, in remote places like Qingzhou, there were still many people who did not have enough to eat and had illnesses that were difficult to treat. This gave the dragon sect, who wanted to bewitch the people, an opportunity to take advantage of. Lier deeply understood that in order to truly prevent rebellious sects like the dragon sect from appearing in the Great Tang in the future, he only needed to let the poor people live a good life. Think about it. If the people of the Great Tang were as wealthy as the people of Lantian County, who would be willing to risk their lives for the dragon sect to rebel? It had to be said that Lier, as an emperor, had a different mindset from ordinary people. His foresight was even further than ordinary people. Of course, there was no need to doubt that Qingzhou was a barren land. Although Qingzhou was located along the coast, the ancient coastal areas were not the same as the modern coastal areas. In ancient times, it was dominated by agricultural or nomadic societies. The soil environment of the coastal areas was not suitable for growing crops. Even if it could be grown, the grain yield was not as good as the inland areas. Therefore, in ancient times, the grain-producing areas were mostly located in the Central Plains. Secondly, the ancient people's understanding and use of the sea was basically zero. In the Tang Dynasty, people would not use the sea to refine salt, much less use some marine products to make money. Moreover, the waterway trade in this era generally referred to the transportation of water. Wherever large rivers were suitable for trade, especially where two rivers intersected, it was often a strategic location. In comparison, the use of sea transportation was relatively less. Therefore, in the past dynasties, the degree of wealth of the inland cities was far greater than that of the coastal areas. There were even many coastal counties that became the place of exile for the imperial court's prisoners. From this, one could see how poor the coastal areas of China were in ancient times. Your Majesty, this official is still young and inexperienced. I'm afraid I can't take on this important task. Your Majesty, please take back your order. Not only did Fang Xianling, Li Jing, and the other old officials not want to agree to Li Er's decision, Li Zixuan was also unwilling to agree to it. The main reason was that he was lazy and afraid of trouble. Hearing this, Li Er's eyes narrowed and said in a tone that did not allow for refusal, "You don't have to refuse. I've always been very good at judging people. If I say you can do it, you can definitely do it. The position of governor of Qingzhou belongs to you." Finally, Li Er paused for a moment before finally revealing his true goal. "We hope that you can turn Qingzhou into a fertile land like Lantian County. In the entire Great Tang, other than you, we really can't think of anyone else who has the ability to do so." Hearing Li Er's words, the officials in the hall came to a realization. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Li Jing, and the other insightful officials could see Li Er's far-reaching intentions. Suddenly, no one raised any objections, because in the entire imperial court, no one was not convinced by Li Zixuan's ability to create wealth. Li Zixuan felt bitter in his heart. Building Lantian County was already tiring enough for him, and now Old Li had arranged for him to build the entire Qingzhou. He wanted him to govern Qingzhou well. Was he treating him as a money-printing machine? However, Old Li obviously didn't give him any room to object. He had to accept this task, even if he didn't want to. Therefore, after complaining in his heart for a while, Li Zixuan could only cup his hands and say, "This official Li Zixuan accepts the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." This acceptance of the decree meant that from now on, he would be a high-ranking official of the border. The Li family could be considered as having some background as a wealthy family. Chapter 16:16. Marquis, please wait. His Majesty has summoned you. Please go to the Sweet Dew Hall. In the Imperial Palace, Li Zixuan had just exited the Gate of Heaven Influence when a young eunuch ran up from behind him to block his path and hurriedly said, "You're not allowed to leave." Li Zixuan was speechless. Since he entered Chang'an City yesterday, he had been busy until now. He was mentally and physically exhausted. Now that the morning court was finally over, he was planning to take the carriage back to Cloud Mountain. He did not expect Old Li to make him stay alone. This was really disappointing. "All right, I'll go with you to the Sweet Dew Hall. As the saying goes, the arm can't go against the thigh. Although he complained, he couldn't miss old Li's summons. After answering the eunuch, Li Zishuan turned to the elders around him, including Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, and Li Jing. Uncles, you can go back first. I still have to return. After that, I will return to Cloud Mountain directly. Tomorrow, I'll come to Chong and to visit all of you. He had chosen to go up north to kill the locusts and had been gone for half a month. So many things had happened in between. Logically speaking, he should have gone to visit Qin Xiong and the others as soon as he returned to Chang'an. Unfortunately, the dragon sect had rebelled. He could only choose to visit another day. The saint's fate is important. Xiao Xian, go quickly. Qin Xiong smiled and said, That's right. Go quickly. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing Li Zishuan become a governor today, they were all happy for Li Zishuan. Firstly, they all saw Li Zishuan as their own junior. Secondly, Li Zishuan's career as an official in the emperor's favor was getting better and better. This was good for their descendants. After all, they would also die of old age. When they were old, their descendants would more or less be taken care of by Li Zishuan. Then I'll take my leave. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and turned to leave. You've come. A quarter of an hour later, Li Zishuan arrived at the Suite du Hall. Without waiting for him to bow, Li Er, who was sitting at the front reading memorials, raised his head and took the initiative to speak. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan bowed, then cupped his hands and asked, May I know why Your Majesty has summoned me? Hearing this, Li Er put down the memorial in his hand and raised his head to ask, Marquis Yong, and do you know the deeper meaning behind this I conferred you the position of provincial governor of Qing province? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then cupped his fists and replied, Your Majesty wants me to bring prosperity to the people and stabilize the eastern part of the Tang Empire. This is to prevent future rebellions and torment living beings. Ha! You brat. In terms of intelligence, there's probably no one in the entire imperial court who can compare to you. Li Er smiled, then pointed at Li Zishuan and said, That's right. The main reason Zhen gave you the position of provincial governor of Qing province is because Zhen wants to borrow your ability to bring benefits to the people. Let the people of Qing province become rich as soon as possible so that Zhen can eliminate the influence of Heavenly Dragon sect in Qing province and the nearby provinces and counties. How about it? Do you have the confidence to take on this heavy responsibility? What do you mean by don't have the confidence to take on this heavy responsibility? You've already given the death order, so what else can yours truly say? Could it be that I don't have the confidence to take on this heavy responsibility? Hearing this, Li Zishuan almost couldn't hold back his spittle. After cursing in his heart, Li Zishuan pretended to be solemn, cupped his hands, and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I will do my best to complete Your Majesty's task. Good, good. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction, then said in a deep voice, I summoned you here because I want to hear your thoughts on a few matters. When Li Zishuan heard this, he knew that things weren't as simple as he thought. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, please speak. This time, the Dragon Sect's rebellion. The Imperial Court has subdued over 20,000 Dragon Sect members and 10,000 Dragon Sect's regular army. Li Zishuan, in your opinion, how should I deal with these people? After pondering for a moment, Li Er asked, In times of chaos, human lives were like grass. For example, during the spring and autumn warring states period, when Qin state fought against the other 6 countries, not only did they kill tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of enemies, there were also cases of prisoners being killed after the war. During the Battle of Chongping, more than 400,000 prisoners of war from Zhao State were killed just like that. This was a time of chaos where human lives were like grass. But in times of peace, the situation was completely opposite. Especially now that the world had just settled down, the people needed to rest and recuperate. Population and people were especially important to a country. Basically, there wouldn't be thousands of people being executed at the same time. Because of this, Li Er had a headache. Because of this matter, although he was the emperor, he couldn't execute everyone related to the heavenly dragon sect. Your Majesty, this subject believes that those dragon sect members were only bewitched by others and went astray. Although they are guilty, they definitely don't deserve death. Gather them together, educate them well, and give them an appropriate amount of labor reform. When they have more or less repented in their hearts, it won't be too late to let them go home. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment before coming up with an idea. Although those commoners who joined the dragon sect didn't do anything wrong, but to be bewitched by the dragon sect meant that they had greed in their hearts. As the saying goes, one can be strong without desire. If they didn't have greed in their hearts, how could they be used by the dragon sect? So if they weren't punished a little, they would lose their fear of the imperial court. The next time a sect similar to the dragon sect appeared, they would be bewitched again. In fact, the method he was talking about was the modern prison reform. This kind of thing actually existed in ancient times as well. However, the prisoners in ancient times were usually sent to the border, the mines, or directly to repair the city walls. These jobs were not only hard, but also very dangerous. Basically, there was a slim chance of survival. Sure enough, Li'er frowned and said hesitantly, "You mean to send all these people to the mines or the borders? Wouldn't that be too wasteful? And would easily incite the anger of the people?" "Your Majesty, this subject didn't mean that," Li Zishuan hurriedly explained. "The Great Tang doesn't have that many mines and the borders don't need these commoners. This subject means to let these commoners work for the imperial court for a period of time. They will be provided with good food and drink 3 times a day. Other than not being paid and having no freedom, they're no different from the commoners who go out to work and subsidize the family. Moreover, this way, the imperial court can speed up the progress of some projects and save a lot of money for the imperial court." Li'er pinched his chin and said, "Your method is interesting, but the imperial court doesn't need to repair the palace, the city, or the imperial mausoleum. What do I need so many commoners for?" Hearing this, Li Zishuan said with disappointment, "Your Majesty, don't you plan to repair the cement roads for Chang'an City? Now, in Lantian County, not only have the cement roads been completely renovated, but thousands of households will soon be able to use electric lights. If Chang'an City wants to do this, not only does it need to repair the cement roads, it also needs to build a power station. All these require commoners and manpower." Li'er's eyes suddenly lit up. He clapped his hands excitedly and said, "Why didn't I think of this? Good. We'll do as you say. This way, we can punish the commoners who are easily bewitched by the dragon sect and make them not dare to easily flout the law in the future. It can also save a lot of money for the imperial court to build roads and power stations. You really have the essence of a profiteer." Li Zishuan's face darkened and said gloomily in his heart, "I'm helping you with the idea. Why are you still scolding me? Where's the basic quality of a country's ruler?" Seeing Li Zishuan's gloomy face, Li'er, who knew that he said the wrong thing, coughed and said, "Cough, cough. I'll leave the matter of building the cement roads in Chang'an City to the Ministry of Works. As for building the power station, I can only leave it to your Yanwang College. I hope that before the end of next year, Chang'an City will have electricity and electric lights like Lantian County." Li Zishuan said helplessly, "I'll do my best." Building a power station that could supply millions of people was such a big project that even Li Zishuan himself wasn't confident. He could only tell Li'er that he would do his best. But fortunately, his mental strength was super strong now. He could basically construct modern large-scale industrial machinery in his mind. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. After he built some corresponding industrial machinery, it would be much easier to build the power station. Li'er nodded happily. He had always been envious of a Yunshan mountain that was brightly lit at night. Now that Li Zishuan mentioned this, it was exactly what he wanted. After a pause, he asked again, "In your opinion, how should I deal with Du, Yi, and the Sky Dragon army?" Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. This question wasn't easy to answer. After pondering for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Du Yi first used witchcraft to bewitch the people into joining the Sky Dragon sect. Then he tried to kidnap the crown prince and the princess in Shi City. This is a heinous crime and should be cut into pieces. However, after he was captured, he actively cooperated with the court to deal with the Sky Dragon sect. As for how to deal with him, I'm sure your majesty already has a conclusion. Why ask me? Huh, you sly little guy. Lier was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but point at Li Zishuan and scold him with a smile. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. After a pause, Lier said, "As you said, this do is indeed a heinous crime. However, without his active cooperation, the court wouldn't have been able to know the deployment of the Sky Dragon sect's troops in advance. However, if we let him go so easily, wouldn't we be giving him another chance to wreak havoc? Otherwise, I'll reduce him to a slave and bestow him to be your servant. With your ability, it shouldn't be a problem to control a small do, right?" Huh. Li Zishuan, who thought that this matter had nothing to do with him and was unconcerned, widened his eyes in surprise. He never thought that Lier's method would be so wild that he actually wanted to bestow do to him as a servant. Wasn't this a joke? Your Majesty, you can't do that. Li Zishuan, who came back to his senses, quickly waved his hand and said, "My house is small. It can't accommodate a servant like do. Besides, I'm worried that the servant will take advantage of the master." Lier smiled and said, "Haha, since that's the case, I'll kill him." A light sentence could decide a person's life and death. This was Lier. This was the imperial power. Kill. Li Zishuan was stunned. Logically speaking, although he was a heinous crime, no one could deny that he had skills. For such a person who wasn't so bad that he couldn't be saved and had skills, wouldn't it be a pity to kill him so casually? That's right, it was a pity. This was Li Zishuan's subconscious thought. Killing him like this, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Let him be his servant for the rest of his life. After hesitating for a moment, Li Zishuan said, "Huh." Lier laughed. He seemed to have seen through Li Zishuan's thoughts, so he walked down and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder, saying, "You're really smart. This kind of person with skills is like a weapon. This weapon can only be sharp or not, but it can't be said to be good or bad. Whether it's good or bad, it all depends on the master of the weapon. I'm very pleased that you can understand this point." Li Zishuan felt the same way and said, "Your Majesty's words are also what I think. Thank you, Your Majesty, for pointing out the right path for me." Lier nodded and said, "Haha, in your opinion, how should we deal with the remaining 10,000 Sky Dragon troops?"